seen that something happened around the year 480 before the Common Era, in which all of a sudden these Jews who have regular Babylonian names start giving their children super theophoric names, as if they have suddenly discovered religion, and they have a much more intent on making sure that their children identify as Jews. It's really interesting. And in fact, that continues for several generations. But what would happen if all of a sudden you had all these Jews that had like really secular names, like let's say, I don't know, Chad or Thomas or something that's really not Christopher, right? Really not actually Jewish names. And then all of a sudden their kids get named like, Eliezer and Hannah Rivka and Sarala. What happened? Around the year 480, for reasons that we don't know, there's a real Teshuvah movement, and they
what up, baby?
Their children.
Hope you're living like a pimp. We're loving life right now.
And so on.
It's a good day.
I just think.
Yeah, fuck you.
But let's go on. What did the Jews do? So the Morashal Archive, because it's primarily dealing with business and receipts and things like that, doesn't give us a lot of detail about the nature of their lives, but it does say a lot about what kind of occupations they were involved in. It appears that there's a strong contingent of Jews who are active in the military. It's fascinating that in a diaspora condition, you wouldn't necessarily immediately think of that first, but we see that in Egypt. We see it also in Babylonia. Jews, of course, involved in animal husbandry, shepherdry. Well, that sounds like a traditional Jewish pursuit, right, with David and Moses and so on. Jews are involved in buying and selling real estate. They're involved in government service, like they're operating businesses on behalf of the government or so on. And we even have a significant population of Jews who are actually enslaved. There is a Jewish poor. It's not, one can't imagine that the vast majority of Jews are sort of like upper middle class. No, rather they are more middle class and lower in this archive. So much stuff to talk about. I wish we had more time. So let us just conclude a little bit by thinking about the political organization of the Jews in Babylonia, because this would, unlike Egypt, ultimately become the next great center of Jewish culture. That's what we're going to be exploring in just a few weeks. There's a slow and steady growth of communities after Bar Kokhba. They move from Israel and they make their way to Mesopotamia, and this increases the population. There will be a significant amount of travel going back and forth between the major centers of Jews in Israel and in the Babylonian region. There are the so-called Nechute, which refer to rabbis who leave Jerusalem to go to Babylonia and teach the rabbis in Babylonia what they're saying in Jerusalem. Sometimes they go back and forth many times. So there is an increasingly large population there. There's a significant cultural impact as well, because this is a process that started hundreds of years earlier. But Aramaic, as the state language of the region, becomes the literary lingua franca for much of the Eastern Mediterranean. And of course, it will be the language of the Talmud as well. Aramaic is, by the way, the Jews write it with Hebrew letters. Other peoples write it with different letters. And it's a Semitic language. It's not too far away from Hebrew in its grammar and structure, and even most of its vocabulary. It's probably sort of like French and Italian or French and Spanish are close to each other as Hebrew is to Aramaic. We'll come back to that when we talk more about Babylonia. The organization of the Jews in Babylonia was quite sophisticated. They had something called the Reish Galuta,
do the arm thing, homie.
Or in English, the exile.
Do the arm thing, homie.
Head of the exile.
Give me the.
And again, I want to postpone a major discussion of this until
I don't know what that means,
later on
that's
in
amazing.
This next semester. But this is basically a figure recognized by the Parthian Empire as the head of all Jews in the region, and respected by the Jews, although sometimes they get into conflict with their leadership, in particular as the academies begin to grow. They really only take off in the 3rd century, but the various great academies of study, which will ultimately produce the Talmud, often get into conflict with the Reish Galuta. Nevertheless, just like we saw with the prayer for the government, there's also a prayer for the Reish Galuta that is included in every Sabbath service in Aramaic in contemporary synagogues as well. But you shouldn't think that it's all sort of organized and working together effectively. We have some fascinating stories. Josephus gives a lot of details of two brothers from the famous city of Nehardá named Menelaus and Assaneus, who decided to just go off on their own and create for about 15 years their own kind of like robber state, which was kind of like they were warlords, and these were Jewish guys who maintained kind of like regional independence from Parthian army, Parthian Empire, until finally the Parthians took care of it and destroyed the robber state. Fascinating kind of swashbuckling guys. More to say, but I think it'll take us too far away from that. Okay, that's Mesopotamia. One more short lecture about diaspora coming up.
And I won't let you go, my baby. I will be your father figure. Put your tiny hand in mine.
Okay, let's just take a few minutes to say a little bit about the rest of the Mediterranean and the ancient diaspora. There's so much to say about all of this, but I just want to try and keep my remarks very brief, because we will be returning to this in future lectures. So here's a map that shows us the extent of the Roman Empire and the kind of hatch lines. And as you can see, every single dot represents a city where there is a significant Jewish population. The region we should look at right now is the moving from left to right, the Italian peninsula that's shaped like a boot. And I said that in a Canadian way. I hope you recognize it. And then there is the Greek peninsula next to it. We'll also look a little bit at the Eastern Mediterranean as well, which would be like Turkey and so on. The first suggestion of Jewish presence in Greece dates all the way back from the 4th century. And then, of course, after Alexander, there's much more of a presence building in the region. In Rome, we have a very significant population developing. This is especially so when Julius Caesar, in the 1st century before the Common Era, proclaims Judaism a religio licita, which means a legitimate religion, which means it is protected and it has to be respected. And there are certain things that Jews do that they are allowed to do and continue doing because of Roman protection, such as the very dangerous and difficult transportation of the yearly half-shekel tax for the maintenance of the temple in Jerusalem. This was a practice which was continued throughout the period of antiquity, and the Romans actually protected it. The few times when transporting this money was interrupted by official authorities, was heavily criticized and represents definitely an exception to the rule, because people respected, especially old religions like Judaism. Jews were also granted military exemptions from conscription when they were observant. For example, the whole business with kosher food and the Sabbath makes it difficult. So in many cases, the Romans were willing to overlook on conscripts from Jewish communities.
Kevin, the young boy, didn't know what I wanted to be. Didn't know what I wanted to be. I was there. Girl to pride and joy, and the praying for me, and just I guess it was enough for me. The embracing there. Maybe I'll be so happy.
For example,
something you should know. I think there's time I told you so. There's something deep inside of me. There's something else I got to be. Take back your picture in the frame. Take back your sitting in the rain. Just hope you understand. Sometimes the clothes do not make the man. All we have to do now is take these lives and make them true somehow. All we have to see is that I don't belong to you and you don't belong to me. Yeah, freedom, freedom, freedom.
standing
You got to
national
give me what
anthem
to
is played
say.
at a football
Freedom,
game, which Americans
let you
would
down.
consider
Freedom,
freedom.
freedom.
Long before it
You
came
got
out,
to give me what to
social justice
take.
movement, Black Lives Matter,
Heaven
and so
knows
on.
I'm going
But
to the
the fact that
boy.
it has
Then
been
there's
taken
the
away
body
football
me. Take the
is
dance, the body
many Americans would consider
me.
such a strong statement
And every
that
breath
still
I take, I'm
reinforces the idea
better
of
on
how the
boy.
Jews would
And
have
you're
been
living in a
perceived if they refused to
fantasy.
do some
And
of the
living in
basic
a
things that Romans did to their civic
fantasy.
religion
The
because
man
they felt
embracing
that
me
it
out of my
was against
face.
their
You know
core
that home in a
principles.
Brooklyn
Nevertheless,
place.
Judaism
And
is
oh, it's at
controlled by the old
boys at
times, and a lot of
MTV.
people are attracted to Judaism.
I'm
It
great,
represents
great,
some real
great, and English matches and
attractive
who we are.
alternatives to the
And
faith in Roman paganism, and the growing population,
I
not
think
only
there's
of
something
ethnic
you should
Jews
know. I
who are
think
living
it's
in
time
the
I
Italian
told you
Peninsula
so.
in the 4th,
There's
5th
something
century,
deep
but also
inside of
fellow
me. Yeah,
travelers
something
and
I'm going
conquerors
not to
and those
be.
who are just
Take
kind of
back
like
your picture
sympathizers as
in the
well.
frame.
One of
Think
the
that now
really
be back
cool
again.
ways that we
Just
see
if you
those
understand.
countries Jewish
Sometimes the
population grow.
clothes will make
The
the
significant
man.
detail that
All
makes people
we
so fascinated
have
about
to
that is
do
the discovery
now
of these
is to
ancient
take these
catacombs
lives
of
and make them
Jews in Rome.
true. So
It was very common
all
in late
we
antiquity
have
to be
to
buried underground. You can see
see
this map here
is that
shows
I don't
a number
belong to
of
you
Christian
and
catacombs
you
for
don't
burial,
belong to
and you also
me.
see
Yeah,
in
yeah,
the south and
freedom,
also in the
freedom,
northeast
keep
some
on giving
regions where there are Jewish so fascinating. These are sort of like
I'm gonna let you
shells
down.
that would have been interred. Practiced a
Yo,
two-step
dog.
burial.
How can I help you?
First, there would be burial.
I do. Check my social media. Dog, I'm all over Instagram. Just look at Rabbi Rothschild on Instagram. You'll see me all over Southern California, as far south as San Diego, as far north as Santa Barbara, as far west as the ocean, Beverly Hills, as far east as the mountains and the desert. I've been to Disneyland. I've been to Santa Monica. I've been to downtown LA. I've live streamed my entire life for more than 3 years. So I suggest, Hazel, before you just start assuming things, take a look at what I've got. See what check me out. Linktree.com/rabbi. And you can see linktree.com/Rabbi Rothschild, and you can see all my social media. It's all over. And if you don't have social media, well, that's on you. You can still see it in the free version. So take a look if you want to see me outside. Now, with that being said, I was in the middle of singing some karaoke, and I'm going to continue to do so. I want you to know I'm happy that you're here. You're more than welcome to listen to me sing. I don't have the best voice, but I do my best. And take a look at the server. It's got all kinds of information. And if you have any further questions, right above this little section, you'll see Ask Rabbi Anything. If you put your question in there or multiple questions in there, I will get back to you in a timely manner, and you'll have all the answers that you want. I don't think that I could provide any better service than that. Excellent. Here we go. George Michael, 90. Hazel, Hazel, hold on a second. Hazel, you sound a lot like Blue. Are you the same person or are you different? Oh, hold on. Hazel, I didn't know it was you. I just thought you were some random person. How am I supposed to know? You have two different names. I see hundreds of people in here a day. I think you just come in here, start trying to talk over me, trying to talk to me about why don't I go outside and all these other things. You haven't looked at my social media. You don't know any of these things. So how are you doing? Okay, that you have a plane, dog. That would fly if you were homeless. You have a plane. You know technology better than the top 1% of anyone. I'm not dumb. Come on, man. Okay, well, you're pretty good if you know binary, man. If you know binary, you're doing pretty well. Good on you. All right. Okay. Yeah, dog. It's 2024. You should have social media presence on the top 20 social medias, which would be like YouTube, Instagram, Facebook, Twitch, Twitter, TikTok. You should be on Imager and Reddit. You should be on Linktree and LinkedIn. You should be on Pinterest and Snapchat. Just get those under your name so that you have that digital real estate. Excellent. Excellent. But here's the thing. If you ask me, Rabbi, where do I get your social media? I can say go to linktree.com/Rabbi Rothschild and you get all my links. How do I get yours? Yeah. Hey, you know what, Hazel? And that's the good old fashioned way. And that works. But online it doesn't work that well. And you just want one link that you can give to people and be like, oh, here's all his stuff. And plus, social media is really cool. You know how cool Reddit can get. Are you in the Reddit aviation and aviation memes and stuff? Absolutely, man. I'm in the same one. So we probably see a lot of the same stuff. So, in the same way, you can do that on different platforms and join people with similar interests. But it's really good to have that footprint. And then when you need an account or something like that, you always have them for whatever you want, and it looks really professional. Not that you need it; you kind of do your own thing, and that's your own thing. But it's nice, even just online, just to be like, hey. Do you whatever it is, follow me wherever you want. Here's my link tree. If you want to follow me on Facebook, Instagram, Pinterest, if you want to follow me on Flickr, I mean, you're all over the United States and perhaps all over the world. You, I'm sure, can take pictures if you want, and you could have photo albums. You could have all kinds of really cool things. I'm not saying that's what you want to do with your life, but I don't know why you wouldn't. You're at a point in your life where you have a girlfriend, a family, you've got a plane, you've got a lot of free time to be able to capture these moments, and you can really make a beautiful artistic collaboration of all of your travels. I think it's an excellent opportunity. I know you're a busy person though, but it's something you should think about. Exactly. And so what do? I do this. I actually make money whenever I need to make money. I can very easily do it by going to a person who has a cryptocurrency and just telling them that I have a marketing strategy that works with every cryptocurrency I've ever had. What is it? I create usernames on the top 20 different platforms. So that's Twitch, Rumble, Kick, Twitter, all the ones that I've said. And then I put a little just filler video so it looks like they have some content on all of their platforms. And I can make 5 figures doing that for a cryptocurrency very easily. And I can get it done in like 72 hours. And I mean, heck, I'll do it for you, but I know you're probably smart enough to be able to do it. And you're my friend, so I'll just walk you through it for free. But you should know that that's what you want to do. You want to be able to just say, here's my link tree / Rabbi Rothschild, and there it is. Caspian Sea has his. It's Caspian Sea. It's linktree.com / Caspian Sea. You can see all his stuff. It's very easy. And then you don't have to. I mean, if you have a personal website, that's great too. But if you don't, then you can just give them your social media, and then you can connect with people. You follow people all over the world. Now I understand you meet some tough people and some really just immoral people, and you don't want to connect with them, but you also meet some people who are highly influential, and who are also, doing interesting things. And the more you can network with them, the better. And the way to do that is social media. I mean, you say you don't use social media, you use Discord, dog. Discord's one of the most esoteric social medias that there is, while still remaining mainstream. It doesn't get much more hidden than a Discord server because they're not highly publicized. It's very difficult to search for anything. And Discord, frankly, is not discussed in the mainstream that often. At Rabbi Rothschild, it may have been banned by now, but what it is. And I have some others. I have a few others, but yeah, I mean, all you do is you just no. I would have a cross. Are you talking? Is it five swords? Yeah, it's literally Facebook. It's facebook.com/@ Rabbi Rothschild. Like I said though, I think it may have been banned for spam because I used to spam a lot with it. But you can go to my Instagram. That's at Rabbi Rothschild as well. I'm basically at Rabbi Rothschild everywhere. Whether my account's active, because sometimes I get them banned for whatever reason, but I'm at Rabbi Rothschild on YouTube. I'm at Rabbi Rothschild everywhere. But I have been banned on some. But I'm at Rabbi Rothschild on YouTube. I'm at Rabbi Rothschild on Instagram. I'm at Rabbi Rothschild on Twitter and Twitch and um, YouTube. I said that one. And Rumble and Kick. I'm at Rabbi Rothschild everywhere. That's my thing. You need a thing. I don't know what it's going to be. You're not going to be able to get Hazel. So think of something cool. I don't know. Whatever you want it to be. That's one of my accounts, but I have 10,000 followers on Instagram. It's just at Rabbi Rothschild. Just simple at Rabbi Rothschild. The picture, no spaces, no. Just one word, 10,000 followers. If you go to Instagram.com/@ Rabbi Rothschild, it should show up. Doug, just go to linktree.com / Rabbi Rothschild, and you can find all my Instagrams there. Correct. Rabbi Rothschild. There you go. So, yep, 100%. And so, do you see how easy it is? And that's all. Those are all my links. Now you can go and find anything you want. You can follow it if you have questions about it. Is it the best way to build social media? No, but it gets the most amount of attention, and that's why I do it. I was singing George Michael's song Freedom 90, George Michael's Father Figure, George Michael's Careless Whisper, John Lennon's Instant Karma, John Lennon's Imagine, perhaps, and perhaps a few other songs. I like oldies. Do you know what oldies are? They're like older music. Love it. Love it. Hey, you want to hear something really interesting? Okay, so did you see my interview last week um, on Kick with Sam Bond? Okay, I'm going to send it to you right. Okay, here's what I want you to do. Go to youtube.com/, the @ sign. So it's youtube.com/ and then the @ sign, Rabbi Rothschild. Exactly correct. It's our no space. Sure. It doesn't generally matter for this one, but you could try the capital R's in Rabbi and Rothschild. I'm going to tell you. Okay, so you went youtube.com/ @rabbi, RABBI, and Rothschild has an S in it, ROTHSCHILD. Okay. Try it with no capitals, just all lowercase. Excellent. Okay, look, I want to tell you something. You're the first person I'm going to be able to tell this to, but this is really important, Hazel. I'm going to be very famous very soon, and here's why. You're going to watch that video and you're going to see, like, I talk about all kinds of things, like very futuristic things like mind uploading technology and like life extension technology and things like ending world hunger and world thirst, all kinds of good things. Okay, great. But then I did another interview with another streamer tonight, a different one, and it's going to upload in 2 minutes. So you'll actually be the first person to be able to watch it if you wait 2 minutes. So I got, but watch the first one. It, yeah, it's the first thing that I have posted under @Rabbi Rothschild. Look at @Rabbi Rothschild and Sam Bond interview. It's 39 minutes long. Excellent. Thank you. I wish it did right now, but this is uploading, so I can't see that. But it will tell me once I'm done. In fact, let me see. Yeah. So what you want to do, you don't have to make a Kick account, but you can in the future. Here's what you want to do. You see that where it says Rabbi Rothschild and Sam Bond interview? Okay, it's the first thing posted on YouTube on the @Rabbi Rothschild YouTube. On the @Rabbi Rothschild YouTube, you should see the most recent thing posted was Rabbi Rothschild and Sam Bond interview. No, no, no. How many followers does that account have? Okay, you don't have the right account. So you want to go to youtube.com. Just, you know what? Don't even worry about it. Just wait 30 seconds and I'll be able to send you a link. Yeah, that. Oh yeah, that one. So you want to see the most recent video in that account. It's 39 minutes long. It's an interview. Yep, you're going to want to watch that. And then when you're done with that, there's going to be another video that just uploads. Now, listen to this. Kick is a big company. They have 200 employees, and I found a very big error in their sign up process. And guess what? You're the first person who I get to tell. So I made a video and I we showed it on Kick last night. And guess who I got a friend request from on Discord already? The owner of Kick. He's a billionaire. And I think he's going to want me to help him, or at least I'm going to send him the link and hopefully he gets this fixed because this is important to be able to sign up correctly. Like you were going to sign up for Kick and just watch these videos before you sign up because you'll see their sign up process sometimes can have errors to it. But watch the one with Sam Bond, and then in about when that one's done, this other one should be uploaded, and this one is with Ari. It's Ari the kid on YouTube, and it's gonna blow your mind. Okay. Yeah, you can only do some of that stuff on a computer, so you can do it, but just on a computer for right now. You could do it if you use a browser. And if you're like, well, why is that? I don't know. I don't own it. I want it to work on everything perfectly the first time. And as you can see in this, you can see in this in the videos I make, I'm doing my best to fix this stuff so that it works properly, so that we don't have app crashes, so that we don't have sign up errors. I want this stuff to work and be efficient because time is valuable and we need to ensure that things work correctly the first time every time. Excellent. No, no, you're 100% right. Yes, no. I will. I will. Right now, I'm not really concentrated on the quality because I know in the future I'll have all the money I need and I can have the best streams as well. And also, they will automatically make my streams in the future perfectly illuminated with perfect sound and 8K video. Everything will be default 8K HD 100%. So I'm not too worried about the quality right now, but you're right. In the future or pretty soon, I will get another microphone and just for, to sound better. Expire. That sounds very cool. We'll have to do an interview. Excellent. Does it have to do with any? Does anything have to do with UFO? Does anything have to do with UFOs? Excellent. All right. Cool. Well, we're all right. I gotcha. Well, excellent. How are the other things going in your life? Did you have to kill anybody recently? So, what is? Are you at 15 for the year? Right. I understand. Right. I understand. Yeah. Do you know martial arts? What is your preferred method? Perhaps, depending. Uh, do you find it that there's one best type of martial art, and if so, what is it? Oh, okay. Do you know who's? Do you know who? Do you know who Steven Seagal is? Do you know he's trained in Aikido? Oh wow, how's that? No way. I, wow. All right, Hazel, I'm going to send you two links. You watch the first link first, and you watch the second link second. And the second link's going to change the world. Just you watch. We're going to be viral within a week because of the second link. And I'm going to watch it too right now. And hopefully you enjoy it. I just sent them to your Discord. Hazel. Hazel. Oh, watch the first one first, and then the second one you'll see. That's going to change the world. But watch both of them because you have to know about the first one to know more about the second one. Yeah, video editing. Yeah, the best. Yeah, the best way to do it is, I mean, you can take classes, but the best ones are on YouTube. There is a there is a an Adobe Photoshop and Adobe Final Cut master class that is phenomenal, and it's free. Great. I think so. What is it? Let me see if I can see it. Is that from a military? Okay, just one moment. Okay, what is it of? I'm sorry, I can't see real well right now. The Americans what? World champion of yeah. I see. I gotcha. Wow. Okay. Is that nicotine? No. I mean, dude, I'm literally texting a billionaire. You literally could be cutting off your own dick with a chainsaw, and I would not give a flying fuck. You gotta understand what I'm doing is really important. I'll pay attention to you in a second. No, you're good. You're good. I know you didn't. Here we go.
I'm trying to. Rabbi, you're in my channel, right? Rabbi, you are watching. Oh, there you are. Okay, cool. Beautiful. Let me pause my music. Rabbi. Great to fucking meet you, man. Happy meeting. Hey, it's Ori here, man.
Welcome, welcome. Welcome, welcome. If you have any to ask them, I have a section about DMing a billionaire who sent me. Yeah, this is a cryptocurrency worth $300 million. They sponsor me. All this is very serious. This this NFT right here, this NFT right here is worth $11,000. All right, guys. It's very late here. I literally just have a billionaire. His name is Eddie Craven. He owns Kick. He's in my DMs right now. We're going to continue watching Jewish history lectures with Dr. Professor Henry Abramson. Feel free to listen. If you have any questions for me, you can go to the section right above this, Ask Rabbi Anything. I'll get to any of the questions that you have. And welcome. We're happy that you're here. Just really quickly, if you don't know about me, I'm Rabbi Rothschild. I stream my life 24/7 for world peace. I don't want war anymore. This goes back to the pandemic. We've seen the death of a queen, the birth of AI, the coronation of a king, and everything in between. Some of the things that we talk about on the stream that aren't normally discussed in society are things like anti-gravity, antimatter, life extension technology. We talk about alien disclosure along with life extension technology. We talk about hydroponics, nootropics. We talk about things like human growth hormone and stem cells. We talk about mind uploading technology where we scan your brain into a computer for later download into an avatar, an android, a cyborg, a cybernetic being, a clone of yourself, a robot, whatever you want to be. But I want you guys to know, I see you guys in here, you should know that I don't think you're going to die if you don't want to, and that's a really exciting opportunity. So that's what we talk about on here. I had the opportunity to talk about it last night on an interview. That interview just uploaded, and if you want to take a look at it, it's at Rabbi Rothschild. And with that, we're going to continue listening to History of Judaism lectures, and I'm happy you're here. Thanks, everyone.
Is tiny, but it is, looms large in the Western imagination. The Empire of Solomon was also tiny compared to much larger empires active in his day and certainly afterwards. King Solomon's empire, basically extended through much of what would be today the land of Israel and parts of Jordan with spheres of influence in Syria. And that's it. You have to think of Solomon's empire as being incredibly important for Jews, the people who live there, and their immediate neighbors, but not so phenomenally important on a geopolitical level for the entire region. And so, what seems so important to readers of the Hebrew scriptures and then the Christian scriptures, when looked at in a narrow historical perspective, it's really a minor, smaller empire that is active for less than a century by the time you get to King Solomon. So it's not surprising that it does not make more of a blip on the radar, so to speak, of other countries at this time. Nevertheless, that blip would extend over centuries and have a phenomenal impact on the development of Western civilization in particular. Okay, that's it for our discussion of the United Monarchy. In the next lecture, we're going to look at maybe this unfortunately fell apart with Solomon's successors and the division of the Jewish people in the land of Israel. Thank you very much for watching. Let's take a little detour from our historical narrative to just talk a little bit about terminology. We're speaking about the continuous history of one people, one ethnos, and that is the people who are known today as the Jews or the Jewish people. Note, of course, that this is not a racial category because there are Jews who come from all types of different races that make up the Jewish people, but it is something kind of tribal in nature because traditionally Judaism is a religion, but it is passed on through one's mother. That is, it's matrilineal. In the 20th century, the Reform movement added a patrilineal option to it, but that we'll get to, God willing, when we talk about the 20th century. But for now, I've been rather sloppy about referring to these people as Jews even well before they would have used this term to describe themselves. And I think that's justifiable in the sense that we are talking really about one continuous, group of people. But let's just sort out the names for those of you who want to get this exactly right. So the oldest term that is used for Jews is the term Hebrew. And this comes from the fact that Abraham crossed over the Euphrates River on his way to Israel. The word Ivri, which is used to refer to a Hebrew person, comes from the word avar, which means to cross over or to transverse. And we're talking about a Semitic people who appear in the land of Israel, the ancient land of Israel, but their origins from Abraham are, of course, in Mesopotamia, where he comes, as described in the book of Genesis, from the city known as Ur. So the term Ivri is used to refer to a person. It's an ethnos, but it's also used as an adjective. The term Ivrit means the Hebrew language, for example, although it's an adjective used to all kinds of things as well. So the term Hebrew is the oldest term, and this is what we see especially in the earliest books of the Bible. However, the term Ivri is often used in a retrospective fashion as well, and it's synonymous with Israelite and Jew, as we see in the book of Jonah, in the first chapter, where he says to the other members of the boat, Ivri Anochi, I am a Hebrew, and I fear the God of heaven, right? So the term Ivri, although historically it is the oldest, and it is used later on in time as well, it specifically refers to this people that came from the other side of the Euphrates River. Now, the term Israelites is a little more complicated because the name Israel, of course, corresponds to Jacob. Jacob, the third of the patriarchs, has his name changed in a dramatic scene in Genesis to Israel, which means one who struggles with God. Fascinating kind of thing. We'll talk about that later. At any rate, Jacob and Israel are the same person. And the Bible will use the terms children of Israel, house of Jacob, more or less synonymously. Although Rashi will explain that based on the Talmud, the children of Israel refers to the men, the house of Jacob refers to the women, things like that. And in fact, through much of the early parts of the Bible, the people who we call now Jews are typically referred to as the children of the patriarchs, Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob, also known as Israel. But it's also the term that's used to refer to the Jews once they settled in the land of Israel after the Exodus, after leaving Egypt. And in fact, we even have evidence from non-Jewish sources, such as the Merneptah stele shown here, that dates from the year 1209 before the Common Era, which has the first reference to the word Israel, referring to a people living in the land of Israel, probably towards the northern part of the land of Israel. So by the time we get to the late 13th century, Israel is definitely used as a term by Jews and non-Jews for this people. Hence the term Israelite in English, meaning one who pertains to Israel. The term also attains special significance because that's the name that applies to the northern kingdom. The Jews in the land of Israel suffer a civil war and a fracturing of their state in the 9th century after the rule of King Solomon. And the southern part is called Judah, as shown here, and the northern part is called Israel. They're all still one people. They recognize themselves as being part of 12 tribes, all descendants of the children of Jacob, Israel, but they call their political entity to the north Israel. And you can see this in the book of Kings, for example. There's a lot of discussion of what that kingdom of Israel is. So the term Israel, which is used prior to the division of the land into two separate kingdoms, it is especially used after the division. The term Jews becomes especially prominent after the 8th century when the northern kingdom is destroyed by the Assyrians. Here you can see in this map that the Assyrian kingdom expands and eventually conquers the northern part, the kingdom of Israel, and then ultimately destroys its sovereignty and will exile the Jews from there. And as you can see in this map, there is a significant portion of Jews, the so-called lost 10 tribes, who are sent into exile in Assyria in particular. However, what's not widely understood is that not all of the Jews were sent out of the land of Israel by the Assyrians. In fact, it's probably a number around 30,000, which would leave a much larger number still in the land. However, under the political pressure of the Assyrians, many of them fled to the south, to the region known as Judah, right? That's the southern kingdom. Judah, by the way, is Yehuda in Hebrew. J and Y often switch between Western European languages and Hebrew. So a lot of those people who were from the 10 tribes in the north made their way down to Yehuda, where there was considerable mixing of the peoples. So much so that long afterwards, you have a description of a person who was not of the tribe of Judah living in Persia, of course, the great Mordecai, who is referred to as Ish Yehudi, a Jewish man. So it's really in this time period, the 8th century and onward, when the name Judah is especially associated with Jews, no matter what tribe they may have come from. And in fact, tribal designations are gradually lost. By the time you get to a few centuries later, we have no idea which tribe any people come from, except for the tribe of Levi, which is another section. So that's basically how we get these terms. Hebrews, Israelites, and Jews, all one people with different names they might have used for themselves at different points in time, but they will often use earlier names to refer to themselves later on in time. Okay, I hope that clarified things. Thank you very much for watching. Let us resume our discussion of the history of the Jews in Israel by looking at the period of the divided kingdom. And I'd like to begin by going to another Gedanke experiment, another thought experiment that really comes from an old joke. The joke goes like this. You know, this time of year, I'm recording in late October. It's still dark early in the morning. So the joke goes that Reuven comes out of his house one day and he sees down the street is his neighbor Shimon, who's rooting around in the gutter. And he goes up and he says to him, Shimon, what are you doing? And Shimon says, I'm looking for my car keys. And Reuven says, but you live down the block. Why are you looking over here? And Shimon points to the lamppost and he says, well, I'm looking over here because the light is much better over here. So obviously it's silly. If you're looking for your car keys, you have to look near where your car is parked. But the Gedanke experiment is we're kind of like very interested in the earliest periods of Jewish history, looking at the sources that are discussed in the Torah and Genesis and Exodus and so on, and they're really hard to find, but that's because the light over there is very dark. However, when we move down the street a little bit and we're under the light, suddenly we see so much more material. That's really what happens in the period we're going to discuss today. There's so much more archaeological evidence that confirms the narrative of the biblical text, albeit hundreds of years after the events described in Genesis and Exodus, that we're tempted to say that maybe we'll find the information we're looking for. The analogy breaks down, however, because you probably would find some things in the gutter. You might find, let's say, for example, a receipt from the bakery that fell out of your pocket when you're walking into your house and the rain washed it down to the gutter. You might find, a loose sock that matches another one that belongs to one of your toddlers that's upstairs in the drying machine right now. You might find all kinds of connections from what's in the gutter down your street to what happens by your car. You won't find your keys directly there, but they might lead you back to where the keys are. We'll just have to wait as the archaeological evidence is uncovered, literally, as historians and archaeologists go to work in the land of Israel. But at any rate, let's look at some of the stuff that we can find now under the bright lights. Now, Dr. Kitchen points out very clearly that this is such a strong period compared to what we've been talking about earlier. There are 14 kings of Israel, the northern kingdom, and 9 of them are mentioned in documentation from outside Jewish sources. That's an incredible number, 9 out of 14. And that lends a tremendous amount of credibility to the at least general scope of the biblical narrative. And we'll look at a couple of examples of that. But let's go into the historical period itself. So Solomon, as king, as we discussed in the last lecture, expands and consolidates his control over the land of Israel, building on the conquests of his father, King David, and cementing it really with a lot of statesmancraft by, engaging in diplomatic relations with a lot of the kingdoms surrounding the land of Israel. He also centralizes ritual worship by building a massive, glorious temple in Jerusalem. However, what that means is inevitably taxes. There's a great tax burden that is placed on the Jewish people as a whole, and they resent the huge taxation. Under the wise leadership of King Solomon, there was just, scattered grumblings. But once Solomon passes away and it goes to his son Rehoboam, there is a tremendous amount of resentment that's built up over the heavy tax burden. Rehoboam is really of two minds. He, on the one hand, wants to react to the popular pressure, but at the same time, he wants to maintain the fairly lavish lifestyle that he is accustomed to. And prodded by, unfortunately, as the text mentions, younger, inexperienced members, rather than the steady guiding hand of his older ministers that served under his father, Rehoboam, in a very dismissive manner, insists on pushing ahead with his heavy tax burden that the northern kingdom in particular is loath to accept. There is a very fascinating and powerful passage. And by the way, I want to reinforce that I'm just going to be skimming over the tops of the historical record as we find in the Bible. It is so important that you actually go back to the text and read the primary documents themselves, because they are fantastic. And if you have a sense that, it's going to be dry or boring, just want to refer you to one specific passage with Rehoboam. It's shown here in this wall painting in Basel that's done by the great Hans Holbein. You see that Rehoboam here is portrayed with holding out his little finger. And this is in reference to one highly dismissive and disrespectful remark that Rehoboam makes regarding his father, in which he says that Rehoboam says that his own little finger, his pinky, is thicker than anything his father could bring to bear, meaning to dismissively compare himself with his father, the great King Solomon. And of course, this act of hubris and vulgarity really sends him down the rabbit hole, which will ultimately result in civil war. But I just wanted to point this one out because it's one of those passages that shows you that the biblical text is really, it's quite racy, and it has a lot of very powerful information that you don't get with sanitized translations quite often. Well, let's not go any further down that scope, but let's go back to where we left off. So under Ravam ben Navat, the kingdom of Israel, which is to the north of Jerusalem, splits away from what becomes the kingdom of Judah in the south. Yeravam ben Navat, by the way, receives a very, very bad press in the rest of Jewish tradition. He's considered one of the greatest sinners because he introduced that divisiveness in Jewish politics at the time. Here's a map that shows you the relative locations of the kingdom of Judah and the kingdom of Israel. The capital of the kingdom of Judah is, of course, Jerusalem. The kingdom of Israel is in Samaria or Shomron. In subsequent lectures, we'll speak much more about what happened to the people in the kingdom of Israel. They are the so-called 10 lost tribes. More about that in a few lectures. But it's interesting to note that it seems that they have a consciousness, they retain a consciousness of being one people, albeit separated politically. And although they will fight a civil war and they will have ongoing conflict over the next century and a half, they'll also recognize the centrality of the value of worship in Jerusalem. They will also occasionally marry each other. The royalty of Israel and Judah will still intermarry. And although they have a lot of conflict, it seems to be really a family conflict. But more on that later. The civil war that erupts when Yerovam ben Navat breaks away with the northern tribes is taken advantage of by Egypt, and King Shishak enters the region, and he makes essentially this parade up the land of Israel, conquering cities as he goes and bringing Israel firmly within its larger sphere of influence. Although Israel still maintains its identity, Israel and Judah, that is, maintain their identity as independent principalities, but nevertheless falling within the geopolitical orbit of Egypt. We've seen this in a couple of previous lectures because he left behind these topographical lists of the various places he conquered. What's interesting for our point is that when he gets to the north, to Megiddo, the site of a place known in English as Armageddon. It's actually a place in Israel, Megiddo. He left behind a stele that is kind of like a Shishak was here stele, that although it's badly damaged, it still retains its cartouche, the sort of nameplate of Shishak, also pronounced Shoshenk, by the way, that indicates that he did, in fact, make his way through northern Israel. One of the most fascinating archaeological finds from the 9th century, however, that corroborates much of the biblical text, is this amazing find, the so-called Mesha stele, also known as the Moabite stone. It was discovered in Dibon, which was in the kingdom of Moab, which is today, of course, Jordan, and it records from the Moabite perspective the results of a very prolonged conflict between the kingdom of Israel and the Moabites. And in fact, this is confirmed in the Book of Kings. There's a lot of discussion of various military engagements they had, which the Jews frequently lost. And here you have this interesting passage that's taken directly from the Moabite stone, in which Mesha, the author of the text, son of Chemosh, God, Chemosh, of course, being the name of their God, complains about how badly he was treated, in particular by the son of Omri, which is one of the Jewish kings. And the Omri dynasty was actually one of the most important in the northern kingdom, especially in terms of its military activities throughout the region. And he talks in this stele about how he beat back the invading Jews, and therefore he deserved to create this particular monument. It's a fascinating stone. So much more to say about it, but in this brief series, I just want to quickly look at it. The Omri dynasty mentioned in the Moabite stone is one of the most well documented of the Northern Kingdom's dynasties. Now, during this period when there is a separation between the kingdom of Judah and the kingdom of Israel, we have recorded in the Bible some of those fascinating passages from two northern prophets in particular, Elijah and Elisha. The great miraculous activity.
Caspian, can you hear me? You can hear me? Hey, Eddie Craven sent me a message over, or he accepted my friend invitation overnight. The guy who once kicked Eddie. So I got that going for me. Yeah, so that's a game changer. So I put it. Dude, Ari would not fucking stop streaming. He streamed for 19 hours. I had to fucking beg him to stop, basically, do everything I could. I had to create 2 bots to stop him. And I finally did. It's literally Arnold Schwarzenegger in his own voice saying, please stop the bot. Anyway. Excellent. All right. Well, I'm going to get some sleep. Yeah, it just came out. So I'm going to get some sleep, but enjoy it when you can.
The passages in which Moses describes his own death.
Thank you.
But not for us here. We're looking primarily at the history. From the book of Joshua on, there's a large section called the Nevi'im, or prophets, which is a mixture of materials, sometimes much more historical data, sometimes much more kind of ethical teachings. And then finally, you have the section called Ketuvim, or writings, which include things that really don't fit into either category, like Psalms, for example, or prophets, the Song of Songs, the Book of Esther fit in there, and so on. And these second 2 sections, Nach, or Nevi'im, and Ketuvim, the prophets and the writings, are considered to have a lower degree of sanctity to the first 5 books of Moses. They are clearly written by human beings and recognized, so not dictated by God, but perhaps inspired by God. The commentators will have different approaches to, what they actually mean, what's their, so to speak, nuclear weight in terms of understanding, the task of Judaism. But from a historical perspective, some of the prophetic works, like Kings and Chronicles in particular, seem to take upon themselves the task of preserving the historical record, much more so than other documents, such as, for example, Isaiah or Jeremiah, which have tremendous amounts of historical information, but seems to be much more focused on delivering the prophetic message of repentance and, drawing closer to God. In Kings and Chronicles, there's even some, so to speak, kind of footnoting where from time to time, the author of those texts, by the way, the Book of Kings is normally attributed in the Rabbinic Judaism to Jeremiah himself, which fits at least with the time period that we have, which it seems reasonable that it was written in the 6th century. The Book of Kings and Chronicles will refer to earlier texts, such as the Annals of the Kings of Judah, the Annals of the Kings of Israel, which implies that they've done research in terms of the record books of the dynasties. They tend to be really focused on the leadership of the Kingdom of Judah and the Kingdom of Israel, and they say a tremendous amount about the individual activities of this king or that king, often applying a very strict moral and religious judgment to their activity as well. Fascinating. Other prophets, however, do not spend quite as much time talking about, palace intrigue and wars and things like that, but spend a lot more time, exclaiming an ethical and religious message. And so, approaching these texts, one has to kind of tease out the historical information from some of the later prophets, and at the same time understand the overwhelming religious goal of the more historically oriented prophets. In many cases, they offer us tempting, tantalizing historical data, and that's often confirmed by the archaeological record. For example, there is the horrendous queen Jezebel, or Izebel in Hebrew, and the archaeological record has found this remarkable cartouche here, which is very appropriate to have been owned by a Phoenician woman. It has the same kind of symbols and things like that, whose name was Izebel. Now, it's possible that it belonged to Queen Jezebel herself. It is very large and very expensive compared to similar types of these artifacts. But we have no real proof that this is specifically belonged to Queen Izebel and not to some other Izebel. But nevertheless, fascinating materials that generally point us along the same kind of direction as the biblical text offers. So, returning to the historical narrative, what happens in the northern kingdom is basically they come under the sphere of influence of the Assyrians. You recall that Israel is locked between two major geopolitical powers. To the south is the kingdom of Egypt, or the Egyptian Empire, and to the north is, at this point, the Assyrian Empire, later the Babylonian Empire that overlaps. And Israel, being of the northern part of the dual monarchy, Israel feels the threat of Assyria more powerfully. The Assyrian Empire expands in the 9th century and begins to impact the northern part of the land of Israel, place the local kings in a state of vassalage. This vassalage begins in the year 853, and we see, for example, as King Yehu, who is shown here showing obeisance to King Shalmaneser. This is up from the Black Obelisk of Shalmaneser that we discussed, I think, the third lecture or so of this series. And the northern kings of Israel are heavily burdened by additional tribute and taxes that come from the north. Eventually, as we shall discuss a few lectures from now, the Assyrians will simply say, well, that's it for their independence. It's too much of a hassle. They're too rebellious. And the Assyrians will come and take over the northern section, take over the kingdom of Israel. And that's when we talk about the lost 10 tribes. We'll return to that, but for the next couple of lectures, I'd like to take a break from the sort of political narrative of history, and I'd like to look at the daily life in biblical history. We're going to look at the economic, the social, and the familial, and the ritual life of Jews for a few lectures, and then we'll return to a discussion of Israel under Assyria. Thank you very much for watching.
I just don't know why it had to be Ohio. It's the spookiest state in the nation.
Oh, come on. Canton is a beautiful place.
Yes,
we have various connections to it. They make really good fudge there, I've heard.
Well, who's not a fan of fudge? By the way, this is pretty much exactly a year from now, so there's plenty of time to think about it and get organized for it. Pre-sale tickets are available now at the Small Town Monsters website and their Facebook event page. There will also be tickets at the door. It's family-friendly, and children under 12 will be admitted free, so you don't have to lie about the son's age. They're also premiering a new Small Town Monsters film the night before at the Canton Palace Theater. Tickets will be available for that through the theater's website. So check that out, folks. We'll have links in the show notes for you.
Yes, and we're really looking forward to this one, as not only are we going to be there, but so are our dear friends Richard Hannah and Jim Harold. Should be a blast. We do have one other thing to discuss, a warning about tonight's show. Later in the show, we're going to be retelling an anecdote that depicts animal cruelty. We do not obviously condone any kind of cruelty to animals, nor are we endorsing it. We're just retelling one of Mel's stories. And we want to make sure you are aware of this, though, because that's the sort of thing that might get you upset. You may want to skip that part of the show. We've left out some of the more violent details, but we still wanted to warn you. It's a story somewhat akin to what happened to the goat in the first Jurassic Park movie, if that helps at all. As of this recording, we're not exactly sure where it's falling in the show, but we will have a warning for it before it begins, and we will include the start and end point for that story in the show notes and description for tonight's show. Because by the time we post it, we will know where it's falling. So if you're looking for the specific time it appears, consult the show description or notes before you continue tonight. Yes, and this story is a somewhat infamous component of the legend of Meltwater, so we elected to include it tonight in support to the finale, let's say. Yes, and there will be another warning shortly before that section begins. All right, finally, I want to give a very quick shout out to friend of the show, Bill Richardson, too, tonight. Bill, hang in there. We hope that you get well soon, sir. Yes, Bill, we're thinking about you, sir. Okay,
the Bible
dive back into Mel's
with data about, for example, like in this picture, how they're mandated or
well, when we left our hero, we left him in an alley and in not such great shape, right?
Charitable donations,
some
a
shadowy
whole variety
authority
of
figure, let's say. Could be
types. And the
government,
Talmud
could be
goes on
military.
great length
Let me just say,
categorizing
Mel is speculating that
about the stipulations of who is eligible and who is required to give and all kinds of
he
things.
doesn't
Maybe we'll
know.
get
Well,
a
it's a
little
big
bit
mystery.
more
And it can
when
also
we
well
get
be
to the
made up.
Talmudic theory.
But
But nevertheless,
that's a good
you
part
know,
of
the
the story.
Bible
Like I
is
said,
a
if you
tremendously
leave
rich source.
room
We
for
just
doubt,
have to
you
sort of
don't
read
box
it
yourself
backward
in
to
or
get a
get yourself
sense
in a
of
corner
what
with
the
this kind of
economic
stuff.
history must have been like.
So we're
As long as we
left
understand
off
that
by
the primary
someone,
thrust
some
of the biblical
shadowy
text is
entity
ultimately
with
to
some
bring
means,
people closer
if
to
we're going to
God,
go with the story,
ultimately to make them more
in a
compliant
very
with divine
seedy and
mandates and so on.
dangerous
So
San
we
Francisco
do have,
alley,
however,
somewhere
many other
in one of the
sources
rough parts of
outside
town.
of the Bible for
And
economic
he
history of the
doesn't know
period that
what
we're discussing
happened.
here,
All we
but
know
they
is
tend to
that
be really
he
quite
wakes up
fragmentary
mostly
and,
because,
you know,
let's say, some of the
cryptic. Like,
inhabitants of
for
that
example,
alley
there are
were trying to rouse him to get him
102
to sing some
scraps
Willie
of
Nelson
tax
songs
receipts
because
written
Bill
on
describes himself as, yeah, I look a lot like
pieces
Willie
of
Nelson.
clay
So we can
that
imagine
were
where the long
found
great
in an
ponytail.
archaeological dig
And
around
I
the city
guess
of
looking
Samaria
enough
in
like
Shomron,
him that, you know, of course,
believed to be
they're
associated with
teasing
the
him,
palace
sure,
of
but
King
they were
Ahab.
rousing him.
And
Finally,
these are
he's
essentially
very groggy. He
sort of
wakes up and
tax
he realizes
notations. It
I
appears
don't know
that
where I
when
am, and he
various
tries to get his
taxes
bearings.
were
He looks up
brought
and
to
down
the
the
king,
alley,
like let's say an
and
amphora of
he's in a
wine
bit of a state.
or
So this is what
a
happened
big
as a recap. Of
container
course, we're all
of
used to
wheat or
recaps if
something
you're
like
watching
that,
any kind of streaming
then
show.
the
Every show has one because there's a lot going on,
probably the
and there's
person
no
who
less
was
going on
giving
here.
the
This
tax
could
was
be
right,
a pretty
you
good
know, how
streaming
much wine
series,
was
I
in
think.
here
Yeah,
and
good,
who
absolutely.
was giving it to whom,
Bill had accepted the offer
from
from the
which
government
tax
to leave
collector or
town,
something like
as
that,
Art said.
and the date and so on, and it was
going
kind of
wrong.
like a
Good advice.
primitive
And he was told
tax
to, as
collection
instructions,
record
leave his
system.
car and wait at the rest stop
Unfortunately,
outside
of the
of the town
102
of
scraps,
I
only
guess
a little
off
more
of
than half of
I-90,
them
which
are
runs
legible,
south of
and
the
they're
city
all
limits,
like
it seems.
broken up like
Then he
this.
was
So it's
taken to
very
the
difficult to
airport,
tease
and
out
then to
really
San Francisco,
detailed
and then
analysis
taken
of
to
the economic
Australia.
life, except that
That
A,
was kind of a
there
dream
were
that he
taxes,
hinted at
which,
he
you
would
know, as they say in
like to
Hebrew, you have
take
to
as an
cost.
offer. Like
We knew
that'd be
there were
fine with
taxes.
him.
That's pretty
He
much a
loves
permanent
wombats.
aspect
He's
of
really
human
into animal rescue,
human
especially
condition.
wombats, and research,
But
but
at least you get
also
some sense of how it must
herbs
have been
and plants.
delivered
Yes,
from one
indigenous
place
herbs
to
and
another.
plants for medicinal
However,
purposes.
as
Those are his interests,
Dr.
and if
Barron
the government's
also
going to
goes
take him
on,
anywhere where he's just way
you know,
out at
Israel
sea,
is one
way out of the
particular
picture. What does he
area,
have
and
that's
it's true that we
fine?
have this very
Should
dense
be
text
halfway
called the
across
Bible
the
to give
globe,
us
and
some,
that's where he chose. They
you know,
agreed to.
insight
So
into the economics of
they
the region.
arranged so
But
he could bring
we
his
also
two
have
dogs with him.
much data
And
from the
some of the
surrounding
indigenous
regions,
plants.
particularly
And
the
as he
region of
says, if you know
Tigris,
anything
for
about
example,
traveling to Australia
which
or
would be
really any island,
contemporary
Hawaii is the
Syria,
same way.
Lebanon,
They're not too
where if
keen
we put
on
together
just
all
popping
of this
up with
economic
your
data, we can get
pets
at least
and your
some better
plants.
sense of how
They
to
had
use
to be very
herbs
careful about
economically, how
that.
they support
Australia's
themselves.
no
Let's try
different.
and
So he
understand a
said,
little bit
well,
about
again,
what
if
we
you
know.
go with the story that
So one of
they
the
waved him on through.
most
Fine. Just take your
profound
dogs, take your
shifts
plants.
that we
It's all
see
set up. And he
in
said, yeah, it was all set up.
Israeli
The
economy,
payments
or the
were coming
economy
through.
of
Those were
the
showing
Jews
up
of
in his
ancient
bank
Israel
account. They were
is
delivering
the
as
shift
promised.
from animal
Just an important
husbandry
note here. I
to
think we all
agriculture.
know that
In this
super
portrait, not
famous
a
case between
Jewish portrait,
Johnny
obviously
Depp
it's a
and
Christian
Amber
portrait from
Heard
Botticelli,
that
the
was
trials of Moses.
not so recently in the
Moses is
news
shown here
when their
in
dogs
a
went to
yellow
Australia in
robe, and there's
2015,
kind
and
of a
Australia
sort of
threatened
like a
to
comic
have
book
them
panel
put
with all
down.
kinds of
Right.
adventures
Yeah, I
that
bet y'all
Moses
thought I
had
was
in
going to
his
talk about
life,
a different
and you can
case
see
just
he's
then. But yeah,
reproduced
that's how
several times
serious they
over.
are about the
And in
dogs
several
coming
of
over there.
them,
And Hawaii's the
he
same
is
way. I know because
shown
I've traveled to
as a
Hawaii and I
shepherd.
wanted to take my
In
dog,
fact,
and I can't remember how long the
identification
quarantine was.
of
I think it
Jewish
was at
leaders
least 30
with
days. Might have been longer.
shepherding is
Anyway,
quite
folks,
profound and
that's
has,
the
you
arrangement.
know,
And guess what? As he
philosophical
says,
ramifications
of
as well.
course, you can
Like
imagine there's
David is a
complex
shepherd,
paperwork involved.
Abraham is a
But he said it was
shepherd,
already set up. They
Moses
can
is a
make that
shepherd.
happen if
Over
they
and over
want
again,
to.
we see
And
animal
just as a
husbandry
little
as a
aside,
feature,
if you don't
particularly
believe
of
that people who are
Jewish
deemed important
leaders.
in our society are
When the
treated a little
Jews
bit better,
enter Israel,
well,
however,
I was
it's clear
working
that there
on
is
a
a
automotive
shift
dealer
from
show
animal
where the
husbandry
international
to
president of a
agriculture. And
major
that makes sense because
Japanese automotive
Israel is,
brand
after all,
was
quite
going to give a
a
speech.
diverse area. There
And
are
then
40
they had another event to
distinct
go to in
geographic
Germany,
units
like
of
the next
the
day.
economy
And
in
right after the
ancient
speech,
Israel.
they were escorted directly to
The
the
way that the
airport.
Jews were
Didn't have to
settled
go
at
through
time,
customs, got
and I'm
nothing
now
checked.
sort of generalizing, by
Got
the
them an
way,
E6
over
or whatever they
a
take,
little
and
over
went
1,000 years.
straight to their
There are
destination.
400
So when
settlements,
you're
which are
that
called
important
Arim
and you
in
have
Hebrew.
people clearing the
You
way for
translate
you,
that as
those
cities,
things
but
can happen.
less than
Yes,
1,000
except
people in each
on
of those
9/11,
cities, to be sure.
when
They're
no
essentially
one was
farming
getting
communities
including
that
that
would
guy.
have
That
some
was
kind
actually
of
the day of the
village
show.
settlement,
That
perhaps
was
with
my
some
9/11
kind of
story.
wall around it,
Even he was
to
not
protect
getting
them
anywhere
from
directly.
marauders.
No
Have a
flights
look
at
at
all.
the
Out
map
of
of
Vegas.
ancient Israel.
So
You can
to
see
Mel's
that
point of
it
view,
is
it's like,
dotted
well,
with a wide
everything's all set up.
variety
It was a piece of cake.
economic resources.
There, of course,
Looking
was
from
some
the north, which
cooperation
would be
on the part
closer
of the
to
Australian
the region
government.
of
But as far as
Lebanon,
he
you
knew,
have
well, the money's
timber, of
there,
course,
the
the
flight's
cedars
there,
of Lebanon.
they want me out of the way,
You
that's
have
fine.
mines
Do
for
your thing,
iron
I'm
and
gonna go do
copper. Will
mine.
be especially important
Now, so far
once
so good,
coinage
right?
begins to be produced.
Well,
You have the so-called Tyrian
for
purple,
reasons that aren't entirely clear based on all his interviews. He does decide to come back to the United States. He says, well, he misses his family, he wanted to get back. But there were other more complex things going on, I think, with his finances and the land and his ex-wife, who he had a reportedly amicable relationship with. But she, in fact, technically was the owner of the land that the hole was on. That
orchards,
he was apparently leasing it, but
textiles
there may have been
are
something
very
going on with
big
his finances. He wanted to come back to the United States. He missed his family
metalwork mines
and other folks, I suppose. And so he
Jericho,
came back to the U.S. and he had informed Art that he was ready to come back on the show. He'd been gone a couple of years, and he thought it'd be fun to come back on the show. At this point, the story, the original story, has really
all
blown
kinds of
up.
different
And if you
industrial
believe the
activities
setup
going
here,
on.
the U.S. government was willing to give
In terms of
Mel
commerce, I
essentially
mean,
$3
obviously
million
that
a year
flows
for the use of the
from the
property.
variety of
He had
goods
to
that are
sign an
available.
NDA, a non-disclosure
Biblical
agreement,
text
for
refers to
certain
what we might
aspects of
call
it, and he does
guilds,
tell
where
Art, like, well, I can only
artisans,
disclose as much as I
individuals,
can, but there's
sometimes,
also a lot I
especially in the
don't know
Talmudic period,
about what
there
they're
are
doing on the
particular
property. He just took off, and
towns
there's a lot of
that are
mysteries.
devoted to
If he's
particular
setting us
crafts.
up
So,
here
for example,
for
villages that
a
are
big
filled
lake
with
pole,
tanners,
then
and all they
he's
do is
seeding
they
it
tan
just
leather.
right, because
We
he
do have
doesn't
biblical
say I saw
references to
anything
Jews
weird. He just says,
engaging
well,
in international trade,
Orthodox wouldn't go near
especially
it, as
during
you
the high
might
point
recall.
of the United
Birds
Monarchy under
apparently
Solomon.
wouldn't sit on it, but
When,
I
of
don't
course,
know about
they
any
moved to
other
the
weird
divided
stuff. He
monarchy
said, I
and
didn't see
Civil
any
War,
black beam, I didn't see any
the
zombie
northern
monarchs.
kingdom of Israel, in
He's
particular,
just saying that's what people told
slaves and
him.
national
That's how he's
slaves
setting it
over
up.
the region, and so
And all
they
he can
cut
say is
off
like,
from a
well,
lot of
look,
their
the only
natural
thing that was
markets
I
and a
noticed that
lot of
was
their
weird is
natural
that it never
resources.
filled up,
But
and I don't
we
think I
see
could reach the
the
bottom.
economy
Now, he also
gradually
admits,
growing
yeah,
from
maybe
that
the
original
weight
animal
of the wine
husbandry
itself,
through
which he
industry
calculated
and
at
commerce,
about
and
17 to
ultimately
18
you have
pounds
regular
and
coinage
80,000
produced by the 6th
feet
century
of
before the
line,
Common
about
Era. I just want to
15.1
show you this
miles
one
of
great
line.
image. This was just
Maybe that was
discovered
enough
this month.
to make
A
the tension
2
on
shekel
the
weight
filament seem
from
like
the
it's not
first
hitting
temple
bottom.
period.
He didn't
Obviously,
know.
it's
He just
the
knew
stone
how much
on the
line
left
he
there.
put in.
Yeah.
Another
Imagine what it must
misconception
have
is
been
that
like to deal with
that
these
doesn't mean
weights and
it's
measures
80,000 feet
in
deep.
your
He just
daily
says that's
shop.
how much line I put in.
Okay,
Right.
I hope you
And he's
found
very
that
careful to
interesting,
say what he
and
doesn't
we'll
know about it.
continue by looking
It starts
at
off like,
family
this is what I love about the story. It starts off like, okay, that's kind of weird. Maybe he's just misinterpreting, like we said, maybe it's just spooled up, in a big root down below, and it's just the line's heavy enough that it just seems like it's bottomless. And maybe all that trash and junk that people threw in wasn't as much as people thought.
It did occur to me that if Mel's hole isn't exactly straight deep, if it's got some bends in it,
Let's
or
take a
something,
few minutes to discuss
here
the
you can see
nature
where
of the
something
family
might be
in
thrown
biblical
into
Israel.
it and
Now, this is an
bounce and
incredibly
deflect, and by the
complicated
time it
and
hits the
massive
bottom,
topic
it's
that
not
deserves a
directly below the
phenomenal amount of
entrance.
attention, but
And maybe
we're
the
just going to
sound
be able
wouldn't
to
carry
touch
back up.
on it briefly
Maybe it
within
falls
the
into
scope
a
of our
larger
historical
cavern.
survey.
We know
We
that
will come
what
back
little
to
I know
many of
about
these aspects
oil
in a
and
much
gas
later
pockets and
video when we
underwater
talk specifically
lakes
about
and
women.
whatever. There could
That's
be
going to be
a
an
huge
important
cave that
part
it falls
of
into
today's brief
that's
lecture
filled
as
with
well.
liquid
But
or of some
I'll
kind.
explain why
Yeah,
this
I mean,
is
maybe
so
the sound
challenging.
wouldn't carry back up.
I'd like to
It's
speak
possible.
very
I
briefly and in
believe a lot of
general
room
broad
for
strokes
acoustic
about the
anomalies
nature of the
something
family from the earliest sources we have of basically
Yeah,
Genesis
long,
up until the end of the first temple period, which is 586 before the Common Era. So that's a massive chunk of time. We're speaking about really over 1,000 years. So, we're generalizing very heavily within the space of a few minutes. Secondly, we should understand that it's very challenging to try to describe things which are so elemental to the human condition. I mean, we use the word family in a historical context, and we use the word family today. Family is, of course, something that all of us are wrapped up in extremely complex and deep-seated ways. Family is basic to our identity. And so it's very difficult to separate our own experience of what family is or ought to be from what we read in the textual tradition. For example, if you look at this classic image, it's Norman Rockwell's famous painting, Freedom from Want, which of course was featured in the magazines throughout the middle of the 20th century. And this is obviously a Thanksgiving dinner, and you see the happy family around it, and the patriarch and matriarch with multiple generations of the family members around there, all smiling as they enjoy this large turkey, right? that's
to
the,
this military
the
organization
title
or
is
whoever it
Freedom
was.
from Want.
During this time,
But
he was gone
this is clearly
around 2
an
years, as best we
idealized
can
image
tell,
of
which
what a
is
Thanksgiving
$6
dinner
million
would be
at
like,
that
right?
point that
Everyone's
he's
happy,
taking
everyone
to
likes each other,
Australia.
no one's on their
And
phone, no one's
he
arguing
spent most of
politics,
that money
no one's wanting to
rescuing
get back to
wombats,
the
which was a
football
big
game.
concern
This
at
is like
this
kind of
time.
like what
I
we
actually
want
remember it being
family
in the
to
news
be,
when I was
but it's
younger.
not necessarily what
And I
family
guess he built
actually
a large
is.
facility
So there were
contributed a
elements
lot to
of
saving
an idealized
But
deal
at this
that are
point,
shown
for
here
reasons
that
we'll
we'd
try
like to sort of
elucidate as much as we
project
can
backward
going
in
forward,
time,
he is
but it
coming
would
back
be
to the
absurd to
States.
say
He's called
every
Art. He
single
said he's going to come
Thanksgiving
back on
dinner,
the show.
especially
Art
in the
does
year
a little publicity. He says,
1943.
hey,
Think of what
Mel
that must have
Waters,
been
can you
like,
believe it? Mel's
you
home.
know,
He's been in
the
Australia
end
these
of
past
World
couple
War
of years.
II
He's
and
coming
the
back. He's going
battle
to
in
be
the
on the show
Pacific and all
on such and
kinds of
such a date. I
very
can't remember what it was,
difficult
2000,
times
I think.
for
It was, I know it was
Americans.
prior to
You know, this is
9/11.
clearly
It was
an
right
aspirational
before his
Thanksgiving dinner.
return.
So
And later
when we
interviews
go
as
back and
we
look
go
at
along
the
chain of events
family
here,
in biblical
towards the
times,
millennium.
we're
So,
kind of
right, may have
trapped
been
within our
close to,
own
I think it's
mentality of
December
human experience.
1999.
And then
Yeah,
furthermore,
reading
we
that now.
can't
So
read
may have
past what the text actually gives us as data. The text is moreover layered. I mean, we have the biblical text itself, which describes family to some degree, perhaps aspirationally for then, in the ancient period, but then it is interpreted through the Mishnah, which we're going to speak about in later classes, but then that doesn't reach a textual form until centuries later. The Talmud still later, the Halakha, meaning Jewish law, still later than that, and then there's individual custom or minhag. So these textual layers, we're reading all of these things backwards to try and ascribe what we think a family should be to sometimes very fragmentary descriptions that go back thousands of years. So with that kind of caveat, let's try to understand at least a few basic things about the family in the ancient world, which may be somewhat counterintuitive to what we think today in the 21st century. Perhaps one of the most striking aspects of the family in the ancient world is that one of the relative non-issues is race. Race is incredibly important in American culture, and this is, of course, the legacy of the transatlantic slave trade, Civil War, civil rights issues, Jim Crow, which is still playing out as I'm speaking these words. There's been a huge Black Lives Matter social justice movement that's rocking America in the context of a very contentious election. But race does not seem to be a significant category for the Bible. There are references to peoples, and there are occasionally references to skin color, but generally speaking, it does not seem to be a huge, issue. For example, here's a 17th century representation of Moses and his Ethiopian wife. In fact, she is described, Zipporah, as a Cushi. She's also described in another context as a Midianite, and there's some dispute over what exactly that means. But the commentators don't seem to be especially bothered by the idea that Moses, who is presumably Semitic in racial characteristics, would marry an African who could be theoretically Nubian, as we see in this particular representation. So race itself is not nearly as important as peoplehood. That is, who is your ethnos, to which ethnos does one belong. But continuing with gender, that's a far more important thing in the definition of family in ancient world. Whether or not one is born male or female is huge. There's a lot of discussion which I think we won't be able to discuss here for now. But heterosexuality is considered the norm, and homosexuality is deeply frowned upon, especially male homosexuality. There is a discussion in the Talmud later of multiple genders besides simply male and female. And perhaps we'll get to that when we get to more Talmudic discussion. But for the time being, let's focus ourselves on two sexes, male and female, and they're considered to be exclusive for the institution of marriage. However, that marriage can be polygamous. That is, one husband and multiple wives, as in the famous story of Jacob marrying two wives, Rachel and Leah, shown here in Michelangelo's representation. And in fact, there's kind of like a half marriage status, which is called a pelegish in Hebrew, or a concubine in
And he has no
in
idea
English.
what's going on.
And a concubine is essentially like a wife in all respects, but lacking the protections that are inherent to marriage. As the Talmud defines it, again, later in the Jewish tradition, we have these definitions that are explained. A concubine may simply be dismissed at will, whereas a wife has a guarantee in her wedding for marital support during the marriage, and if the marriage is dissolved, then she has a right to support afterwards in the form of a financial settlement. We'll get back to that in just a second. It's also important that gender has relationship to the status of the children. Patrilineal descent is not recognized in much of Jewish history. It's not entirely clear what exactly is going on in the biblical text alone when you separate the biblical text from the later discussions of it in the Mishnah, the Talmud, and the commentaries. It appears that there is patrilineal descent in many of the figures of the Bible. Joseph, of course, marries an Egyptian woman. Again, there's midrashim that would adjust that slightly, same with Moses, as we saw earlier. Some commentators like Tosfot, just to continue this one more sentence, Tosfot in the Middle Ages suggests that before the giving of the Torah, the law was patrilineal, that a child followed his or her father's status. And after giving the Torah, it became matrilineal. Certainly, for the huge bulk of Jewish history, Judaism has been strictly matrilineal until 1983, when the Reform movement introduced the idea of patrilineal descent. Again, I mentioned that in the last video. We'll have to come back to the 20th century. So at any rate, the mother is extremely important. Whether or not the mother is a full wife or a concubine, or as we shall see later, even a more casual relationship. Women also have very distinct status with regards to things like slavery. Jewish men may be enslaved, but Jewish women may not be enslaved. Once they reach maturity, they will not be enslaved at all. They have a diminished agency, however. There are certain elements of legal practice, meaning, for example, serving as a witness and things like that. Again, I'm reading the biblical text through the lens of the later commentators of Mishnah and Talmud, but the women seem to be at a diminished status when it comes to certain elements of their legal standing. And similarly, in terms of inheritance, the general understanding of women in the biblical period is that women are almost always existing, and it's considered to be an ideal status to be within the shadow of another male, either in the shadow of their father, that is, under the protection of their father, later under the protection of their husband, and finally in a widow status, then under the protection of their adult sons. There are always men who are protecting women. The idea of a woman who is separated from this is considered to be placing her at tremendous disadvantage. On the other hand, that does not necessarily diminish a woman's rights as a single person to engage in business, land, affect contracts, and all kinds of things. Much more of this we'll discuss when we speak specifically about women later on in this series. But there's no question that it would be absurd to ascribe kind of modern equality to men and women in the ancient world. This is a patriarchal society. The only thing I think is worth really debating is whether or not it is like a benign or beneficent patriarchy, if you want to argue that such a thing exists at all. The last thing I should point out is that in terms of the family structure, which was often multi-generational, living in the same household and things like that, is the idea of lineage. The concept of legitimacy in modern terms, like whether or not someone is illegitimate, or to use a more colloquial term, bastard. It has a distinct meaning in the biblical text. There is something called a mamzer, and more fleshed out when we get to Mishnah.
She's
but
a government
the
plant out to
offspring
track them.
of
The guy who's the
non-sanctioned
FCC
relationship
agent
is not
is the
necessarily
one who is willing to give her the benefit
disadvantaged
of the doubt. Of course, there's
in
the
their
romantic tension
future
there, but
lives.
they don't believe her.
The
She comes
only
back out of the bathroom
sanctions
having
are
pulled one
applied,
of
and
the
they are
rollers, and
very
there's an
heavy
antenna in it.
sanctions,
Right.
when a
That
marriage is
reminds me of what you have to
prohibited,
with
such as, for
implants. It's like
example,
Daddy
a
explained
marriage that
Gary
involves a
Lovelace's
married woman and
X-rays that he
someone
can
other
show
than
you.
her husband,
Yeah, that
or
there's
a
something
brother
weird
and a
in
sister,
there
or a
with
father and
no
a daughter, and
incision
so on.
marks, and
But
then it's gone.
relationships
And he's
which
got
could
those X-rays.
conceivably
It's one of those head
be
scratchers,
consummated,
but who knows? And I thought maybe there was
but they
something
have
in the
not,
minerals in his
been
molars that
officially
was
sanctioned
wanted
by religious
some
authorities,
authority to study
nevertheless
later.
do
I think it's
constitute,
just interrogation torture, and he doesn't remember the
relationships
details.
that do not
So
result
now you're
in
talking
illegitimate
Zell from
offspring.
Marathon.
And
Man.
in
Yeah,
fact, if
well,
I can
it's what it
cite
seems like
my
to me. They
teacher,
picked
Rabbi
him up. I mean, they got the IV
Rothschild,
in him.
he
They are
used to
numbing
say
him.
that
They're
one
maybe
should
in the stress
never
room, and
cast
they're asking him
aspersions at
questions about
anyone's
what he did
lineage
in
or
Australia
background,
or whatever else.
because
Was he in
in
Australia? We
reality,
don't
when
know.
you look
I mean,
at
that's the other thing. It's
the
pretty convenient to be
biblical
halfway
line
around the
of the
planet saving
Messiah,
wombats. I mean, talk
it
about something
runs
hard to
through
confirm.
some very
And then,
sketchy
and then in the
relationships when you
future, what
look
we're going
at
to
them
hear is
on
that
the
the
surface,
wombat
such
sanctuary
as,
was
for
torn down
example,
and disbanded.
Judah
So it's like even
and
harder to
his
find out.
widowed
There's a lot of
daughter-in-law
convenience
Tamar,
to
shown
those
here,
facts. By the
an
way, I'm not
extremely,
making my judgment now. I'm just
challenging
looking at the
passage
big
in
picture here.
Genesis
But to
that
me, if
usually
you
is
believe any
skipped
of this at
over
all,
in
and the
grade
teeth
school
are out,
because it is
I
really
don't
a little
think the
bit too
teeth
racy.
necessarily had any cash
Or
value. To me, you take somebody's teeth
Boaz
out because you're messing with them, and you want to know the answer to
status,
the
and
question
then
that you're asking.
furthermore,
We may never
David and
know, but
Bathsheba,
yeah,
all
you
of
did make me
these
think about
relationships
Dustin Hoffman.
all
Yes,
invoke
yeah,
certain
very easy.
questions
That's
of
easy to
legitimacy, and
Easy to
nevertheless,
save.
this is
Something
considered the
bad has
line from
happened
which
to
the
Mel.
Messiah
Now,
will be
Art
born
was believing
in the
that
Jewish
he was
tradition. So
actually
one should
in
never cast
Australia.
aspersions
This is a real
on
person,
anyone's
of course.
family
This is not,
background.
this is not
That's
a
true.
hot
Art did
talk.
say
Okay, I hope
when
you found that
he was
interesting.
communicating
And
with him
we
from
will
Australia,
continue
it was
with the
clear
final
that he was
discussion
in
of
Australia
daily
during
life.
the
But first,
communication
we're
that
going
he
to
was
look at
having.
ritual
Right, and
life.
then he's coming
very
back,
briefly.
and he doesn't
Thank you
show
for
up. So that's where we're at now. But here's something else that was more important. There's another thing that was stolen off of Mel that is possibly much more mind-blowing and important, and that was his belt buckle.
That's what you're thinking. It's like, what? Who cares about this belt buckle? And there's another thing going on here too, and that Mel found out when he got back that some legal action
Let us
had been
conclude
taken
our
against
very
him
brief
relating
survey of
to
daily life in
property.
biblical Israel
He's not great
by
at
looking at a
describing
very
the
important
scenarios, which in
element
a way
of
makes me
daily
believe
life,
him more.
ritual.
Because it's
And
not
this
a
is something
super
which,
buttoned up
like
thing.
most of the
Liars
topics we
do
discuss here,
is they
go
bring
much
lots
longer
and lots
and
of
really be the
extra
subject of
intense details
long
because they're trying
series,
to
but I'm
convince
just going to
themselves of the
focus
lie
on a
they're sharing.
couple of key
And a lot
points
of
here
times with
for
Mel, you
our
go back and
purposes.
listen to it over and
First of
over,
all,
and you still
it's
can't
important
quite
to
follow
know
it. And it's not
that
because it
there
sounds like
is
he's
a
necessarily
unique
making it up.
belief
It's because it's
that
a
goes
complicated
along with these
reason, a
people
complicated
that we're
story,
following
and he's
from
just
their
trying to relay
earliest
it. And
origins.
he,
And
in some
that
ways, is
belief
not great
system is
at
typically
imparting
called
information.
Judaism.
But one
The
of the things
history
that he
of
says
Judaism is quite
that
complex, and
someone
there are a
came
lot
along
of
and looked at
amazing
the
things
property, his
associated
wife or
with it.
whatever, and
But let's
it
point
had
out just a few
now it had
really
a septic
important ones.
system
First
and
of all,
paved roads
we
and
should
all these
note
things that
that,
were
and
not
this is
permitted
often
or
not
allowed and was not
understood
supposed to have
by
any
viewers
improvements
from
on
the
it.
outside,
And as a result, they were able to
Judaism,
nullify his
of course, its
arrangement
key
with his
text is
ex-wife
the
regarding the
Torah,
property,
which
and that
is
essentially it was
normally
no longer
understood to
his, which would
refer to
also mean
the first
that the $4
5
million
books
a
of
month
Moses.
rent
So if you
would
pick
no
up your
longer be
typical
his either.
Bible,
Some of
whether
that
it
he was
is a
paying
Jewish
apparently
Bible, a Christian
$25,000
Bible, of
a
whatever
month
denomination, the
to
first
his
5
ex.
books
So
will
he said
likely
he
be
described that as
Genesis,
an
Exodus,
amicable
Leviticus,
relationship. He
Numbers,
said
and
we were
Deuteronomy.
still
That
friends. He said
is
we
the
something
Torah.
to the effect of we couldn't pull
When
off
we
a marriage,
speak
but
a
we were
few
friends.
weeks from
That's
now
part of
about
the
the
divorce
world of the
settlement. It's kind of
sages, I'd like to
scrubbed
come
in a
back
way.
to
I don't
this
think
text
she
and
had
talk
any
a little bit
Yeah,
more
it didn't have a
about
lot of
what
value.
it means,
didn't really want
and
to
how it
work
fits
land.
within
He
the
said, well, you know,
overarching
doing that stuff. You got
structure
your
of
trailers
Judaism
up
and
there.
so on.
He
But for the
wasn't
time being, I'd
finding
like to
any
point out
disagreements
that there are
before
really
that.
2
Because he said it
Torahs.
was
There
pretty
is
worthless
the
land.
written Torah,
And
that's the
his wife
first
said,
5
well,
books,
I'll give you
and then
that's
there
part of
is the
settlement.
oral
And
Torah,
if you
Torah
believe the
Shabbat,
character of
which
Mel
is,
as a character,
for our
he's very
Jews is right now basically the series of teachings that are encapsulated in the Talmud. According to traditional Jewish theology, the oral Torah, which is a commentary on, an amplification of, and a discussion of things which are not necessarily included in the written Torah, is a massive body of teachings which was given to Moses on Mount Sinai along with the written Torah. And what is definitely true is that it is impossible to understand Judaism without working with both of these texts, with the written Torah and the oral Torah, which of course later became written down. We still call it the oral Torah, even though it is in textual form and study text right now. Again, I'm going to put that on pause because we'll come back to that when we start talking about the world of the sages. Now, what are some of the key elements elements in Judaism that are really important for us in the biblical period that we're discussing. First is the great emphasis on monotheism, which is such a strong, central thread that runs through all Jewish teachings. There are modern biblical critics who will disagree with the extent of monotheism in the original Torah, but there's no question that as a people, historically, Jews have understood their faith to be essentially monotheistic, worshiping one God. Furthermore, this is not a kind of like distant God who either created the world and set it spinning and ignored it as some kind of deist model, and also not sort of like a huge, immortal, all-powerful child God like you have in a lot of the polytheistic faiths, where if you look at the stories of the Greek gods, for example, they're engaged in all kinds of behaviors associated with character flaws and things like that. This is a God who is deeply involved in history, communicating individually with human beings, making demands of human beings, and even being answerable to human beings to some extent. For example, in the famous negotiation that Abraham has with God over the destruction of Sodom and Gomorrah. So there's a lot of fascinating things in that relationship that's called a personal theater, in the sense that God listens to prayer. That is an innovation that's very strong within early Judaism that we do not see with the same degree in other polytheistic faiths. And finally, massive contribution to world culture, the creation of the Sabbath, or Shabbat in Hebrew. The Sabbath, the one day off in seven, commemorating creation, is something which the Jews bequeathed to the world through Judaism and made a major impact on the way that we organize our lives and the way we see our relationship to the cosmos as a whole. Now, these are just some basic core ideas in Judaism, but let us not forget, even a cursory familiarity with the Bible will reveal that one should never confuse Judaism and Jews. Right? This is a famous quote from Rabbi Rothschild, that Judaism may be like fantastic and idealistic and all kinds of things, but Jews don't necessarily live up to those values. So frequently throughout the Bible, really in the Torah itself and in the later sections called the prophets and the writings, you find the Jews, as it were, backsliding, worshiping local Canaanite gods like this one here, the god Baal, which is basically a weather god, very popular in the region. Asherah, there are many other gods that are mentioned throughout the text. And Jews, when for whatever reason, not really the purpose of our discussion today, but for whatever reason, they tend to forget about the God that took them out of Egypt and say, oh, what about this guy? This guy's kind of interesting too. And then they get punished for it, and they go through repentance, and there's a whole cycle that you see repeating itself over and over again in the Hebrew Bible. And one might argue right up until the 21st century. But that's all I really want to say for a very, cursory look at Judaism right now. We will return to it in much greater detail when we look at the world of the sages and think about how Judaism works within the context of the oral Torah. Certainly, the Jewish calendar is of extreme importance to this early society in Israel. It's an agricultural economy, and the three pilgrimage holidays signify tremendous meaning within the context of the Torah, particularly the written Torah, but also happen to coincide with the agricultural season. So the joyous bringing of the first fruit on Shavuot, for example, the harvest season, all kinds of interesting things like that. Of course, the most well-known outside of Judaism is certainly the holiday of Passover, which commemorates the departure from Egypt. It's a spring holiday, and we've discussed it before how it's such an important ritual, because at the Seder table, it's a home-based ritual where the family has to go through the story of the Exodus. Children must participate, and so on. This is, if you look at this fantastic image, this is from the famous and somewhat confusing bird's head Haggadah, 14th century Germany. And one of the unusual things about it is that many, but not all, of the figures represented there have a bird's head instead of a human head. They're clearly marked as Jews. For example, the male figure on the left has a Judenhood, which was an article of clothing that Jews were required to wear in certain parts of Europe after the Fourth Lateran Council of 1215. So we know it's a Jew because of that labeling. But why the bird's heads? It's most likely related to a hesitancy on the part of Jewish artists to contravene the commandment that prohibits the worship of any graphic representation of a being in the world. That has been observed or ignored or reinterpreted throughout the centuries in different ways, but in the 14th century in Germany, apparently the artist must have felt rather sensitive about it, and so rather than portray human beings, they kind of backed it off a little bit by portraying, in this case, birds. So let's get back to that when we go to medieval Ashkenaz when we discuss it. But anyway, I really like this particular image because it clearly is it's a woman who is baking some of the unleavened bread, the matzah, that's necessary for Passover, and the Jewish figure on the left, the woman is presumably Jewish as well. The Jewish man on the left is saying, what? $25 a pound? Right, which is something that even modern Jews can certainly identify with. Okay, let's look finally at the life cycle. And just one quick note here. As we mentioned a couple lectures ago, really important element of the life cycle is gender. There's a very different series of events and celebrations which are associated with men than with women. There are definitely points of great celebration for women in life cycle. Marriage is considered one of the high points, but men generally get more of these. There are life cycle events associated with the first Friday night of a male's birth. And then there's the circumcision, of course, on the 8th day, which is portrayed here in a 3rd century mosaic in the big Alpha Synagogue of Guinness, which is a Mesopotamian synagogue. We'll get to that one as well. And then, of course, the bar mitzvah ritual, which formally recognizes a child, a male child, as achieving adulthood, the age of majority. Women also have that age majority at the age of 12 rather than 13, and it happens automatically regardless of any ritual performed in synagogue or not. So a lot to say about what is the synagogue, what is the temple, and so on, and I would like to return to them really when we can discuss them more fully in the context of the oral Torah. For now, looking at the biblical period, I'm going to leave it at this point, and thank you very much for watching.
I have to floss all the time, so but I actually prefer the floss picks, and they have a refillable version of the floss pick too. You can restring it over and over like a tiny little guitar. Just one floss pod, which it comes preloaded with durable mid-flavored string. I like that, and it replaces 180.
Okay, let us continue with our discussion of the political and social history in the northern kingdom of Israel. And I'd like to make a few key points, but really focus on the dissolution of the northern kingdom with its invasion by the Assyrians and the exile of the 10 northern tribes and the importation of the Samaritans. We're going to explore those in a little more detail in subsequent videos. But for now, let's just have a look at a few key ideas. First of all, let's just look at something that's important for the 8th century and from the perspective of the outside of the Jewish world. We'll look at some of the Assyrian documents. And I want to go over the map with you in a few minutes, so don't panic if you're not exactly sure where is Assyria. Anyways, I wasn't either. We'll have a quick look at the map and I'll make things really quick. So in this amazing monolith, the Kerf monolith, which celebrates the achievements of the Assyrian king Shalmaneser III, will be very important to Israel. There's a discussion there of the Battle of Karkar, which was in 853 before the Common Era, and a few battles that were subsequent to that particular conflict. This describes a period in which Shalmaneser participated in battles not in Israel, elsewhere in northern Syria for the most part, against a multi-state or multi-regional alliance of 12 kings. And what's especially interesting for our purposes, this alliance was led by the Hatti and the sea coast, which would have been Syria and, of course, along the Mediterranean coast. Listed among the 12 kings there is King Ahav, the Israelite, right? Remember Ahab, married to Jezebel, was one of the last kings of the northern kingdom of Israel, and he provides the largest single contribution of chariots, 2,000 of them, and 10,000 troops, which puts him right up there with the biggest contributions to this war effort, which I think is fascinating because it gives you a picture of what's going on really in the northern kingdom. Now, contrasted to the southern kingdom and Judah, they had a lot of internal problems. Remember, this is the rebel state. They broke away from Judah over issues of taxation and over issues of how they're being represented, so to speak, to use kind of an American motif. I'm recording this, by the way, while they're still trying to figure out who won the 2020 election. The northern kingdom had quite a bit of tumult in the 9th century, especially when compared to the southern kingdom. Unlike the south, they did not have the same degree of attachment to the idea of a Davidic rule through the tribe of Judah. Obviously, the southern kingdom was ruled by Judah, and they had ongoing conflict Judah over the bordering territory of the tribe of Benjamin. Sometimes they would ally themselves with the south, sometimes they would actually fight with the south. There's a lot of things going on. They also have turnover of the dynasties, as in many cases generals were heavily involved. The northern Israel army was quite powerful, and from time to time the leaders of the army ended up taking over the leadership of the entire region. So there's a lot of internal, destruction going on in Israel itself during the 200 years that we're describing now, between the middle of the 10th century, when the kingdom split, until the end of the 8th century, when the kingdom was destroyed by the Assyrian invasion. But even in the midst of this tumult, you can see that the northern kingdom of Israel is a player regionally at this point. They are getting involved in larger geopolitical conflicts. They are making big alliances like King Solomon made. They are engaged in far off conflicts, which gives you some kind of picture of what the northern kingdom of Israel was like within the larger context. Here's an interesting find which points to the instability of the 9th century in Israel, discovered by Naama Yahalomat, shown here, is this fascinating figurine. We just discovered a few years ago here, and the crown around his head there indicates he's clearly of royalty. It's very beautifully preserved, little 5 centimeter figurine. Now the big question is, though, he's clearly a king. Which king is he? So just looking at this period alone, it's possible that he could be an Israelite king. This was discovered in the northern part of Israel, which had fallen under sway of the Syrians in Aram. I'll show you a map in just a second. It could have been one of the kings of the kingdom of Israel, as mentioned in the court obelisk. Could have been Ahab. It could have been his son Yehu, who mounted a ill-fated rebellion. It could have been one of the kings of Aram that had invaded Israel, and as the regional treaties between the various 12 kings began to break apart, could have been Ben-Hadad or Hazael, which were the foreign kings that ended up dominating the northern part of Israel, or it could have been a king of Tyre, perhaps Tobal. All of these are possibilities, and it gives you a sense of what kind of chaos was going on in Israel. It was tremendous dynastic upheaval, and regional conflict, foreign invasion, and so on. Okay, I've kept you waiting long enough. Let's have a look at the map and try to sort these things out. I'm going to focus on the invasion of 720 from the Assyrians, and we will follow up with some detailed discussions in the next 2 videos. But I want to give you a sense not only of that, but also its relationship to the Babylonian invasion that would occur another couple hundred years later. So here's our heroes in Jerusalem and Samaria, the kingdom of Judah, of course, in the south, with its capital at Jerusalem. And we will return, of course, to have a much longer discussion of Jerusalem and Judah in subsequent videos. And then in the north, with the capital in Samaria, you have the kingdom of Israel. Now, to their north is a larger regional kingdom, the kingdom of Aram, at times in alliance with either Israel or even with Judah, and at times hostile. And in fact, in the period that we're describing now, this is when Aram would invade the kingdom of Israel and dominate it significantly. But further north, and remember this northern trend is all following a fertile crescent, so it kind of curves around a open-ended hairpin turn and then begins to go to the south following the Euphrates and the Tigris rivers. You have the kingdom of Assyria with its base in the very old city of Nineveh, famous from the book of Jonah. And ultimately, Aram would get into trouble with Assyria and would be conquered by Assyria. Are you getting the image now of kind of like the little fish is eaten by the bigger fish, is eaten by the still bigger fish, and so on? If you aren't, think about that, because that's exactly what's going to happen here. Aram will swallow up northern Israel, and then Assyria will end up swallowing up Aram, and with it, northern Israel. And then the biggest fish, which we're going to come back to in a few lectures from now, is of course Babylonia. The Babylonian Empire, centered in a city known as Babylon, would eventually take over Assyria, which had taken over Aram, which had taken over northern Israel. And they would have huge consequences for the history of the Jews. Let us also mention, however, with the Assyrian invasion, there are two really important population transfers. That's kind of a neutral term. From the perspective of Israel, this is the exile of the 10 northern tribes that we're going to talk about in the very next video. So that's so many times this video, but you get the idea. All these things are all happening at the same time. According to the biblical account and from some fascinating non-biblical sources, the Jews from the northern region of Israel, and it's not the entire population, as we've mentioned a couple of times, it is several tens of thousands in particular segments of the socioeconomic profile of the kingdom of Israel. They are exiled to places like Gozan, the river Habor, the capital region in Nineveh, and then further to the east to the region of the Medes. These are all where we know that the 10 tribes, or the representatives of the 10 tribes, were exiled to, and we'll follow those up in the very next video. At the same time, part of the Assyrian strategy for dominating their conquered regions, which we see in other parts of their history as well, is not only to remove the local leadership, the elite, that could potentially organize a rebellion, but to bring into the region a foreign population that destabilizes a lot of the local relationships and alliance and so on. And this would be the population known as the Samaritans, who probably come from the region called Kuta. There are some questions about their origins, but Kuta is where, according to the dominant opinion, the Assyrians took their local population, conquered from the south, and forcibly shipped them to Israel to center around Samaria. In fact, in Talmudic Aramaic, the Samaritans are typically called Kutim, which is plural for Kuthites, people who come from this region. Okay, so that's what's going to happen after 720. We're going to pick it up by looking at the story of those yellow arrows in the next video. What happened to the 10 lost tribes? Thank you very much for watching.
Here to it, in that, let's take a review here. It's a harmonic device of sorts, or a sound dampening or amplification it shoots black beams. It possibly has something to do with.
Let's just start with what we know from the biblical text and from Assyrian documentation as well. So it seems there were three major periods of deportation in the late 8th century. The first was under Tiglath-Pileser III, known in Tanakh, in the Hebrew scriptures, as King Pool, and this was in the 730s. Records indicate in a few different places, when you add them up, something like 13,250 Jews were taken from the northern part of the land of Israel. Those of you who are watching this video without watching previous ones will know that I tend to use the term Jews anachronistically. Just forgive me for it, most Jews do that. At any rate, about 13,250 exiles. Appears that all of them were males, were taken from the northern region. It appears also that Jews had some experience, as we saw in the last lecture, in the military field in particular. They may have excelled especially in charioteering, and it could be that just supposition that perhaps he took some men of military age over families and things like that. Then we have a second period under Shalmaneser V and his son Sargon. Shalmaneser is on the left, and the figure on the right is believed to be Sargon II. We have a much more specific number from their records of 27,280, or elsewhere 27,290, and this occurred in the years 722 through 720, and would have affected the area around Samaria itself. This is a really hard specific number that feels a lot more real than a lot of the numbers that you see in some of these documents. And then finally, you have King Sennacherib in Hebrew, or Sennacherib in English, who claims to have removed 200,000 Jews, a very, very large number, from the region of Judah at the very end of the 8th century. We'll talk more about that 2 lectures from now. At any rate, these are the 3 major deportations that we're speaking about. It is interesting to note that the evidence from the biblical text and also from ostraca that are discovered in the region where they were resettled suggests that the Jews who were taken away were not in fact enslaved, but nevertheless they were forcibly required to remain in these places. And let's continue the story from there. So what exactly happened to them? Again, based on the biblical text and a few little bits and pieces in other sources, we see that the Jews from the kingdom of Israel itself, that is the 10 northern tribes, were sent off to these 3 locations: Hamath, which is somewhere in northern Lebanon, western Syria, the region of Gozan and nearby river, which, as you can see, is the middle circle here, and then finally out to the newly conquered region of the Assyrian Empire in Media. What happened to the Jews when they got there? So we have scattered onomastic evidence. I love these words. Onomastic means proper names, meaning we see evidence of people with Semitic and sometimes definitively Hebrew names, especially because of the theophoric nature of many Hebrew names. Theophoric is another good word. It means like it involves the name of God. Like Jews like including the name of God in their children's names. Several of my children have one of the several names of God built into their names itself. Like, for example, a common name, Michael, not the name of one of my kids, but means Michael, which is who is like God. Right? So it's very common to have a name like that. Or Kal-El, for example, Clark Kent. So when we look at some of the ostraca that are discovered, such as this one discovered in the city of Nimrud, dating from the late 7th century, often the texts are in Aramaic, very rarely in Hebrew, and there's clearly some Hebrew names, or at least Semitic names included there. just little bits of pieces of what this might mean. Sometimes these ostraka indicate that there are Jews there, or potential Jews, who were active as charioteers. As I mentioned earlier, there seems to have been some history of Jews involved in that particular aspect of the military. There's one possible Jew who was named as a village manager, again supporting the idea that they were hardly enslaved when they were out there, that they had the possibility of rising to positions of administrative authority. And one especially fascinating passage that refers to Hosea, very Jewish name, who redeems a woman named Dinah from slavery, right, paying a ransom for it. This is especially interesting because there is a very long-standing tradition of redeeming captives as a high-value mitzvah, or a commandment that devolves upon Jews, that basically says that you have to drop everything to try and redeem someone from slavery. At any rate, these are kind of like just little bits and pieces that suggest that, yes, the story has historic validity. Jews were living in these regions, that the biblical text and the Assyrian documentation coincides, but unfortunately we don't know a lot about what exactly happened to them. If we look at the map with contemporary political boundaries overlaid, we see that these exiles would have been settled in northern Lebanon, southern Syria, which is not terribly far away from Israel. It's easily conceivable that they could have migrated back over centuries. We see them on the border of Turkey and Syria, perhaps in the Kurdish regions, and we see them out in western Iran as well. So most historians assume that the vast majority of these exiles simply assimilated into the larger populations in which they lived. This is actually a very common element of Jewish history, particularly in the diaspora, where Jews over a period of generations simply lose their attachment to their ancestral peoplehood and simply blend in with the populations around them. There are some very significant exceptions, and when we get a little further on in this class, when we start talking about the post-Roman exile after the First Roman-Jewish War, and especially after the Bar Kokhba rebellion, Jews began to develop actual social strategies to maintain their group integrity, which stood them very well over the next 2,000 years, preserving their integrity as a social group, but not perfectly. So, and by the way, going backwards in time, there is a long-standing midrash that says that 80% of the Jews living in Egypt chose not to leave with the Exodus. That is, only 20% of the population actually took Moses up on his word and followed him out into the desert, ultimately into Israel. So the story of Jewish assimilation into the background population is very common and very plausible. However, this rabbit hole goes really deep, and I don't want to take it very far in this particular lecture, but I hope to return to it several times as we go through the entire saga of Jewish history, because the legend of the 10 lost tribes has been a dominant, motivating idea that you see in all kinds of Jewish movements. For example, the movement of the 20th century Hasidic rabbi, Rabbi Menachem Mendel Schneerson, shown here, who is one of the greatest leaders of the Chabad movement, and in reality, one of the greatest leaders of the Jewish people in modern times, who mounted several campaigns specifically to find assimilated Jews and also to reach out to non-Jews and to educate them, at the very least, in their connection to the Noahide commandments, and possibly to uncover people who wanted to convert, although that was never an explicit goal, because after all, Judaism is not a proselytizing religion, with one significant exception that we'll get to in about 4 or 5 lectures from now. At any rate, they're based very heavily on this idea in Hebrew of the kibbutz galuyos, the gathering together of the exiles, which you find several times in the biblical text. I give you one verse here from the book of Ezekiel, Yechezkel. I will take the children of Israel, right? Notably, the Bnei Israel is the Hebrew term used there, but it has that feeling of the northern kingdom as well, from among the nations where they have gone, and I will bring them all around and return them to their land. This idea of the ingathering of the exiles is a very powerful notion that runs its way through Jewish civilization to the present day. We see it also in the secular Zionist movement, headed perhaps most famously by Theodor Herzl, shown in this postcard, which has written in Hebrew and then in German and then in French the phrase, "If you will it, it is no dream," meaning if you want to all come back to Israel and 3-day state there. Of course, this was stated before Israel as a modern entity became a reality in 1948. Then you have this image of this angelic creature breaking the chains, and with the flag and blazing with the Star of David, gathering in all of these tired, oppressed, hungry masses to the land of Israel. This is something that really comes essentially from the legends of the 10 lost tribes. Now, what did people think of it in the ancient period? We see the assertion of socially intact tribes in many sources around the first century before the Common Era and the first century in the Common Era. Josephus and Paul and James in the Christian scriptures are especially noteworthy for their adherence to the idea that the 10 tribes still exist. Again, this would be 700 years later after the exile, in their units, that they actually still maintain their tribal identities in Iran and Iraq and so on. Rabbi Eliezer, of course, in the more mainstream Jewish tradition, also held that the 10 lost tribes are still there, intact and waiting. Other opinions, however, and this is typical of the Talmud, that you will have multiple opinions. The very famous and very authoritative Rabbi Akiva says the 10 tribes are not coming back. He argued that once they were taken away, they assimilated into the nations beyond them, and they are not going to be pulled out, certainly not in their tribal units. You'll see that in the Mishnah. There is also a discussion in the Jerusalem Talmud, again, more when we get later on in the series, what is the Jerusalem as opposed to the Babylonian Talmud, that discusses this amazing river Shambatyon, which is apparently a river that was impassable during the 6 days of the week because it had all these rolling rocks that would run through the ravine rather than water, and it was impossible to cross safely. But on the Sabbath, this mystical river Shambatyon would suddenly rest, but because of the laws of traveling on the Sabbath, the Jews, the 10 tribes, would not be able to cross it and make their way back to Israel. Fascinating kind of things. What I will just mention here now is one of the many, literally dozens of theories that develop over the next few millennia as to who the 10 lost tribes are. Who did they become? So, for one example, but just one of many, really, you have them in Japan, you have them in England, in Africa, all kinds of places. There's a testimony of a crypto-Jewish traveler named Antonio de Montesinos, who was Portuguese and who had outwardly accepted Catholicism in the context of the Inquisition, and like many of his socioeconomic and religious class, left Portugal to travel the world and look for a safer haven. He came to Ecuador, and then amazingly, as he recounted when he came back, he was greeted by the native population there with the Shema prayer. Right? Hear, O Israel, Lord our God, the Lord is one. Astounding. And he believed that he had come across the 10 tribes that had relocated to far off Ecuador. There were other signs as well. They gave him Jewish food like chicken soup and egg rolls. I made that part up, but I couldn't help it. I haven't had lunch yet. And he came back to Amsterdam. He reported this to a very important rabbi, Manasseh ben Israel, who was so taken with the idea that he wrote a book. It was translated into English ultimately as The Hope of Israel, Mikveh Yisrael, in which he argued that, the country of England should readmit the Jews because we are now in the flourishing of the Messianic period when the 10 lost tribes are being discovered. This was central to the thesis, and it had created quite a stir, especially when it was translated into English, and many other works were produced that supported it, such as this interesting one here, I find especially interesting, Jews in America, or probabilities that those Indians are Judaical. made more probable by some additionals to the former conjectures. An argument that the Native Americans are in fact the 10 lost tribes. One of many, many theories as to what became of the 10 lost tribes. Okay, I really intend to come back to this topic later on in the series because it actually plays an important role in many significant, especially pseudo-messianic movements throughout Jewish history. But for the time being, I want to thank you very much for watching. The next video will look at the origins of the Samaritans in Israel. Thanks again for watching.
It's transmitting baseball games from 1963. It's doing all these kind of weird things, and the visual part of it is just one more. And also, it can't be photographed because no claim.
Let us just look at one more aspect of 8th century Israel before we move on to a discussion of the Babylonian period. One of the fascinating chapters, in some places it's just a footnote, in other places it's extremely important, is the Samaritan community, which has a fascinating origin story, actually multiple origin stories, and the intersection between the Samaritans and the mainstream Jewish community are quite significant in the ancient world. Let's have a look at who these people are and where they came from. So the Samaritans are quite an old people. They certainly stretch back into biblical times, and there are still several hundred of them living in Israel today, centered around the city of Nablus. In Hebrew, the name of that town is Shechem, and especially Mount Gerizim, Har Gerizim, which is also figured in the Bible and has some extremely important moments throughout its history. Where did they come from? Who are these Samaritans? So the biblical account of their origins is described in the second book of Kings, chapter 17, towards the end, where there's a discussion of the exiles of the Israelite nation, the 10 tribes from the northern kingdom going out to Babylon. We talked a little bit about that in the previous video. At the same time, there was a population transfer. This was a very well-known Assyrian technique to try and control their rapidly expanding empire. They would take out, especially the elite or the leadership of a particular community, and they would transplant another community with limited ties, with different loyalties, a minority, and it would break up the traditional power structures. So they brought in, as described in the book of Kings, people from the region of Babylon. That's a city. Babylonia is the region or the empire, and a city called Kuta, which will be significant because the Samaritans in Talmudic literature will be called Kutim, meaning those who come from Kuta. And they settled them in the region of Samaria to replace much of the local population for reasons that we have discussed. Now that is basically the Jewish account as described in the Bible. The Samaritans, on the other hand, have a different account. There are several of them, but one of the most well-known is that actually they believe they go back to the original 10 tribes of Israel. They were Jews like all the other Jews, but there was a conflict over who was going to be the high priest. And Eli, who figures very prominently at the beginning of the book of Samuel, he took the Aron Kodesh, the tabernacle with the tablets of the law in them, and moved themselves to Shiloh, away from Har HaGrizim, from Nablus, and created a separate religion altogether, which we now call Judaism. The original inhabitants, the Samaritans, say they just kept moving along with their original Torah, and so they don't hold with any of this foreign importation theory. They believe that they are actually the original Israelites who are observing the old-time religion, and it is the rest of the population of Israel who are the innovators who have perverted the traditional religion. It's fascinating, and of course the material goes so far back, there are no written sources for this, but nevertheless this is a very different account of their origins. Not surprisingly, the Samaritans and the Jews Jews, the people living in Judah and Benjamin, and the people living now in the Assyrian-dominated northern part, the northern kingdom of Israel, are not getting along so well. There's all kinds of conflicts between them that just expand over the centuries as we shall encounter as we go through these lectures. But you should note that the religion that the Samaritans practice is very similar to Judaism in a lot of ways. They have, for example, a Torah, which is in many ways really close to the Torah that the Jews revere. It also shows evidence of being closer to the Greek translation of the Torah, to other interesting things like that. But obviously there are massive diversions. For example, the 10 Commandments are actually the 9 Commandments, because a few of them are combined to get a smaller count, although coveting is actually increased. They made coveting a little bigger and separated out different kinds of coveting. But commandment number 10 is wholly new. It isn't in the Jewish Torah, and that is the reverence for Mount Gerizim. And of course, on that holy mountain, they still practice a lot of the ancient rituals that the Jews associate with Har Zion, the Temple Mount in Jerusalem. Fascinating kind of differences between them. Also, huge difference, the Samaritans lack the oral Torah, which is so central to understanding Judaism. We're going to come back to that in about 4 lectures or so and try to understand what is the oral Torah, how does it shape the Jewish approach to their religion, and so on. But for the time being, the Samaritans have a kind of a parallel Torah, but without the oral Torah. And as you can see, even from their mode of dress, holding up the Sefer Torah, there are certain similarities that, harmonies between them. That harmony was not always achieved in real life. We're going to talk about the ongoing conflict with the Samaritans as we move through the Babylonian and the Roman period in particular. But for now, I'd just like to point out a couple of things. First of all, in the Talmud, there is a long-ranging debate that seems to take a couple centuries to resolve on the question of who are these Putim? Who are these people, the Samaritans? Again, they're named in the Talmudic tradition after the city of Kuta. There's a body of rabbis who feel that, no, they did actually accept the Torah when they came to the land of Israel. Other rabbis, pointing once again to the Book of Kings, say that their conversion was motivated by fear. According to the biblical account, they were attacked by lions and weren't sure what to do about it. So and conversion was a way of saving themselves. And so some rabbis would say that the conversion is not valid. And so there's a long debate going on. There's some really interesting discussions there. Do you count them, for example, as a quorum to say the special prayers when saying a blessing after a meal? Do they count in that or not? Essentially, do they count in a minyan? Fascinating kind of questions. In the end, the conclusion is no, the rabbis do not consider the Putim to be Jews, but the fact that they have this long-running discussion is indicative of how close they came to that status. There's ongoing political and social tensions, in particular when there is a triangular power relationship, when there is a third party like the Persians or like the Greeks or like the Romans who are involved, and the Samaritans and the Jews sometimes find themselves jockeying against each other for power within a larger context. And there's some fascinating stories also according to the Talmud about the Samaritans interfering with some basic Jewish communications, such as lighting fires on the top of mountains as signal flares to indicate the beginning of a new month by the sighting of the moon in Jerusalem, but lighting them at different times, which threw off the communication system completely. It's kind of like people, making prank calls or something like that, or robocalls. Well, maybe not exactly a robocall, but you get the idea. One last detail, which comes from the 1st century, from the Christian scriptures, which gives you an indication of how the Samaritans regarded. It is, of course, the parable of the Good Samaritan. In English, the term Good Samaritan means someone who goes out of his way to help out. There are hospitals named after the Good Samaritan and so on. The parable goes in the book of Luke that there's this guy who's like mugged and bleeding on the road. And you can see here in this particular picture by Van Gogh, I don't know who that is, but I think it's a fascinating picture. And several other Jewish figures walk past him, right? He's a Jewish guy lying, bleeding on the road, and there is a Kohen who walks by and says, "Oh, I don't want to get involved." And there's a Levite who walks by and says, "No, I don't want to get involved." And it is the Samaritan who steps up and says, "Oh my gosh, this man is hurt. I got to take care of him." He picks him up, takes him to an inn, and so on. When you read that story, the important note is that when the gospel is written, the Samaritans were basically the enemies of the Pharisees. They were people that they never got along with. And the point in the book of Luke is that it is the Samaritan, it is the person you would least likely to help out, who actually helps the stranger. And the other people let him down. And so it is a good Samaritan, with the emphasis on the word Samaritan. Or if you want, it's a good Samaritan as opposed to all the others. That's so surprising about the book of Luke. We're going to talk a lot more about reading the Christian scriptures from a Jewish perspective in a few lectures, but for the time being, I just wanted to leave it here. Okay, we're going to come back to the Samaritans a lot as we go through the Persian and the Greek and the Roman period. But for now, I just want to say thanks very much for watching, and I hope you enjoyed this brief video.
The only person I trust here that's in the same boat with us is Art Bell.
Right. Yeah, I don't know. There's no question that at the time that Mel called in, those images were blocked out. It should exceed his ability to participate in what the terror server is showing and what it's not showing. The terror server is still around. I don't know if it got sold by Microsoft to this other company. Business solution, I think,
most likely males,
or at least available to
leadership level,
and we did find a message.
Taken off to exile in Assyria. There still remains the southern kingdom known as Judah that will retain some degree of self-governance between the years that it is invaded by King Sennacherib in the year 701 before the Common Era until it will be invaded by Nebuchadnezzar in the year 586. So let's turn now to the south and try to understand what happened to Judah in these crucial years between the Assyrian invasion and later the Babylonian invasion. So the king that is responsible for invading Judah at this point is Sennacherib. He ruled from the year 705 to the year 689, and 701 is the key year for his invasion of Judah. The invasion is actually recorded not only in the Bible, in the Book of Kings, but also in the monumental records of the Assyrians, a number of prisons, such as this one shown here, the Jerusalem prison, that specifically mentions the siege of Jerusalem. But Jerusalem itself was not destroyed. That is not a fate that was met by Lachish, a nearby major city in Israel that was completely devastated by Sennacherib. And here you can see in Assyrian records a series of Jews who were taken captive in Lachish and brought before the king to show their obeisance. Just to give you a sense of what it must have been like to have been conquered by Sennacherib at the time. Judah prepares for the onslaught under King Hiskiyahu, Hezekiah, by creating a number of defenses, which ultimately would not be successful, but fascinatingly constructing a new or perhaps improved secure water supply. Because Jerusalem is on a mountaintop, it has some natural defenses based on the geography, but it's also at a loss in the case of a siege, which was something that happened to Jerusalem multiple times throughout its millennial history. And so King Hiskiyahu creates a new water diversion aqueduct. It may have been a renovation of an earlier one, but it was found in the 19th century. These Siloam tunnels that allowed the inhabitants of Jerusalem to last a little longer in these terrible sieges that would occur. At any rate, this is the status of Jerusalem, invaded and dominated by Sennacherib. but not necessarily destroyed outright, as we saw in the northern kingdom. The kingdom of Judah retains a level of self-government and owes vassalage to Sanherib, meaning paying tribute and taxes and some humiliating rituals as well. But nevertheless, Judah manages to retain some kind of political independence, at least at some level, between the years 701 and 586, when the Babylonians were destroyed. This is a golden age for prophecy in Judah. There's a tremendous number of prophets who are active at the time and whose sayings and teachings were recorded in the Hebrew Bible. Two of the most famous are Isaiah, Yeshayahu in Hebrew, who is shown here in this remarkable ceiling painting by Tiepolo that shows a famous scene right at the beginning of the book of Isaiah where an angel burns Isaiah's mouth because he speaks poorly of his compatriots. And this is kind of like an interesting dynamic that happens in the prophets. Some of them are like royal prophets that speak directly to kings and appear to be somehow associated with the court of kings to put them on the straight and narrow. And others seem to be like just, popular wandering teachers who inform the population of their wrongdoings and of their need to repent and so on. There are a huge number of barely named prophets in the Bible, and the allusion to much larger groups who have no name whatsoever. Prophecy seems to have been some kind of like moral enterprise that was very, very common in Judah. Isaiah is among the most famous of them. Also note in this interesting painting that he's holding open a codex, an early book. Highly unlikely he would have a book in this form. More likely it would be a scroll, but also unlikely is it the author's attempt to perhaps draw Paleo-Hebrew characters, that is the earliest Hebrew alphabet that we have from this period. It's actually gibberish, those are not letters at all. Other artists, such as Raphael shown here, portray Isaiah more accurately, at least in terms of his Hebrew literacy. This particular painting, which has Greek on the top and is a very Christological kind of reference, and some carefully placed little white blocks with titles in them. And you can see he's holding up a scroll which actually has in Hebrew a passage from the book of Isaiah. It is slightly strangely written, like the spaces between the words are not well defined. And if you look at the first word there, it says "Pisku," which means open up. But the final letter written just a little bit wrong. It looks a little bit like a race, which is a nonsense word. But nevertheless, at least it's a much greater attempt. I'm quite fascinated with who exactly wrote this Hebrew. Was it someone imitating a Hebrew script? Was it someone who was personally knowledgeable, a scribe? I don't know. But at any rate, you can see that there are more attempts to make a more greater fidelity to the Hebrew original. Also, prophets like Jeremiah, who prophesied for several decades at the very end of the period that we're describing today. And it's kind of like alternating between speaking to kings and speaking to the broader population. Not an especially well-liked man, because these prophets are bringing along messages of doom and at the same time demanding that everyone repent, everyone give up their false idols. And of course, there's quite a bit of idolatry going on in Israel at the time with very limited success. And after all, Jeremiah was doomed to witness the Babylonian exile itself, which we're going to discuss in the next video. So this is a period of tremendous activity of the prophets, giving us biblical texts of phenomenal power and resonance. It is possible that the texts themselves were not at all written down in this period. That is let's say the 8th century and 7th century before the Common Era, the early 6th century, but they were memorized and later actually codified into the texts we have in the later later Persian period that we'll speak about in a little while, by the students and the schools of these prophets as they strove to solidify the teachings of their predecessors. You see this especially because some of the books, Isaiah and Jeremiah in particular, seem disjointed and out of sync with historical political elements. And many recent readers have suggested that perhaps they were kind of composed like greatest hits of Jeremiah, rather than composing them in a chronological sequence to fit with the national political issues of the day. Rearranging the book actually makes it much easier to understand Jeremiah's life in a biographic form, which is absolutely fascinating. It is also worthy of note that you see that the prophets in Judah played a national role in the sense that they spoke to major geopolitical events, and at the same time they were very much focused on the ground basic morality, decency, and conduct. And he wrote about that or spoke about that in very, very sharp terms. Powerful readings for the contemporary era, had a phenomenal impact on the development of Jewish thought over the millennia. One of the persons who was most deeply affected, perhaps, is one of the last kings of Judah, known as Josiah, or in Hebrew, Yoshiyahu. A fascinating backstory. He was kind of secluded as a child. He became a king at a very young age, and very sincere kind of individual. And at one point, he was moved to renovate the grounds of the temple, and they found, this is described in the book of Kings 2, chapter 22, they found in the temple a book. Some commentators think it was the full Torah, which is kind of strange, given like what was it doing until now. Others say it was just the fifth book of Deuteronomy, which is also called Mishnah Torah, the repetition of the Torah, because it goes back and kind of summarizes many of the main ethical precepts or mitzvot commandments of the earlier four books. But Josiah says, okay, let's hear, what does the book say? And the book is opened, according to the rabbinic teachings, to a passage that is one of the most horrible set of curses in the entire Torah, the Tochacha, which describes how the Jews will be punished for their idolatry and so on. And Josiah, realizing how far they have strayed from the teachings of the Torah, he tears his cloak in mourning, right? This is a basic mourning ritual, and he institutes a wide-ranging series of reforms in Judah to try and get it on the straight and narrow. This is also something we see in the biblical text that, especially in the book of Kings as opposed to the book of Chronicles, there's like sort of like an epitaph for every king. This is a good king. He did what God wanted. This was a bad king. He strayed from the word of God. Back and forth, this kind of oscillation. It tends to be more black and white, although some of the kings are decidedly mixed in their approaches. But King Yoshiyahu is clearly one of the good ones who is bringing the Jews back towards the old-time faith of Judaism, as it were. He also was a very successful military leader, and as you can see, he took advantage of some of the major tensions between Assyria and Egypt, and actually struck out to the north and expanded the territory of Judah into the region of Israel. Unfortunately, he died in these battles, and Judah could not hold on to this territory. Now, I want to just turn to one last thing from this period that I find absolutely fascinating. I have given you a fairly standard, traditional treatment of the ancient history of the Jews, and I have qualified that from time to time in the light of contemporary scholarship that sort of tries to thread the needle between maximalists, who basically take the Bible exactly at its word for specific historic events, and that the Bible strives for historicity, meaning it strives to describe in factual terms that we understand today, rather than, let's say, poetic terms or other deviations from what we might consider the chronological record. And on the other hand, the minimalists who say, hey, the archaeological record is so thin. How can you even assume that any of this happened? And we saw earlier that the golden era of the United Monarchy of Saul, David, and Solomon, it's hardly a trace in the archaeological record. You have the Tel Dan theory, which is 150 years later. You have the House of David existed, but what exactly was that? So many historians have opted to consider everything before the Omerides in the 9th century basically fiction. And it's a kind of, in my humble opinion, it's a little bit of an intellectual hubris to say that simply because they have not found any evidence other than the biblical text to prove that X, Y, or Z happened, I'm going to assume it's not true. That is, it's not a mathematically conservative position. It is an overreach and denying the value of the Bible as a historical source. So, why I'm saying this to you now is because occasionally archaeologists discover tiny little thread that connects us to the past in such a powerful way that hammers home the idea that, oh my gosh, this actually happened. This is real. And every single discovery makes a huge difference. Have a look at this one. This is fantastic. This is a parking lot in Jerusalem, or a former parking lot in Jerusalem. And you can imagine in the Holy City, there's tremendous amount of archaeological work going on. And so this parking lot was discovered to actually be set on top of a major archaeological site. So in 2019, a dig at this site discovered an amazing thing. This bullet, which is essentially a kind of a stamp that would be used on clay, says it belongs to Natan Melech, servant of the king. Very interesting. And if you look at the second book of Kings, chapter 23:11, we see that King Yoshiyahu had a servant who was named once in the Bible, named Natan Melech. That's exactly the right name, found in exactly the right place, and helps us confirm the validity of the Bible as a historical source. Fascinating. I love when we find things like this. At any rate, the story will not end well in this lecture because the Babylonian Empire is going to take over from Assyria, and they are going to invade Israel as well. This invasion occurs at the beginning of the 6th century before the Common Era, and that's when we have the next great exile of the Jews, this time primarily from Judah to Babylon, and that's where we'll pick up the story in the next video. Thank you very much for watching.
At some point was able to close up this hole, but it's not there anymore. The other strange thing about it, again, coming back with sound, is that he dropped a wrench on it.
Yes, on the lip.
Yes, it made no noise.
Yeah.
Then you could
the Babylonian exile would be fairly short-lived, less than a century, but would be highly consequential for Jewish history. Let's have a quick look at this brief period of time that had a major impact on the development of Jewish thought, Jewish religiosity, and of course the story of the Jewish people. This 19th century painting is inspired by the famous Psalm 137 that begins with the phrase, "By the rivers of Babylon," which describes the Jews being taken off into exile. You can see here the patriarch of the clan is wearing a shackle on his wrist. And there we sat down, the psalm goes on, and we wept when we remembered Zion, meaning when they remembered their homeland in Judah. And they were forced by their Babylonian captors to sing them a song of Zion. So hence the harp there that's being held by the patriarch, and everyone is very sad. And indeed, this passage is a very moving depiction of the sadness and frustration and anger that the Jews felt at being displaced from their homeland by Nebuchadnezzar. The conqueror, of course, was Nebuchadnezzar of Babylon. Here you see an arrowhead that was discovered in the region. There's extensive evidence of destruction throughout the land of Judah. Benjamin, however, was apparently not devastated to the same degree, which indicates that it may have surrendered to Nebuchadnezzar without violence. But there's extensive evidence of the incursion of the Babylonians into the region, wreaking havoc beginning in 604 before the Common Era. There are some attempts at revolt against Nebuchadnezzar, and one of the ways in which the Babylonians respond is to progressively exiling the leadership of the region, although it's still a comparatively small number, less than 5,000 if you look, for example, in the book of Jeremiah. There is some indication that, as we saw earlier with Sanherib's exiles, that the leadership and also skilled craftsmen and potentially military personnel were especially targeted for these expulsions to Babylon. There was no, however, corresponding influx of population as we saw under the Assyrians. The goal was to simply displace those people who might influence the population to continue their revolt without necessarily transplanting new populations in their place. But we have massive destruction, particularly in the final campaign that begins near 587 and will culminate in the destruction of the temple. Nebuchadnezzar's destruction of the temple is one of the most prominent dates in Jewish history. It's usually associated with the year 586 before the Common Era, but in the Jewish psyche, it is huge. It is there's a whole series of dates that are associated with the siege beginning, the breaching of the walls, and ultimately the burning of the temple. And those dates are actually incorporated into the Jewish liturgical calendar with a series of fasts beginning in the summer and culminating in the late summer on the date of Tisha B'Av, the 9th day of the month of Av, which usually falls in late July or early August of the Gregorian calendar. And this whole period, the 3 weeks between the breaching of the walls and the destruction of the temple, is observed as a form of semi-mourning by Jews, even to this day, with the limitation on certain types of celebrations. Some communities will refrain from haircuts and so on, listening to live music, all kinds of restrictions meant to reflect upon the horrendous meaning of the destruction of the temple in this year. This is Solomon's temple, of course, that we're discussing, and this entire period from Solomon's creation of the temple, which would have been in the 10th century, up until its destruction in the 6th century, is collectively referred to as First Temple period. The Second Temple would refer to the rebuilding of the temple under Cyrus, which we'll discuss in a couple of videos. At any rate, one more element that's especially important to note is that Nebuchadnezzar placed a person in charge, a Jewish leader in charge of the entire community, with the hopes that this individual, Gedaliah ben Achikam, would calm the local population and keep them from any further revolts. But he was actually killed in an assassination by other Jewish leaders, by people who were more hot-headed and wanted to rebel against Babylon. The assassination of a Jewish leader by other Jews is also marked in the Jewish liturgical calendar. The date of his death is marked on the 3rd day of Tishrei, which is the day after Rosh Hashanah. It's also observed as a fast day in commemoration of this horrible act of intracommunal violence. Fascinatingly, in nearby Mitzvah was found some interesting seals, including this one that bears the inscription in Paleo Hebrew, Gedaliah, who is over the house, which seems to imply that Gedaliah is in charge of at least this particular estate, perhaps even larger than that. Many archaeologists have opined that this could easily belong to Gedaliah ben Achikam, the individual that we referred to earlier. So when taken all together, besides the figures we mentioned earlier in Jeremiah, it's less than 13,000 Jews were exiled to Babylon, as far as we can tell. The Babylonian exile lasted from about 586 till 539 before the Common Era, although, as we shall discuss shortly, many Jews chose not to return to Israel after 539. The situation of the Jews in Babylon is recorded in the biblical book of Ezekiel. He was a prophet who actually was active in the region, and according to his account, many of the Jewish exiles were located in the city of Nippur and also in its surrounding area. You'll notice below Nippur is the city of Shushan, or Susa, which is the setting for the book of Esther. There's some significant scholarly concerns about the specific dating of the book of Esther, meaning when does it actually happen, based on the names of certain kings and things like that. But it is set between the two temple periods, and all kinds of material inside the book of Esther is in consonance with what we know about the Babylonian reign at that time as well. The Jews living in Babylon were heavily influenced by Babylonian culture at this time, most significantly with the adoption of Aramaic as a lingua franca, as a vernacular, a language that they commonly used, and ultimately Aramaic would displace Hebrew as the living language of the Jews, and indeed of the entire Near East at this point. This is a language that would last over 1,000 years. It is spoken even today in some parts of Syria and Turkey. It is, of course, the language of the Babylonian Talmud, and there are a few different versions of Aramaic that maybe we'll discuss in a later lecture. Hebrew was never abandoned, but it increasingly became the language of scholarship and liturgy as opposed to the daily language on the street. The Jews also adopted the Babylonian calendar, specifically the names of the months, Tishrei and Tammuz and so on. The Hebrew names for the months are simply numbers. The first month would be Nisan in the spring, the second month, and so on. And so the Babylonian custom of naming these lunar months was applied to the Jewish calendar. It wasn't an exact fit, because the Jewish calendar has a leap month on a somewhat irregular appearing schedule, and so there are 12 months, but there is one of those months, the month of Adar, which occurs in early spring, which may be doubled. So you'll have an Adar Rishon, an Adar 1, and then an Adar Sheni, a second Adar. Otherwise, they adopted the Babylonian lunar calendar names for each of the months. Okay, let us continue with our discussion of the Persian period, which will follow in the next video. Thank you very much for watching.
Wondrium.com/legends. Again, that's WONDRIUM.com/legends. Sign up today. This is Born.
Let us now turn to the Persian period, which basically covers the period between the Persian conquest of Israel towards the end of the 6th century, taking over from the Babylonians, until the Greeks under Alexander conquered the area about 200 years later. The background to the Persian conquest of Israel is within Babylonia. You recall that Nebuchadnezzar invaded and destroyed Jerusalem in 586, and the situation for the Jews in remaining in the region, although a certain proportion of them were exiled to Babylonia, the situation for the Jews remaining was definitely poor. This was especially so under the reign of Nabonidus, who was the king of Babylon, also known as King of the Universe. I find that title rather amusing. And he reigned from the years 556 to 539 before the Common Era. He was an extremely pious sun worshiper, and as you can see in this particular stele, he's shown worshipping various planets there. And he actually was a bit of a zealot, and he wanted to try and impose this kind of worship throughout his entire empire. He was known as the proponent of the cult of sin. I also think that's a rather ironic term, although I imagine sin is a translation of something else, although it is kind of funny in English. But at any rate, he was much more, we would say in Hebrew, makbid. He was much more insistent on promoting his religious view throughout the Babylonian Empire, and that turned out to be a disastrous phenomenon because the Persians could then adopt the opposite, much more tolerant worldview and receive a lot more support as a result. One more note about Nabonidus, who actually vacated from the central capital for a decade, leaving his son Belshazzar in charge. And this is a scene from Rembrandt's famous painting Belshazzar's Feast, which is featured in the Book of Daniel. The chronology of the Book of Daniel and the chronology of the Book of Esther are within this period, but somehow difficult to tease out. But at any rate, this famous scene shows Nabonidus' son, who is the regent, who is technically in charge of the country at this time, receive some kind of divine visitation, which then writes some Hebrew letters on the wall. This is where we get the English expression, the writing on the wall. It's a kind of an acrostic puzzle, which is fairly faithfully represented here by Rembrandt's hand. His well-known association with the Jews of Holland was definitely something that stood him in good stead when he painted these biblical passages. But basically, the message was that you are doomed, your empire is going to be taken over by a foreign power, and in fact, that is what would happen. The Persian Empire would swallow up the Babylonian Empire, and that would include, of course, not only Israel, but even Egypt and Libya and North Africa. This map shows you the extent of the Persian Empire under Darius I, or Yavesh in Hebrew, and there's actually some numbers attached to the specific names because of a famous verse at the beginning of the Book of Esther, which describes 127 provinces, and that is in fact the distribution of the provinces in the Persian Empire. The one that's especially important to us is within this region called Beyond the River, which is beyond the Euphrates River, of course. You'll recall way back we talked about the word Ivri, meaning from the other side of the river. That's the name that was used for the Jews when they were in Israel, because they came from the Euphrates River. In this context, beyond the river means from the perspective of the capital, way to the east. This is beyond the river. At any rate, beyond the river, 5 provinces here, and one that's especially important is the province of Yehud. Yehud, obviously related to Judah, Yehudi, and the word Jew. This is the Aramaic term used by the Persians to describe the central region of the old kingdom of Judea. You'll notice that Samaria is a distinct population, many Jews living there as well, also Samaritans who are in conflict quite frequently with the local population. But to the south you see Idumea, very important developments there. The nearby Edomites took advantage of some of the power vacuum to expand their hold over this province during this period. It even included Hebron, which was, a very important city in Jewish history. It's the burial place of Sarah, for example, and Abraham, and the Maras and Machpelah in the center of Hebron, but it was actually under Idumean control, non-Jewish control. We will see how later the Maccabees, the dynasty of the Maccabees, the Hashmonaim, would eventually expand into Idumea as well, with disastrous consequences. But at any rate, here's Yehud, and this is technically part of the Persian Empire. At this point, we're talking about the later third, the last third of the 6th century. Now, as I mentioned earlier, one of the policies that was advanced by by the Persians under Cyrus and Darius in particular was the opposite of the late Babylonian policy of religious intolerance. Rather, Cyrus promised to all the Denzians of his vast regime that they could worship as they pleased. This is recorded in a lot of documents like the Cyrus Cylinder, and a version of this tolerance of faiths is expressed in the Hebrew Bible, in the book of Ezra, which describes Cyrus' essential blessing to the Jews to return to Jerusalem, to rebuild their destroyed temple, and to resume their worship there. Out of gratitude, by the way, the Jews instituted a daily worship, a daily service, a sacrifice on behalf of the emperor, which has retained its presence in the modern day liturgy in terms of the little paragraph that's inserted on the Sabbath prayers that is a public blessing for the government, meaning for the diasporic rulers in which Jews find themselves. At any rate, the Jews are very happy to return to Jerusalem, at least some of them, and to rebuild the temple as a result of Cyrus's tolerant approach. The two major figures who really stand out as society builders at this time are Ezra and Nehemiah. Both of whom have books in the Tanakh which are named after them. There's a lot of really interesting scholarship on the relationship between these two books and the relationship between these two people, which will take us too far afield of where I want to go. So let's just deal with them as one unit for the time being. The books of Ezra and Nehemiah, which are quite unusual stylistically as well in the Tanakh, they are much more like first-person memoirs in the way they read. They describe how Ezra and Nehemiah came to Israel in the 5th and the 6th centuries in order to try and restore Jewish society there. There were two major priorities. The first was, of course, the rebuilding of the temple, the reconstruction of it physically, and the reinstitution of the daily worship that went on there. Also related to that was a concerted effort to consolidate the modality of worship, so much so that all heterogeneous types of worship were strictly banned, and some scholars say that the Persian period is especially important in defining the future trajectory of Judaism as a whole, because under Ezra and Nehemiah, the Jews really rejected a lot of the foreign worship, and they concentrated on a particular way of understanding the Torah as a whole. Lots more to say here, but once again, very brief videos. It is important to note that, as the sages say, if there is no flour, there is no Torah, meaning there has to be some financial support to allow this to happen. The Persian royal treasury underwrote much of this activity, underwrote the reconstruction of the temple, provided tax exemptions to all the functionaries in the temple, the Levites in particular, which gave them a huge advantage in terms of their social status and their personal wealth. So there was like a real support for the effort of building the temple that came straight from the Persian Empire, at least towards the beginning of this period. Just to show you some interesting coinage from the period, this is a ma'ah. Those of you who study the Talmud will see this term comes up with some frequency. And on the right in Paleo Hebrew is the term Yehud, which means, of course, this province. This is a very early coin from the 6th century before the Common Era. You can see on the right there is an eagle there, which has links to Persia. And on the left is, I've seen it described as a lily, which is interesting, but to my mind, does not have a huge connection with Jewish thought. I believe this is rather a representation of a lulav, the palm tree, which has huge significance. We may come back to this later, especially when I learn a little bit more about coinage, and maybe I correct myself. But for the time being, here's one coin from Yehud, and here's another one dated from the 4th century. I think this one's just fascinating. This one has a direct facial representation, rather arresting, startling facial representation of Yechezkel, the governor. But as the medieval commentator Rashi says, Kol haskalos kashos, all beginnings are difficult. And so the return to Israel was marked with some very, very difficult issues right at the very beginning. The first is, for example, there's relatively limited enthusiasm for the return to Zion under Ezra. In fact, when you look at the numbers listed, it's less than 50,000 people return. It's hard to estimate an exact percentage, but it's clearly a fraction of all the Jews who were living in Babylonia by this time. Now, to be fair, the Babylonian exile is already, it's been there for several decades, and they're well established. We have some archival evidence from some family records that suggest that Jews were involved in a whole series of types of economic activities at this time, and it's hard to simply uproot and move to a place that is it has been destroyed, several decades earlier. Why would you want to do that? My family all comes to Lithuania, but I am not burning with desire to move back there. I would like to move back to Canada. I really enjoyed growing up in Canada, but to go back to my grandparents, actually my great-grandparents' homeland, I don't have the same kind of enthusiasm for it, and so I can understand the thinking of the Babylonian Jews. Also very serious, especially in Yehud itself, was that Ezra and Nehemiah mounted some social legislation that was intended to, in particular, curb the widespread intermarriage that was taking place. They felt that the intermarriage with local populations, non-Jewish wives in particular, would dilute the social glue that held the Jews together, and so they wasted no effort on a very controversial policy of banning intermarriage altogether. Ezra is associated in the Talmud with a whole series of takanot, of decrees that are aimed to try and improve Jewish family life as a whole. Intermarriage was kind of like the other side of the coin in that regard. So this period basically extends for about 200 years until Alexander the Great will invade the region, and this will mark a phenomenal impact on Jewish history because he will bring with him a series of ideas which we collectively call Hellenism that will have a major impact on Jewish history. Okay, let's return to that in the next video. Thank you very much for watching.
And that's what they notice is that it looks like it's been cooked from the inside. And what made me think of it is like, well, what would do that perhaps? Microwave energy? What cooks something from the inside out? And the other thing is that Mel was
the period we're going to begin describing right now is an extremely important period in the history of the Jews overall. And in many ways, it is a period that has had such phenomenal impact that Jews today are really still reeling from the encounter between these two very important cultures that are encapsulated by the words Athens and Jerusalem. Jerusalem, of course, we've dealt with extensively now. We're in lecture 18 of this series. It stands for monotheism, stands for the world of the prophets, revealed religion, all kinds of things like that. Athens, on the other hand, stands for a culture that is so radically different and so amazingly tempting, so much powerful information in Athens. But this is the first time that the Jews in Jerusalem really encountered a culture that was so powerful, not in terms of physical might, but in terms of its persuasive power, that they were fully engaged with it, and in many ways risked losing all of their own self-identity in the process. So that's really what we're going to have to talk about right now, is the development of something called Hellenism. So the term Hellenism comes from the word Hellas, meaning Greek. And in this context, I'm sort of using the shorthand of Athens because of all the Greek city-states, Athens is perhaps the most significant and has so much of the golden era of Greek culture, which flourished in the 5th and 4th and 3rd centuries in particular, that affected Jerusalem. Now, the Greeks were guests in Israel long before they were conquerors. There's no question that Hellenistic ideas were penetrating into Israel in the Persian period, but it gets a huge burst forward when Alexander the Great begins his massive conquest of the Near East and goes all the way out through Central Asia until he gets right to Afghanistan and up to the edges of India, really. He dies prematurely on his way back. His soldiers rebel against him, and there's a lot of fascinating stories about Alexander's person. But in our context, we really want to know his relationship to Israel in particular. So there is a story that is related in the Talmud. Apparently, he came to Jerusalem and he encountered the great Rabbi Shimon HaTzadik, who convinced Alexander not to destroy Jerusalem. That much for sure is true. Jerusalem was not destroyed by Alexander, and that's a kindness. It's wonderful. Jews are generally very happy when their cities are not destroyed by conquering armies. It does not happen all that often. The legend goes that as a result, all Jews named their sons that were born in the following year Alexander after this kindness. And in fact, Alexander is a very old Jewish name as a consequence, even though it is Greek in origin, not Hebrew. In fact, my own grandfather, Alav Shalom, and one of my sons is named Alexander as a consequence of this particular interaction. But what we can say about Alexander's presence in Israel is the fact that he brought with him Greek norms, Greek organization, Greek government, Greek economics, and Greek thought as well. And that is extremely important for our purposes because this is a period in which Jews were fully engaged in everything Greek, even to their own detriment, as we shall see. The idealized cooperation of the Greeks and the Jews is encapsulated in the rabbinic reading of a verse in Genesis that Japheth, who was one of the sons of Noah, will dwell in the tents of Shem, Shem being another son of Noah. Japheth, in the rabbinic sort of like map of the cultural world, represents Greece, and Shem represents Israel. Hence we get the term, by the way, Semite, for example, from Shem. Jews historically engaged in the thought of these philosophers in a very big way. Platonic elements can be seen in a lot of thoughts, in particular when you look at the mystical tradition. There are a lot of ideas that are congruent with Platonic teachings. Aristotle has a very strong role to play in the way that Maimonides describes, for example, ethical behavior, the idea of the golden mean. There are some very significant differences there, but the central concept seems, really congruent. In fact, Maimonides calls Aristotle ha-philosoph, the philosopher. And it's said that Rabbi Yonah, a very important medieval thinker, said that Aristotle was one level shy of actually achieving Ruach HaKodesh, the divine inspiration that's associated with prophets. So there's no question, there's a lot of respect among the Jewish thinkers, really for much of the ancient and the medieval period, for the great Greek thinkers, and their philosophies were engaged in a very, very important way. One must not think that the encounter of Athens influenced only the highest intellectual levels of the Jewish community. On the contrary, there's abundant evidence to indicate that Jews as a whole saw a lot of value in Hellenistic culture and adopted it in many aspects of human life. For example, as I'm recording this video, I'm thinking a lot about the holiday of Passover. I just finished reading Tractate Pesachim in the Talmud, and there's a lot of discussion in the final chapter there about leaning. Of course, those of you who celebrate Passover, one of the elements of the Seder is that one must lean to the left while eating, which is a little bit awkward in regular dining room chairs, especially if you don't have arms on them. But in ancient Greek culture, this would be perfectly normal because upper class free men would typically sit on these sort of chaise lounges to eat. This is a room called the triclinium, which means three reclining, and it would be a dining room for a wealthier Greek family, specifically the men. The room was also called an andron, a men's room, literally, because it was typically men who would eat here, women would eat elsewhere. I don't think that would be entirely true in a Jewish setting, for reasons which are beyond the discussion here. But at any rate, it's very clear from the Talmudic discussion of how people are supposed to eat on Passover is that Jews are supposed to eat like free people. And their model of free people eating is this kind of strange Greek leaning to the left. So even in common sorts of interactions like dining, like personal adornment, beauty, names. There's so many Greek names that make their way into the Jewish vocabulary, and not just great figures like Alexander, but figures like Antigonus, Ish Soko. Antigonus, clearly a Greek name. So there's no question that on all kinds of levels, in a systemic manner, Hellenism penetrated Jewish society. We see it also in terms of, for example, entertainment. The Greeks were phenomenal entertainers. Their tragedians, Aeschylus, Sophocles and Euripides and so on, making phenomenal plays that are still classics today. The Greek myths were so powerful and so engaging that Jews were also engaged in theatrical presentations, quite often against the wishes of the rabbis, as we shall see later. The theater was associated with inappropriate behavior in all kinds of ways, but that didn't stop the Jews from going to the theater in general. Here's a beautiful view of the theater at Caesarea that was built later on by Herod, not in the Greek period, but in the successor to the Greek period. The Romans, in many ways, followed a lot of Greek culture as well. And, Jews were frequently the theaters, much to the consternation of the rabbis. Even things like the Sanhedrin, which is, of course, a deeply Jewish institution, the Sanhedrin being the great court of the Jews. And the idea of the Sanhedrin is already described in the Torah with gathering of a certain number, a large number. In this case, you hear is 72. Men to judge cases of Jewish law. But the very word Sanhedrin is Greek in origin. This is not a Hebrew term. And these are just a few examples of how Athenian culture really penetrated Jewish culture in so many ways. This was what was going to become a Kulturkampf, a culture struggle, but in the first 150 years of the Greek presence in Israel, Jews were, grabbing onto it with both hands. The period that I'm describing right now is primarily the period from Alexander the Great, about 332 before the Common Era, to Antiochus Epiphanes IV, who is the wicked king associated with the Hanukkah rebellion. That was in the year 165 before the Common Era. So we have about 150 years of this kind of, cross-fertilization of culture, and even a degree of slavish imitation of Hellenistic norms. But let me just give you a little bit of a Gedank experiment for a second. So let's say you have a bowl of chicken soup, and it's delicious. It's aromatic, and it's flavorful, and it's got so much nutrition, and so, but it's really too hot. It's too much, and it's hard to eat it when it is so hot. So you put an ice cube in there, you put a little bit of water in there, and you wait a little bit. Oh, it's still delicious, but the fact is, it's still too hot, and you really want to eat it, but it's still too hot, so you put in some more ice, a little bit more water, and at a certain point, and no one knows exactly when that point is, but at a certain point, it becomes certainly cool enough to eat, but it's no longer chicken soup. Now it is sort of chickeny water. And this is precisely the problem of the Hellenistic era for the Jews. This was a moment where the Greek culture was so overwhelming, so powerful, that they were absorbing it so heavily and were at risk of submerging their own identities and their own values. There would be a reaction to that in the period of the Maccabean revolt, which we're going to pick up in the very next video. that's basically when the more traditionalist element of Jewish society stood up and said, no, this is too much. Enough with the Greek stuff already. You are taking on so much of it that you are sacrificing core values in Judaism. So that's where we're going to pick up our story in the next video. Just want to kind of set the scene of the very powerful and tempting culture of Greece that encountered Jerusalem in the 4th century before the Common Era. Thanks very much for watching.
There's a lot of mysteries, but he had some ideas, but it was time for him to take a break, to be reflective, to be quiet, his quiet time, which we totally understand. And many
I call that
I feel like I'm starting that right now.
Boy, I tell you, after that story, I need some quiet time for sure.
Mel is going away.
Chances are, if you know anything about Hanukkah, you have a fairly basic understanding of this as a revolt where some Greeks, or were they somehow Syrians or somehow hyphenated Syrian Greeks, invaded the land of Israel and somehow oppressed it, and then the Maccabees rose up against them, drove them out, and then rededicated the temple, which had been defiled. And there was this miracle with some oil, and it lasted for 8 days. And so, like all Jewish holidays, they tried to kill us. We survived. Let's eat. That's the basic understanding of the Maccabean revolt that we tend to get in, after school classes at Talmud Torah or on Sunday mornings and things like that. But, when you actually get into the history of it, there's so much other fascinating material. First of all, you should understand that the Maccabean revolt was, at its root, essentially a civil war. It described a fissure between two large groups of Jews and how they felt they should relate to the world around them. This is a result of the political situation in which Israel had been under Greek dominance, that is, Hellenistic dominance, Greek cultural dominance, since Alexander conquered the region and then died suddenly in the year 322 before the Common Era. As I mentioned in the previous video, the Greeks were guests of the Jews long before they became an occupying power. But let's just try and understand the political circumstances first. So here, if you have a look at this map, you'll see that after Alexander died, his empire was divided amongst his successors. The two empires that are especially important for us are the Seleucid Empire, which is in the yellow and occupies much of Central Asia, and the Ptolemaic Empire, which is based in Egypt. Now, the reason why the Seleucid Empire is often called the Syrian Empire is because much of their activity was based in what would today be called Syria. But they were fundamentally Greek in orientation. The original leaders in particular were all of Greek descent, and they were all participating in larger Hellenistic culture. But when you look more closely at where Israel is located, right here, you'll see that on this map they have cleverly labeled it both yellow and purple, because it was at the borderland between the Ptolemaic Empire based in Egypt and the Seleucid Empire based in Syria. And as a result, Israel was handed back and forth for much of the time, and only after the year 200 was it fairly firmly in the hands of the Syrian Greeks, and that's when most of the adventure of the Maccabean revolt occurs. The version of the story that you probably heard as a child had a very important role of this man, Antiochus IV Epiphanes, who was the leader of the Seleucid Empire between 175 and 164. He was definitely a very colorful figure. He definitely had a different approach to, shall we say, religious toleration than his predecessors had, and he was responsible for some terrible persecution of Jews in the middle of the 2nd century. He was also a bit of a madman. In fact, he had the nickname Epiphanes, means God made manifest, which is kind of like a typical name that you might want to take if you were an emperor of a large region like this. But he was known behind his back as Epimanes, which in Latin would be translated as Meshuggah. He used to do things like, dress up as a commoner and then go to the bathhouses and, just try and slum it out with the regular people. And then he used to enjoy revealing himself as being, in fact, the emperor himself. And then he would ask, to have oil poured on him by everyone present. He seems to have had a very troubled childhood, which I've talked about in a previous lecture. You can look at that if you want. At any rate, what is he specifically doing messing with Jewish religious practice? The reality is that most of these polytheistic empires were very tolerant of many different faiths, because that's really part of what polytheism is all about. You have your God, I have my God, or you, more appropriately, you have your many gods, I have my many gods. Hey, let's trade them like, hockey cards or something like that. And that's the typical response of the Seleucids and the predecessor dynasties to Judaism in general, because it was just another one of these weird Middle Eastern faiths. What do we have to bother with it? But there was a brewing controversy within Israel itself. The thing is, Antiochus inherited an internal dispute among Jews, among those who were in favor of increasing their commitment to Hellenistic values and increasing their tolerance of polytheism, which is something that traditional Judaism looked down upon very strongly. And on the other hand, there were those who were more traditionalists who said, no, this is too much, you can't take us in this direction. It was a urban-rural divide, with Jerusalem in particular being dominated by Hellenizing elements, and the countryside tending to be favored by the traditionalists. Now, Antiochus, who was stinging from some military losses and had a significant tax burden that he had to raise from his population, began to become involved in this internal dispute, because the highest office that Jews could hope to reach in Israel was the office of the high priest, the Kohen Gadol. And there were two major factions who were vying for it: the Hellenists, which were favored by a man named Jason, and another even more extreme figure named Menelaus on the one hand, and the traditionalists who favored someone named Konya, also known as Onias. The Hellenists, first with Jason, and then even more so under Menelaus, offered Antiochus more tax revenues, specifically suggesting that they would raid the temple treasury itself. And so Antiochus, who otherwise would never have gotten involved in such a suit, backed the Hellenizing party, first Jason and then later Menelaus. And after one humiliating military and political defeat, Antiochus chose to press his advantage with the Hellenizing elements by ransacking the temple himself, dedicating it to Zeus rather than to the god of the Jews, and banning many traditional aspects of traditional Jewish practice, such as circumcision and the observance of the Sabbath. This sparked a revolt, but the roots of the revolt were really between the Jews themselves, between those Jews who wanted more accommodation to Hellenistic values on the one hand, and on the other hand, those who disagreed and said that the Greek world had to be held at arm's length. The Maccabean Wars were absolutely fascinating, and there were a series of battles that were primarily led by Yehuda Maccabee, an incredible figure who was a brilliant military leader who understood that the asymmetrical nature of the conflict, with a large Syrian Greek army of as many as 70,000 troops, simply could not be engaged in a straightforward, middle of the field kind of battle. And so he pioneered a lot of fascinating guerrilla tactics in order to defeat his enemy. But let's go to the beginnings of the war. As I mentioned earlier, there was a big urban-rural divide over how Hellenistic should the Jews be. And in a town called Modi'in, some enthusiasts of the Hellenistic way of life came and ordered, in accordance with the decrees of Antiochus, that the local population should sacrifice a pig to a Greek god. A family led by Matisyahu, with his several sons, demurred, and rather than sacrifice a pig to a Greek god, which would have been an act of idolatry, they chose to sacrifice the Jewish enthusiasts who had been promoting the act of idolatry. This sparked a genuine guerrilla war where the sons of Matisyahu and he fled to the hills, quite literally, the Judean mountains. And from there, they engaged in small attacks on the Syrian Greek forces and, more significantly, on Jews who supported them. A tremendous amount of internal conflict here that made it a local conflict. The Syrian Greeks were not brought in big numbers until it was discovered that the local Jewish authorities simply could not handle them, and then increasingly large groups of real formal soldiers were brought in. This is Matisyahu himself passed away early on in the conflict, and his son Yehuda Maccabee proved to be an incredibly able general. He acquired a reputation for ferocity and brilliant strategic use of the terrain. At one particular battle early on, he seized the enemy commander's sword, and he used it personally, symbolically, for the rest of the campaign. At another very important battle at Emmaus, he managed to defeat a group of regular forces who may have been as many as 4 times the size of his own ragtag band by force marching his own soldiers to attack the base when half of the enemy was out looking for Yehuda Maccabee. They set the base on fire so that when the group that was looking for Yehuda returned, they found that they were outnumbered after an exhausting search, and the entire contingent was destroyed. Remarkable strategy in battle. One of the most dramatic battles, however, was a battle that involved Greek use of war elephants, absolutely terrifying creatures. If you can imagine what it must have been like, that they would put some kind of fortified station on the top where more than a few soldiers could sit on top of the elephant and then attack from above. And so one of Yehuda's brothers, Elazar, thinking incorrectly as it happened, that Antiochus himself might be in one of those war elephants, Elazar decided to attack the elephant from below and stab it. Which he did successfully. However, the elephant in its death throes fell upon Elazar and crushed him. This particular incident, by the way, was celebrated in Christian art. Let me just take you through some of them because they're just so fascinating. As you will note from this particular example, the Europeans who are describing this happens to be a 14th century German print, they don't know what an elephant actually looks like. So they sort of imagine some kind of a horse maybe, and we've got some kind of a funny nose. Okay, fine. So a big horse, and the artist obviously in this example could not believe exactly how Elazar would get underneath the horse, so he simply put him on top and striking it from above. Here is one that makes the horse look something like a, sort of a happy Doberman pinscher of some size or something like that. This one's great. I think it has kind of like a sort of a cat-like, tiger-like look. And this one is truly original, right? It's got sort of a salamander kind of effect going on. Here's the last one, I promise. We're back to the horse again, and it looks a little bit like a Dr. Seuss kind of representation. At this point, you might be wondering, what about the miracle? What exactly happened with the miracle? So this is the part that usually gets first billing, but in the historical sources, it actually gets remarkably little billing. So ultimately, after a series of reversals over several years, we're actually not speaking about 1, 2, or 3 battles. We're talking about a long, drawn-out conflict that took several years to resolve. Eventually, Yehuda was able to take back Jerusalem, take back the temple grounds, cleanse it of all of the Antiochus-inspired idolatry, and restore it back to its original function as a monotheistic site of worship of God. Let us recall that the very name Chanukah means dedication, in the sense of dedicating the temple. And one of the key elements is the menorah, which is shown here in the famous Arch of Titus. This is a piece of Roman monumental martial art that commemorates the defeat of Judea by the Romans in the first century, a little more than 200 years later. And as you can see here, they're carting away the spoils from the temple, including the menorah, the gold candelabra. This is, by the way, more or less how it looks today. But Stephen Fine of Yeshiva University has done some chemical analysis of paint flecks and has been able to determine that it would have originally appeared to Romans like this in a painted version, which personally I actually like the way we have it today. It's much less garish and so on. But here you can see on the left, there's a sign, the law of the Jews in Latin, which presumably would have been some kind of representation of the Torah. And then you can see labeled the candelabra of the Jews, of course the menorah, and on the right, the holy thing of the Jews, which may have been the shulchan, the table, or perhaps part of the altar, something like that. At any rate, none of the earliest sources have a really clear description of the miracle, which seems to get such high billing. The earliest source that we have for the description of this miracle is a Baraita that occurs in the Talmudic tractate of Shabbat, page 21b to be precise. The Baraita or Baraisa is essentially a statement which is ancient in nature and is an oral tradition, is handed down, but it was not included in the important collection of teachings that was brought together in the early 3rd century by Rabbi Yehuda Nasi. So it's difficult to date the Baraita very well, but that is essentially the place where we get the source of the story of the oil that continued to burn for 8 days when it should only have burned for 1. There are other elements and other early sources, such as the Megillat Ta'anit, which is a scroll of fast days that lists not really fast days per se, it mainly lists days in which fasting is not permitted. And other early sources do make reference to the need for a new menorah, the need for some kind of way of kindling lights, presumably because of the defilement, but the 8-day story is actually not represented there. What is interesting on top of this, however, is that the Megillat Ta'anit others note the date of this event is the 25th of Kislev. That's the first night of Hanukkah, is on the 25th of Kislev, which happens to be the exact date that the Antiochus first defiled the temple. And so it is an anniversary of the defiling of the temple that marks the rededication, the Hanukkah of the temple once again. So what I would like to say about all this is that the miracle of the oil is fascinating and there's a lot of interesting things written on it. But in my humble opinion, the most significant thing, at least from a historical perspective, is this incredible military victory that represents an assertion of Jewish independence from religious persecution. Quite arguably the first such successful rebellion against religious persecution in recorded history. That's an amazing thing, and that's an amazing miracle. The story does not end with the dedication of the temple. Yehuda Maccabee's earliest supporters were called Hasidim, meaning pious ones. And these were the traditionalists who really wanted to get rid of all these Hellenizing elements and so on. And they followed him with tremendous zeal and with tremendous self-sacrifice. You know, the book of the Maccabees describes some amazing stories about the lengths that they would go to, like Eliezer, in order to defend their religious values. And Yehuda HaMaccabee's remarkable serial successes could only bolster their support for him and for the importance of his mission. However, he had so much early success that ultimately the Greeks had to sue for peace. They did not, however, simply leave the country. And in fact, the Maccabees would not have full independence, that is, including economic independence and the freedom from paying tribute, that is, taxes to the Syrians, for another 20 years. They wouldn't get that until long after Yehuda was gone in the year 142, and even then, only briefly. So we're not talking about a full political independence. What happens is, the Syrian Greeks realized soon that fighting in this local conflict over whether or not the temple is Hellenistic in nature is really not in their interests. Antiochus has died. There are succession conflicts over who's going to take over after him. And so the general Lysias says, you know what? Let's have a do-over. I say we go back to status quo. Obviously, Antiochus had overstepped his boundaries and had banned your traditional practices like circumcision and observing of Shabbat. And I know he messed up your temple. You really didn't like that. So how about we just go back to the way it was before 167, before all this happened? And Yehuda said, no way. Yehuda Maccabee, who was, zealous for the cause of Jewish nationalism and Jewish religious freedom to the utmost, he said, no way. Tolerance is not enough. We want you gone. However, he lost the backing of his most ardent supporters who said, status quo ante. That actually sounds pretty good. In other words, the Hasidim felt that it wasn't really worth it to keep fighting the Syrian Greeks when what they really wanted was religious freedom. As long as they were free to do what they wanted with Shabbat and with circumcision and with the temple ritual, okay, so we have to pay taxes to somebody. We'll pay it to the Greeks. What's the big deal? And so Yehuda actually lost some of his main supporters because the majority of the people, although they were incensed at the idea of an infringement on their religious values, once those religious values were left alone and they went back to status quo ante, they were prepared to abandon Yehuda. And there's much more to say about the political fallout of that decision, but ultimately that's what happened. Lysias put in another Kohen Gadol named Alcimus, who was actually much more amenable to the Hasidim than Menelaus, who was ultimately executed, and they were prepared to manage with the Greeks at arm's length, which was in many ways the end of the Maccabean revolt, even though Yehuda would press the issue further and there would be ongoing conflict afterwards. As we have this deep idea in the Jewish tradition that aim Nikra ba'olam. There is no such thing as coincidence in the world. All of these things are somehow connected. It's made explicit by the great thinker Rabbi Rothschild, for example. If you'll note in the liturgy, which definitely is quite ancient, regarding Hanukkah, when it says Bayamim hahem bazman hazeh, in those days, in this time. In other words, in our time. And Rabbi Eliyahu Dessler and others point out that in Jewish philosophy, time is like a guile, like a spiral, like some kind of coil. And that we go around in circles, and maybe it's an expanding gyre, but we go around in circles and we eventually come back to the same point that we were at a long time ago, and on a calendrical rhythm as well. So it's not at all ironic that the holiday of Hanukkah, which is so much associated with defending religious individualism, is assailed every year by an overwhelming tide of assimilationism. And that the struggle of Yehuda Maccabee and the Hasidim to defend Jewish particularism, and Jewish way of thought, Jewish way of practice, Jewish way of life, against an overwhelming global tidal wave of sameness, of fit in, and be like everyone else. That's the same struggle that we have today. So with that thought, I want to wish you a richtig and Hanukkah. I hope you found this lecture useful. Thanks very much for watching.
Could it be a problem? I'll just talk about it now before I forget. It's kind of like the concept, which is a real concept, of the gray goo. Have you heard of that, Scott?
Well, only because of you. But actually, no, that's not true. I think I was familiar with it from
Okay, now that we've had a quick look at the tremendous Maccabean revolt, I'd just like to take a couple of minutes, it'll be a very short mini video, to look at the dynasty of the Hashmonaim, that is the kings and high priests that followed the Maccabean revolt. And this is a period of tremendous consequence in many ways, but I'm just going to treat it very lightly today because we're going to be coming back to it repeatedly over the next coming videos. Basically, the period that we're discussing now is from the Maccabean Revolt, which happened in the mid-160s before the Common Era, up until the entry of Pompey, a Roman general, in Jerusalem in the year 68 before the Common Era, so about 100 years. Now, the truth is, the Maccabean dynasty, known as the Hashmonaim, continue, particularly through the line of Mariamne, a great-great-granddaughter who married Herod, but the Herodian dynasty is quite distinct in many ways, and that extends from the middle of the first century before the Common Era up until the Great Revolt, which results in the destruction of the temple in the year 70. So we're going to look at the first 100 years from about 167 to about 68 before the Common Era, and bear in mind that we've got another 100-odd years that are quite distinct. We'll spend a lot of time on them from about 68 before the Common Era to 70 of the Common Era. Okay, let's look at this first 100 years. I think the most significant thing to say about the Maccabean dynasty is the remarkable territorial expansion that took place under their watch. Have a look at this map here, which shows you the center of the Maccabean revolt was essentially in Judea, right in the region around Jerusalem, in the Judean hills, and so on. It was fairly landlocked. It had some access to the Dead Sea and, of course, the Jordan River, but otherwise it was efficiently blocked from the Mediterranean and from significant population centers to the north as well. Under the successive Maccabean kings, however, under the brothers of Yehuda Maccabee and then under his nephews, you begin to see significant expansion, in particular under the reign of Yochanan Kohen Gadol, also known as John Hyrcanus. You see very significant extension to the north throughout Samaria, expansion to the coast as well, and most significantly for historical purposes, the expansion to the south into Idumea. This will become extremely important because this is the region from which Herod will descend, and the Idumeans and their conquest by John Hyrcanus is one of the more controversial periods in Jewish history, because this was the first and only time that we have in recorded Jewish history of a forcible conversion of a non-Jewish people. The Idumeans were accepted into the Maccabean kingdom, and they were also forced to accept Judaism. Now, what exactly that Judaism was that they accepted is something we're going to have to explore in the next 3 lectures of this series to some degree. But this was something that the rabbis later severely criticized. They viewed the negative implications of Herod's rule in particular as a consequence of this forced conversion, and as a result, Judaism put essentially a ban on any type of state behavior like this or any even communal behavior like this. Forced conversion is simply not a thing in Judaism as a result. You will also see significant expansion under Alexander Yanai, one of the Maccabean kings who was definitely not favored by the rabbis. His wife, Shlomtziana Malka, we'll discuss in a moment, she had a very major impact, however, on the promotion of the rabbis, the sages, who again we're going to discuss in the subsequent lecture. The Maccabean kingdom, which we might even say was a small empire, actually expanded dramatically in all areas of activity, not only geographically and militarily, but also in terms of its political reach, in terms of its cultural activity, in terms of its economic activity. We have an amazing series of coins coming from the Maccabean kingdom. Here you have a beautiful coin, which is actually in my possession. This is a pruta, the smallest unit of currency that was circulating in the Maccabean era. This comes from the era of Yochanan Kohen Gadol or John Hyrcanus. And you can see on this coin there is a double cornucopia. You can see how primitive the coin is. It's stamped off center and it's lumpy and so on. The double cornucopia symbolizes prosperity and wealth and so on. And on the other side of the coin, this is very difficult to make out, but you can see lots of examples on the web. And it's an interesting kind of take in which Yochanan Kohen Gadol refers to himself as being part of the commonwealth of the Jewish people. This is one of the significant areas in which the rabbis were critical of the Hashmonaim, because historically the office of king and the office of the high priest were separate. The office of the king was assigned to the tribe of Judah ever since David, and the office of the high priest is specifically among the Kohanim, obviously, which are the descendants of Aaron, who was of the tribe of Levi. But among the Maccabees, they took both of those offices to themselves, which the rabbis felt was an inappropriate arrogation of additional authority. And some of the kings kind of tried to soften this by saying they rule with the consent of the Commonwealth of Jews. Others were less hesitant about proclaiming themselves both high priest and king. This is also an exceptionally important period because we see the rise of a new class of authority figures within the Jewish body politic, quite possibly following a much earlier trend, but only now, perhaps with state authority, do we really see these individuals beginning to rise to authority. I'm talking specifically about the sages, also known as the Pharisees, primarily in Christian readings. These are essentially the rabbis who would become the great leaders of the Jewish people, inspire them, shape the way in which we understand Judaism today and things like this. There's a lot more to say about this, but you'll have to wait till the next lecture. But for now, let's just look briefly at Shlomtzion HaMalka, which was an unusual woman. She was the widow of Alexander Yanai. She was known in much of the Greek literature as Salome, but beware, there are several Salomes. This is not the Salome that is associated with John the Baptist. This is Salome Alexandra. Shlomtzion HaMalka means simply peace unto Jerusalem, the queen. Her name Shlomtzion means peace unto Jerusalem. At any rate, she was, unlike her husband, a great fan of the rabbis. Her brother was very highly placed among them, and when her husband died, she was allowed the freedom, now as sole ruler of the Maccabean kingdom, to institute a new reign which was very religious friendly. I know it sounds strange because just 100 odd years earlier, they had fought this battle for religious liberty, but under the successive Maccabean kings, this religious freedom was strangely curtailed. And Shlomtzion HaMalka, in many ways, revived it by giving the popular rabbis, whose base of support was really among the wider population, not specifically from the temple ritual, not specifically from the sacrificial cult and so on. So Shlomtzion HaMalka in many ways actually restored this period of religious freedom of expression, and her reign was regarded as a period of unrivaled prosperity, both materially and spiritually. Unfortunately, this all came to an end. We will recall that when Yehuda Maccabee was engaged in his struggles at the beginning of the Maccabean period, he actually appealed to the Romans for the possibility of intervention. They did not intervene at that time, but it helped to stay some of the ambitions of the Assyrian Greeks in Israel at the time. But with the death of Shlomtzion HaMalka in the year 67, her sons engaged in a brutal conflict over who would control Israel, who would be the next king, who would be the next high priest, and so on. They both independently appealed to the Romans, specifically in the figure of Pompey, shown here, a general, who ultimately ended up intervening in that fraternal conflict by invading the region and taking Jerusalem in the year 63. Hard to imagine a fraternal conflict like this with an appeal to an outside source turning out any differently. But at any rate, that's what happened. Pompey enters in the year 63 and effectively establishes Roman dominion over the land of Israel. The Hashmonaim continue, the dynasty goes on, and ultimately it will become the Herodian dynasty. Herod marries one of the last daughters of the Maccabean kingdom, but that's something that we'll have to explore in a further video. For now, though, we've had a quick look at the brief rise and tremendous expansion and the tremendous potential demonstrated by the dynasty of the Maccabees, and we'll have to continue with the discussion of the internal religious developments in the next video. Thank you very much for watching.
Just to the right of it is something that says Lost Spring, so it could just be some kind of spring.
Right.
And it's hard to run all that down without going in person.
There's a great video summation and also a really good website. It's one of the better ones I found.
It's time now for us to just take a step back away from the political and military and to a certain degree social history of the era of the Hashmonaim, and I'd like to look a little bit more at intellectual history. In order to do that, we're going to have to expand the chronological scope of the period I'd like to cover. I'd like to take a look at the Second Temple period, which extends in the conventional chronology from the years 539, when the exiles returned from Babylonia under the decree of Cyrus that we described a little while ago, and began to rebuild the temple until the year 70 of the Common Era, which is a date normally associated with the destruction of the temple by the Romans. We're actually going to squeeze a little bit past that up to the year 200. So we're talking about a fairly large period of time right now, and I'd like to speak about some of the most important trends and two of the most important intellectual products of the Jewish people at this time, specifically the Midrash in next lecture, and then the Mishnah in the lecture after that. So let's think a little bit, though, about what's happening intellectually and spiritually in the Jewish population after the return from exile. We have a period of time now which is moving from a locus of authority in revelation, the high period of the great prophets that we described a while ago, and their direct access to godly intent, which then they would share with people, whether or not the people would like it. And now we're moving into a period in which a lot of that text has been now recorded and is now in circulation. And this on top of the text of the Torah itself, the first 5 books of Moses, and now the locus of authority shifts from those people who are somehow immediately receiving the word of God, which is then they distribute as instruction to the people or as rebuke. And now it has to do with people who can interpret the existing texts that slowly become canonized in this period. This is a very important shift. It takes many hundreds of years, but it represents the rise of the rabbinic class, a whole different group of people who are not necessarily known for their somehow innate ability to receive divine inspiration, as the prophets were, but rather they are known for their ability to intuit the meaning of those words and to provide guidance based on text. Now, a lot to say here. There's a lot of theology mixed in with history as well. I'm going to try and deal with both of these things in such a way that we can appreciate history as it develops on a human level, and at the same time understand a little bit about the way in which Jews understood these events on a religious level. Perhaps I should point out right now a beautiful passage that's in Shia Cohen's wonderful work From the Maccabees to the Mishnah, which covers the period that we're talking about today. He asks a great question there of, what is Judaism? Is Judaism like an ideal, aspirational set of beliefs and in particular practices, and the closer that a person adheres to that, that is normative Jewish behavior? Or do we say that Judaism is what Jews do, whether or not it is connected to this aspirational ideal. The former question is answered best by a rabbi, which, by the way, I am not. The latter question is addressed more by a historian. And we will kind of be dancing between these two poles from time to time as trying to understand both what Jews ideally wanted for themselves and in particular how the rabbis articulated what they wanted for the Jewish people. And on the other hand, we'll try to understand what Jews themselves were doing. In today's lecture, however, and the two that follow, we're going to be focusing more on the aspirational way of understanding what is Judaism and what do Jews do. Okay, enough introduction. Let's go straight to the material here. So, one of the most important institutions that develops at this time is something called the Great Assembly. The Knesset Hagadolah, the Great Assembly. The name Knesset in modern Israeli pronunciation is, of course, the prime deliberating body of the Israeli government, and it takes its name from this original institution. Had 120 seats in it, just like today's Knesset, and so on. Now, the roots of the Great Assembly are lost in the mists of time. One might assume that perhaps this Great Assembly was created first under Ezra, that he is named, in fact, in some of the later literature as the leader of the Great Assembly. And we know in particular that Shimon HaTzadik, the Shimon the righteous one, was the last of the Great Assembly. That's a reference right there in the first opening paragraph of Pirkei Avot, one of the greatest statements of rabbinic philosophy in the ancient period. So it's hard to date precisely when Shimon HaTzadik lived. There are different opinions as to which Shimon, the high priest, that was. The Talmud places him in the late 4th century with the advent of Alexander into the region, but it's also not impossible that this could be a Shimon that lived a little bit later, actually in the period of the Hashmonaim, although that would make the Talmudic reading problematic. At any rate, the actual membership of the Anshe Knesset Hagadolah was apparently high-level rabbis, as we shall see exactly what that title means, and also some of the latest prophets were included in them. Haggai, Zechariah, Malachi, for example, were included in the this body, this deliberative body that was also a legislative body. It's a great mystery. What exactly was it? How did they convene? Who was involved in it? But for the time being, we have to posit that this body did produce a significant amount of religious legislation. We begin to see the development of a new title, rabbi, which is really not used in prior texts with any amount of frequency. The term rabbi is derived from the Hebrew term rav, which means great or large. In the sense you would address someone, your highness, I guess in English, your greatness. And in Israel, the term used in late antiquity was Rebbe, that's the actual pronunciation, which means my greatness, my largeness, which is translated to be my teacher. That's more colloquial and more accurate in that regard, but it's not exactly what the term means literally. In Babylonia, the term Rav alone is preferred. The term rabbi, with that pronunciation, is actually kind of nonsensical in Hebrew. You don't actually have that word pronounced that way in Hebrew, but that's the way it came down to us in English. In Russian, for example, it would be rabbin. All kinds of different ways to pronounce it, but it means my teacher. Now, in the context, this is not a prophet, this is not a king, this is not a priest, this is someone new. This is like an expert information worker. It's a class of people that rise to prominence in this Second Temple period, and in particular in the last century before the Common Era and the first century of the Common Era. That's the golden age of the rabbis. In many ways, that's the period in which we get a lot of the great writings. We'll talk about two major sections of them in the next two lectures. And I want to just make one last point before we go on to the next level. One of the things that you see happening in a lot of popular histories, particularly those written for theologically inclined audiences, is this idea of writing history backwards, of trying to imagine what ancient history was, and looking at that aspirational ideal, even of today, but certainly of, let's say, late antiquity, late first century, early second century, and positing it backwards. The problem is we don't have contemporary texts that will allow us to really get a good look at what it meant to be a rabbi, let's say in the year 500 before the Common Era, or 800 before the Common Era. We don't really have a text. We have texts from much, much later, let's say 100 before the Common Era, that will tell us about something that's 500 years earlier. But that, of course, is from a historical point of view not as ideal as a contemporary period text. By the time we get to that year zero, there was no year zero, but you know what I'm talking about, we will have lots of interesting texts that are written from outside the rabbinic perspective that also give us some great ideas to what it was like socially. But for now, we have to kind of work with the text that we have and project backwards as conservatively as possible to try and understand history as it actually unfolded. Here's a beautiful image from Jean Fouquet's The Construction of the Temple of Solomon in Jerusalem. It apparently looked nothing like this, but what an amazing kind of inspirational image this must have been. At any rate, the reason why I illustrated this particular slide with the artwork of Fouquet is because we should recall that around this time, there is a big shift in the center of authority, meaning who do you go to for religious instruction, for religious inspiration? In the pre-Ezra period, or let's say the first temple period, that would certainly be the priest, the Kohen. The Kohen would be responsible to be connected to Jerusalem, to the temple rituals, to the sacrificial cult. That really was the main locus of Judaism. We have scattered tiny, interesting references in various biblical books to types of prayer, which were almost always done at the sanctuary in Jerusalem, or like Hannah, for example, at the beginning of the book of Samuel, at the tabernacle when it was in a traveling mode. But we don't have a lot of really great data about, who would you go to if you lived in, I don't know, Sfat, or if you lived in Alexandria? Where would you get religious instruction in this early second temple period? There seems to be a shifting away from the temple itself, although it retains the center, but it becomes more diffuse as people seek out religious instruction, and it becomes to move towards people who are masters of the Masorah, of the tradition, which, as we shall see, involves a lot more than just textual familiarity with the texts that would become canonized and form the Tanakh, but really masters a much larger amount of information, which is enclosed in something we call the oral Torah. The people who inherited this new mantle of authority and would ultimately become much more significant once the temple is destroyed in the first century are, of course, the rabbis. They're the ones who are able to take the portable tradition and implant it in the diaspora and nourish it not only so that it thrives, but in fact it flourishes. And at this point, we should try to understand, what do we mean by the Tanakh? What do we mean by the Bible, to use a Greek term? There's no question that the biblical texts were circulating at this time of the Second Temple, and through a process which is not at all clear, they eventually become canonized. This is a Christian term which is used to kind of imply what is closed, what is now a book that is accepted as having the authority of divine approval, And this eventually forms the tripartite Bible, the Torah, the first 5 books, Nevi'im, which are most of the prophets, and then finally Ketuvim, or writings, which includes some kind of miscellaneous works like Psalms, which are more like prayers, the wisdom literature like the book of Proverbs, some other books which seem like they belong in prophets like Chronicles, and some fascinating miscellany like Song of Songs, for example. Now, there's no question that these texts are circulating in the 2nd century, but we don't know exactly the process by which they were exactly canonized. The Talmud definitely mentions a specific number of the texts, but nowhere does it actually list all of the individual texts of the Bible, which is kind of accepted by the 1st century. It's just a known thing. Yeah, this is what's included. These are the things which are not included. Now, there are a few passages in the Talmud which speak about whether or not this or that book should be included. Some decisions are made regarding, for example, Song of Songs and regarding Ecclesiastes, and other decisions are made regarding books which are definitely out. Books like Ben Sira, we talked about the book of the Maccabees, for example. Those texts are excluded. The people who earn mastery not only of these texts that become the Bible, but also earn mastery of the interpretation of these texts, those are the rabbis. And we should also point out one last detail here. They have different rules of interpretation depending on which book it is. The 5 books of Moses, the Torah, that is considered sacrosanct on the highest possible level. There are no accepted errors, there are no typos, other than obviously scribal ones, which would render a Torah scroll invalid for use. And there's a whole series of hermeneutic rules as to actually how does one interpret the written text of the Torah. What we're looking at, by the way, is the oldest existing text of Nevi'im and Ketuvim. Unfortunately, the Torah section was lost. It is the Aleppo Codex, which dates from the 10th century. And as you can see, there are a lot of Masoretic markings on the inside, which specifically indicate, for example, how the text is to be pronounced and so on. We'll talk more about this when we get to the Masoretic movement later. Oh my gosh, there's so much stuff going on. That's kind of like an introduction to the rise of this new information class of the rabbis. Let's look at 2 of their major occupations, which was the recording of something called the Midrash and something else called the Mishnah in the next 2 lectures.
Mel said this hole was because the geology is different under the ground depending where you are, just in Washington State. Now, getting back to the article, Powell is quoted as saying, if they had said over the radio, it was on the north side of the valley, well, I might have stayed with the program for a while longer. I was thinking the hole I knew about was somehow being made into Mel's Hole, said Powell, who has 30 years experience exploring the geology of eastern Washington and especially lower Kittitas County and Menashtash Ridge in detail. And so Powell says, geologically and physically, it's not possible for a hole to be that deep. It would collapse into itself under the tremendous pressure and heat from the surrounding strata. He concluded, whoever Mel Waters was, he probably knew about the hole northwest of Ellensburg that's on private property, fenced with barbed wire, and is not too far from state DNR lands. He goes on to quote, I suppose this Mel Waters used the real hole as a kind of inspiration for making up this mysterious one on Menashtash Ridge. So, geologist Jack Powell, he didn't think much about that hole after that Coast to Coast episode until he was contacted by a member of a Seattle area discussion group, an online chat club that was studying Mel's Hole back in 2001. Powell said they were hoping he could give them the geologic information about the area as they were coming to Menashtash Ridge to search for Mel's Hole. So Powell agreed to talk to them so he could accurately give them sound geological knowledge and data about the area they're going to explore. about the local geology, because that's what he does. He's a professor, right? And he wants to teach.
Right.
So they all meet up on a Saturday, and it seems at the Comfort Kettle restaurant. I think I've been there, where Powell gave his standard layman scientific overview lecture on the geology of Kittitas County and details of Menashtash Ridge. And Powell also told them about the gold mine shaft that he thought was the inspiration for Mel's Hole, which he told them he didn't think existed on Menashtash Ridge. That's him telling them, I don't know if Mel's Hole is real, so just, from my professional opinion. And he said, well, they thanked me and they served me up some pie they had, but they wouldn't let go of the possibility of Mel's Hole. Well, of course not. You're on a mission to find the hole.
Yeah.
That group later formed the Seattle Paranormal Society. So that's interesting.
Oh, there we go.
Yeah, and so the article ends up saying, Powell, acknowledged that Mel's Hole has become a surprisingly long-lived legend based on no evidence at all. Quote, it looks like it's indelible now. You can't disprove a negative. It's probably with us forever.
Well put.
Yeah, I like that. So,
like many astonishing legends.
well, here's another scientist's viewpoint on this. And again, this is by senior writer Mike Johnston from the Ellensburg Daily Record. And, of course, I want to bring this up and mention this because guess what science it is? It's social science and it's sociology. Because guess what, folks? This is an urban legend, right? Well, Mike Johnston talks to Pamela McMullen Messier, assistant professor in Central Washington University's sociology department. And she said that legends like Mel's Hole give people the opportunity to test the mysterious against scientific fact. She said here, which I liked, is that it makes me think of the In Search of TV show where we have the wonderment of watching someone else go off to search for legends and / myths from the safety of our living rooms. And when we typically find that they're not real, but we enjoy the chase and hold on to the fantastic idea that there might be something unknown out there. Well, I would disagree that not everything is not real, but yes, a lot of it cannot be proven. So she says, well, it's humans like to solve problems as a social group and to have conversations to vet out various explanations. Quote, I think the added dimension of Mel's Hole is that we can't verify its location, so it gives folks a sense of adventure in attempting to seek it out. An assistant professor in CWU's Department of Psychology, Rolf Greenwald, says, so many urban legends, upward of a quarter, have a disgust factor. Research that manipulated the level of disgust found that people tend to repeat or recall myths that have a higher disgust factor, he said. Right. Yeah, it's got the sheep thing and the bulging tumor. Yeah. It elicits a strong emotional response, which makes people want to retell it, but also want to hear about it. And it keeps the story going. It makes them remember it. It fuels itself. Yeah, it's like the pet rat. You go down to a vacation in Mexico, the family comes back with a chihuahua, it turns out it's a giant rat. There's a disgust factor. Or the missing kidney, right? The stolen kidney story. So, okay, then here's one of the last things I want to talk about this as far as a psychology and sociology angle here. Connie Robinson, a lecturer in the Department of Sociology at CWU, said, legends help people make sense of things that cannot be explained in other ways. On the website, Mel Waters asserted that mysterious government agents blocked access to Mel's Hole and then claimed he was promised a stipend by the government agents if he were to transfer ownership and leave the country, she said. Quote, he could invoke what are called incorrigible propositions. Remember that. That's another great useful tool in our tool back here, which is, in parentheses here, unquestioned cultural beliefs that cannot be proved wrong no matter what happens to dispute it, end parentheses. She goes on to say, about secret government projects that are reinforced by a socially acceptable distrust of government, she said. Quote, so when other people express doubt about the veracity of his claims, he could point to a government cover-up. Since other individuals have expressed distrust of government and concern about quote-unquote secret projects, the absence of scientific proof of the whole then becomes proof of a government conspiracy, she said. There you go, a little bit of circular mojo.
She's not wrong.
No, that's why I want to mention that. So that's just an interesting take on why this story is so popular. And again, folks, sociology is important when looking at this stuff. Now, here comes something that I think is going to be unbelievable by a lot of folks, but to us, divinely fascinating and fun. And my goodness, we wish we could talk to this guy. It's a gentleman who goes by the name of Red Elk.
Yes.
Now,
you can't talk about Mel's Hole without talking about Red Elk.
No, because he's kind of, people would say he's latched onto or inserted himself into the story, but But a gentleman going by the name Red Elk called into the Coast to Coast AM show with Art Bell in September of 2008 with a story of his own about Mel's Hole. And he's got a lot of other stories. He's been on Coast to Coast a handful of times, as we said earlier, and it's pretty wild. Now, his connection to Mel's Hole is that he's been in the hole many times since 1961, and he was shown the hole by his father, who had remembered it, all the way back from his earliest memories, and probably that of the elders, and said that it is a top secret U.S. military base where, quote, alien activities occur. But that's not the end of it. But anyway, that's his connection, and he said he knew where the location was. Now, his real name is Gerald R. Osborne, who used the ceremonial name Red Elk. But instead of letting other people who like to make fun of this kind of stuff describe him, I will read from the bio that is on the Coast to Coast AM webpage, which I would guess that he put there. But here's a description of himself. Red Elk is an intertribal medicine man. He is a self-described half-breed, Native American/white, of both the Blackfeet and Shoshone nations, as well as part Irish and French. He is a member of the Hyoka Society, a contrarian group of Native Americans who do not follow the normal path of mankind. Red Elk is one of the 12 inner Hyoka members. He is one of the 9 members of the Red Web Society who are working to bring understanding of many hidden sacred teachings to the people of Earth. He's also an honorary member of the Cherokee Nation's Twisted Hair Society. In 1973, Red Elk went on a 69-day fast, taking water, juices, and vitamins. On or about the 49th day, Red Elk began to experience a vision about the future. For a little more than an hour each day for 3 days, Red Elk saw and experienced a future that he didn't want to see. The east and west coasts of America subside. A huge meteor strikes the Atlantic. Unimaginably great earthquakes rip apart the earth as massive volcanic eruptions darken the skies and blacken the land. But these tribulations pale in comparison to what soon follows as the Earth's axis flips and ensuing floods and 300-mile-per-hour winds savagely destroy buildings, people, ecosystems, and entire nations. Red Elk believes that there is hope and that we have time to change and prepare. But the first thing we must change is ourselves.
That's uplifting.
Well, there's no shortage of people with that message, let's say. There is a short documentary that's about 12 minutes done by University of Washington communication students with him in it, so you can see him talking, and he's got some funny
And we'll have a link to it.
Yes. The most recent one, that was Como TV did a news broadcast segment on him and featured his comments. He claims his dad told him about this thing around 1961, and that it was bottomless then.
Once bottomless, always bottomless. I mean, your bottomless hole is not suddenly going to have a bottom.
Well, let me put it this way. There is a bottom, but it may not be what you expect. I don't know how that's going to translate. I'm just saying that, dead cows and junk are showing up somewhere, maybe.
Yeah.
Or maybe just out in the middle of space, and it's a good place. If it goes into a black hole, okay, at least problem solved. Well, just a couple of things that he would like you to know from his website called Red Elk, one word, .50webs, 50 webs, WEBS.com. Note to all, this is from his own writing here, all medicine people that I personally know, all North and South American, have received the same orders as we 12 inner Hyoka have. Quote, you have 1 year to prepare. As of June 13th, 2007, all are now going into semi-retirement to prepare ourselves and our families to what will lie ahead at the end of that year. Use this knowledge as you see fit. Signed, Red Elk.
That was 2007.
Yeah, it was 2007. And another note, just a side note here, note to all, I do not represent any Indian nation. I represent only the inner Hyoka Society. Our orders do not come from man, but from the Creator only. In so doing, many traditional ways are stepped on. If anyone has a complaint, go to the Creator and tell him. I will continue to do what I and others are ordered. So he has a story, though, that, yes, again, change your ways or bad things are happening. And again, that's not the first. And of course, he is an easy target for ridicule and for connecting his story here. Because he's also talked about Bigfoot, Thunderbirds, Earth changes. I'm reading on his past shows here from Coast to Coast. That was September 18th, 2008, 2007, 2005, 2003, 2002. He's been on like, 6 times, and he's always got fascinating and startling things to say. But down the bottom of the hole, that there are lizard people, the reptilian race down there. Some working in connection with the U.S. government, and some that have a deal to do their thing, but also to abuse and use us in limited or unlimited quantities and qualities. And it is something that is connected to what Terry Lovelace has mentioned in his comments. Not that he believes that, but that I guess you could say he was told that or has heard that. So who knows what to believe. But yes, there's a lot of, you could say, some way out stuff there talked about by Red Elk. Now, his last comments, Red Elk, about the whole Mel's Hole matter is that this will be the last time he takes the media out on Monash Road for an interview about it. And he did not show the TV crew the hole. Now, it's also a knock against him that there was a group that he took out there, but I don't think he could find the hole, even though he claimed to know where it was. But maybe it just can't be seen. So people say, well, there you go. He's full of it. He doesn't know where it is either.
Yeah.
And so he ends his talk, I think, on Mel's Hole at least, or telling people about it. It's far more important to seek your spiritual life. The hole isn't important. Just stay away from trying to find it, said Red Elk 69. The government has it. It's totally off limits. In past interviews, Red Elk has said he has visited the hole several times. It's dangerous, he says. He told his own story about Mel's Hole in September 2008 on the late night Coast to Coast AM with Art Bell radio show, and he indicated it led to an underground shadow government facility. He said the hole is carefully camouflaged with a cover to look like the surrounding land so it can't be found. Again, quote, don't look for it, stay away. I have to say I've been burned by you guys, the media and all, many times with this Mel's Hole. They make me out to be a liar. They say one thing and do something else, Red Oak said recently. But he said he did say the Como News crew did a good job with the Mel's Hole segment and that they were respectful towards him. So there you go. That's kind of just a little bit about Red Oak, another character surrounding, and actually one of the larger, maybe the only one, that has come out and said, I have a connection to this hole, and I know where it is. Other people claim that they have found it or are looking for it, but really you don't hear from those folks.
Well, folks, that's bringing us to the end of
Your hole?
the endless, never-ending hole.
Oh.
We found the end of it, well, at least for us.
Mm-hmm.
In wondering what we think about it and where we're at with it, where you're at with it, it is a somewhat comical story, but it is also an astonishing legend. It's a perfect story for our kind of show, and we are, again, in deference to Coast for being the original platform for it. There's a couple things I would say about it. I mean, one thing that was interesting was that early on in one of his early appearances, they both talked about, both being Mel and Art, the possibility of another pit like this or hole on the Colville Reservation, which is in northeast Washington.
Colville, yes.
But that never came up again.
Yeah.
And I haven't seen anything else about that anywhere else. So, you know, it does make you wonder. It's like, even if this one isn't real, are there things similar that are geological mysteries that aren't really talked about, especially if they're on reservation land, might be kept quiet. So it's interesting to think that that might be happening up there, but they never brought that up again. There were details that came and went in all these different appearances.
Yeah, it's like the priest. What did he know? Why did Mel want to get a hold of that Romanian priest?
No, Hungarian Catholic priest.
There you go. You know, and here's the thing you have to realize, this is all framed in a entertainment show like ours. We can't talk about everything. We're glad when people mention stuff we may have forgotten they know about. That's fine, but we can't mention everything. So you have to kind of pick what you talk about, and that's what Art is doing. And that's, I think, what Art is known for, and what people loved about him is that he was good at just finding those bits and steering a good interview.
I couldn't agree more. He was an absolute genius at it. And in the end here, there's a couple things I did want to point out. This is one thing, you know, we kept talking about that herb. What is this stuff that he's growing or planting And he never said it, but he said, people could figure it out. And, well, guess what? It turns out there is a plant that matches the description of what he was talking about, and it's called Lamadium, or Lamadium dissectum. Yeah. And it's like a desert parsley, they call it in a way. And it grows exclusively in the area that he was at and in northern Nevada, which is supposedly where the other hole is. So that's going on. But then you can go and read about this stuff. I have a paper here that was published in the summer of 2012 by a second-year student at the University of Nevada School of Medicine. His name is David Prosser, and he wrote this paper, and I just wanted to read. He sums it up very well. I was able to corroborate this exact information from multiple sources, but I'm going to read what this section here, where he talks about Lamadium dissectum. Dr. Ernst Krebs, a physician working near Carson City, Nevada, discovered two striking facts concerning the local Washoe Indians. Forgive me if I'm not saying that tribal name correct. The first was the fact that though members of the tribe had become ill with the virus, and he's speaking specifically of the Spanish flu in this case, not one member of the tribe died from influenza or its complications. The second was the fact that the tribe had been using the root of the Lamadium dissectum plant to treat those who contracted the illness. Lamadium dissectum, colloquially known as biscuit root, is a rare species of plant in the parsley family that grows in semi-arid climates in the northwest region of the United States and parts of Canada. Up to the time of the flu outbreak, again, we're talking about the Spanish flu, it had been used by the Washoe tribe to treat all fever-causing ailments. The method used by the Washoe tribe to extract the active product used for treatment was peeling the root of the plant, then boiling this root and skimming the oil off the top. A large dose of broth containing this extract was then given to the patient. 1 pound of the root was used to produce the medicinal product, and it was given over a 3-day period to tribal members that had contracted the Spanish flu. Within 1 week's time of initiation of the treatment, all patients reportedly had a full recovery. Now, Krebs conceded to the fact that the use of the plant and the survival of all Washoe tribesmen that were given it as treatment for influenza may have been coincidental. Further supporting the utility of this plant extract in treating influenza, however, was Krebs' report that another physician used it in his practice to treat those infected with influenza that were described as hopeless cases. It was found that the treatment of these patients using the extract alone led to a full recovery. Other physicians began catching on and started using preparations of Lamadium dissectum to treat many Caucasians who had contracted the Spanish flu, which they found great success. Krebs even went so far as to describe it as the most effective treatment of that time in treating influenza and any accompanying pneumonia. He praised the plant extract for its versatility, recording that it was more efficacious at treating a cough and longer lasting than the opiate expectorants of the day. He also noted that it was a bronchial, intestinal, and urinary antiseptic, and it also was able to slow the heart rate and lower the blood pressure. Supporting Krebs' assertion that this treatment had great versatility in addition to treating the flu, native tribes used biscuit root for ailments such as the common cold, arthritis, tuberculosis, and rheumatism. So there's more to it than that. We'll have a link to that paper and some other articles about it. I was able then to easily find Lamadium dissectum for sale as a tincture, an alcohol tincture, from a brand called Secrets of the Tribe, right on the Walmart website. So this stuff's still around, folks, and it's just quietly curing the Spanish flu, apparently. And so what was fascinating to me about it, the reason I wanted to share all this was because Mel didn't even mention this, but he didn't mention this specific plant. But I'm pretty sure it's what he was talking about. And this is a real thing, and it has miraculous qualities, and it's real. It's a real thing. So it does make you wonder about some of the other, and why would he say, okay, well, the plants are only growing near these holes. That's the other thing he implied. They're growing near the hole in Nevada, and they're growing near my hole. So the plants are growing near Mel's hole. Do with that what you will. But I just think it's interesting that that's a component of it all.
Well, I do wonder in that aspect, though, just as a plant itself, because it was especially effective with respiratory conditions if it couldn't be applied to things we're going through now, and as far as the common cold. So I'll do a little bit more reading on that.
Yeah, that's pretty interesting. Well, so a couple other quick observations before we wrap up here. There was a point at which where the pitch was different between these interviews with Mel, and I thought maybe it was a different person. But as we looked at them and studied them and took our notes on them, I realized that there were expressions and phrases that he used over and over that reappeared in each of the appearances. So I am fairly convinced that all of them are the same person, whoever he is. One of those phrases that he would always say is, "I don't have it handy," which would a lot of times apply to evidence. He would say, "I don't have it handy. I don't have it handy." There was never proof sent in. There were no photos sent in, no pictures of the dime. You can't photograph it. You can't photograph that. I mean, that's all pretty fishy stuff. And coming back to Outer Range, for those of you who have seen that, there's a lot of common ground here. I did look up the creator of Outer Range because I remember Mel talking about his nephew was greatly involved in the story and all of these trials and tribulations he went through over the years. And I was like, what if the creator of Outer Range is Mel Waters' nephew? And so I looked him up. His name's Brian Watkins.
What? W-A-T, Watkins, Waters.
Watkins. Yeah, could be Brian Watkins. I don't know, but
he's very talented. I will say.
He's an incredibly talented playwright and has just very well respected. Has written a lot of work and also created Outer Range. My hat's off to you, sir, if you wind up hearing this. I'm not convinced that he was inspired by this story.
No, we don't know.
He is very steeped in Western lore, and that's why his quote opened the show. The bottomless pit, it didn't start with Mel's hole, obviously.
No, that's what I'm saying. It's old as time, as old as people were digging.
Yes.
Or saw animals digging. Or you know what? That's the one thing is following an animal's den or hole. And it sparks wonder, like if you've ever seen chipmunks or ground squirrels,
right,
or gophers, and you just wonder, like, how far does that go down?
Yeah,
and it's a very elemental thing to the human imagination. So, no wonder it's captured all of ours.
I want to leave it with one last observation, and that's with about a man that we've mentioned on the show before, Jan Harold Brunband, who is considered in a lot of ways the father of the urban legend. He was an educator on this. He is a folklorist, researcher, writer, public speaker, professor emeritus of English at the University of Utah. So he's in the neighborhood here. He actually lives in Salt Lake City. He's born in 1933. He'd be about Mel's age, by the way. I'd like to hear his voice on tape, see if he was Mel. That was the other thing we looked at. I did look to see if Kurt Vonnegut was maybe doing it. I looked at some, and honestly, the voices were similar, but it just didn't seem right. But
no, my favorite Vonnegut, I only compared to was his appearance in Rodney Dangerfield's Back to School, where he's rich enough to have Kurt Vonnegut do a paper on his own subject.
Yes, right.
And then he gets a D.
It's hilarious.
He gets a D for commenting on his own stuff, which that makes sense.
Well, Mr. Brunband wrote an article back in 1989. It's March 10th of 1989. This appeared in the Deseret News. I'm not sure how they pronounce that in Utah. Forgive me, but I want to just read this. It's a very short little article, because this is what Mel's hole reminded me of. Are people in Australia and Texas pulling my leg? I began to wonder when two versions of the same story arrived in my mail within a week of each other. Here's the Aussie version, sent by folklorist David S. Holtz of the Curtin University of Technology in Perth. Quote, a young girl was in line behind an elderly woman at a supermarket checkout counter. The woman stared at the girl and eventually said, please pardon my staring, but I can't believe it. You're the spitting image of my dead daughter. The woman then asked, I know this sounds strange, but when I leave the store, could you say goodbye to me and call me Mom as a reminder of my daughter? The girl, slightly embarrassed, agreed. And as the woman departed, the girl waved and said, goodbye, Mom. Then the checkout clerk told her that the total bill for her groceries was $67.45. The girl was stunned since she was only buying a loaf of bread and some milk. But your mother, who just left, said you would pay for her groceries too, the clerk explained. Now, readers might recognize this as the legend that I call the grocery scam. But the Down Under version concludes differently than the versions I've collected from the U.S. and Canada. Quote, the girl ran outside the supermarket to nab the phony mother and force her to explain and to pay for her own groceries. The girl caught up with the woman in the parking lot just as she was getting into her car to drive off. The girl grabbed her leg and tried to pull her from the car. She pulled and she pulled and she pulled and at this point the listener to the story usually says something like, good grief, what happened? And the reply is, well, she was pulling her leg just like I'm pulling yours.
Hey, didn't you have a relative that would employ that same kind of joke?
Yes, he told that joke. It was in a grocery store, and I think the guy goes up through the ceiling, and there's leg pulling. So, I guess Brunband calls this the catch tail there's more that he lists in this article. We'll put a link to the article, but
it's for me the paper moon scam.
Yeah, it's the paper moon
scam. Write down happy birthday on the 20, and the girl starts crying. It's like, no, I got a 20 on my birthday, and he has to make change.
Right. Yeah.
It's not impossible. Like I said, like that might be pulling your leg joke, but like I believe that. Hey, there's a guy on camera using, I believe, East Indian mesmer techniques to fool a cashier out of the cash in the register.
Yeah. I guess for me, when I step back and gaze into Mel's hole, I think my final thoughts are that I think it's a well-perpetrated hoax. I think it's just absolutely too absurd.
Really?
I think it's either that or it's a legitimate, and I said this earlier, disinformation campaign expertly crafted by PSYOPs to conceal something that is similar and of significance to the U.S. government.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm not talking about like a pie-eyed conspiracy here. I'm talking about the practicality of keeping something real quiet by masking it in absurdity. That has happened.
Right.
Those are the only two things for me. I don't think any of this is what it seems. It's either complete baloney or it's covering up something not so spectacular, nevertheless important.
Well, I don't know about you, man, but I look at every possible combination stemming from the three logical points. Either it's all true, it's all false, or it's a combination of both. Little from column A, little from column B. Because there are some elements that are fantastical, but when it starts off, the story itself isn't that fantastical. It just could be a misunderstanding by Mel, who self-admittedly says, I'm not a geologist. I don't know anything about this. I might be making a mistake as far as how far down it goes. We thought that theory might be possible too. Yeah, he might just be mistaken that it's bottomless, but it's deep. It's a deep mine shaft of some kind. And maybe that's deep enough to, like I said, I don't know if it's 300 feet deep, as the working gold mine theory by Jack Powell states.
Yeah.
Who knows how long it would take over the years to fill that up, where people, it would stink, I would imagine.
Yeah.
But like I told you before, out in Mojave here, they're using an abandoned mine shaft to shove a lot of LA garbage in there, right?
Right.
And that's they liked it because it's solid rock, it's not going to seep, and it's just as good as paving over it, making a water park over it. That's not impossible. Other theories, just quickly over here, and these can be found again on ratingoaks.com, the blog website of Christopher Hayden. He just sums them up here. These are the most popular ones, of course, is a volcanic cave or a lava tube. And he just has a description here, which we'll post. That's from Encyclopedia Britannica, and that they don't go that deep. As Jack Powell himself says in that little short documentary from UW communication students, is that it's basically plumbing for a volcanic system. They don't go straight down. They're not that deep. And they're just, the lava tubes developed here, says, best in highly fluid lava, notably a basaltic type known as pahoho. I'm not making that up. So the idea, though, is that, that's a good idea. I mean, when I first heard the story, I thought myself, too, is that, well, if there is any kind of a hole, it's going to be maybe a geologic anomaly that is tied to a vent tube from Mount Rainier, perhaps, something close by. Other geological possibilities are small caves, pressure-ridged caves, spatter cone chambers, blister caves. None of these really fit the description of Mel's hole. Here's one, the shaver mysteries that people are going to, I know, email us about, and the hollow earth theory.
Yes.
That's a whole other topic, or two or three on its own. Not going to get into it here, but just that it's another realm. Another theory, government project or / weaponry, that it's some kind of earth weapon using the either something buried underground in a facility, as Red Elk claims, or something utilizing and enhancing or synergistically co-opting the powerful energies emanating from the center of the earth, which we know they're very powerful, right? That it's basically some kind of military operation, or at least it was found out about and then co-opted, and is now there's weapon testing, and it's going to be like the Mist and unleash a hell's fury of all kinds of unsavory beasts and creatures and insects that like to eat people alive. And then the last one is that it's just some type of a natural formation we just don't know about. It's just there. There's something keeping it from collapsing in on itself, as Jack Powell says. As for myself, Look, man, I don't know. Here's the deal. It's a cool story. It's the stuff that we love to hear about on Coast to Coast. It sparks the imagination, like I said, the bottomless pit is supposed to. And going back to your idea, is it an impossible story covering or misdirecting an impossible event or feature or weapon or some kind of phenomena that is real, but you're using an impossible story to cover that? You know, as far as all the logical permutations, right, of the equation. Fantastical story covering something mundane, but you just don't want people to know about it. It has to do with the Yakima firing range or whatever. Or it starts off as a mundane story covering something mundane, or it's made up. Or, like I said, the fun part is the fantastical story covering up and misdirecting for something that's even more outrageous. And that is the U.S. government military working with a reptilian underground race or some kind of crazy weapon. So I don't know, but it's all these elements which make it fun. Like I said, and I say that because it starts off is not that unbelievable. It's fantastical, but over a course of 4 years or more, it builds, and not all at once. There's big time gaps of years. It starts off just exactly the right way for a good finish. You know what I'm saying? It was well done all along, and that you don't start off with a whiz bang and getting even crazier is that you seed it along, and guess what? We all went along for the ride, and we still are. So, in conclusion, fact, fiction, a combination of both, I don't know, but every element of the legend of Mel's Hole, all of it, makes for an astonishing legend.
That's it? You done?
Oh, well, usually you cut to music when I utter a line like that towards the end.
Oh, so you have more to say?
All right, one more thought. I think maybe, just maybe, this theory of mine will explain the entire thing.
Oh.
And this is what I think.
That's going to wrap up our series on Mel's Hole. We'll be back in 2 weeks with a new episode. Visit patreon.com/astonishinglegends to access our exclusive Junk Drawer show that runs every week. The main show is dark, which means patrons can hear Astonishing Legends year-round.
Please remember to support our sponsors. They help keep the show free and the lights on in Blanket for Tiana.
EOO. I'm Aubrey Playtech. SAM.
Galaxy-wide in perpetuity.
LIEA.
Astonishing Legends is edited by Sarah Voorhees Wendell at VW Sound and co-produced by Tess Pfeiffer, who is also head of research and the social media manager. Special thanks to our announcer, John Bolin.
Our theme, which is available as a ringtone, was composed by Judson Crane at foundermusic.com, and our sound design and additional composing is by Ryan McCullough.
Our logo was created by Tommy Beaver Design, and our animated graphics for social media and YouTube are done by Joshua Sloan at deadstreetproductions.com.
Every episode going back to September of 2020 has a transcription available on its corresponding webpage at our website. Earlier transcriptions can be made available upon request to astonishingcontact@gmail.com.
Astonishing Legends would not be possible without you, our listeners. Visit our store at astonishinglegends.com or interact with us and other listeners on Instagram, Twitter, Discord, Facebook, and YouTube.
You can also visit us at patreon.com/astonishinglegends, where patrons have access to additional bonus content, including the Patreon exclusive show, Astonishing Junk Drawer, which is available every week. The main show is not. No part of this show may be reproduced anywhere without permission. Copyright Astonishing Legends Productions.
Good night.
You're looking at live pictures of the sky above the Utah Test and Training Range. In less than an hour, a 4.5 billion-year-old piece of the ancient solar system will be landing here in the desert. This is live coverage of NASA's OSIRIS-REx sample return.
There's been nothing like OSIRIS-REx in NASA's repertoire. I like to call it the Daredevil spacecraft.
10 seconds. 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. And liftoff of OSIRIS-REx. A 7-year mission to the asteroid Bennu and back.
Welcome and thank you for joining us live from the Army's Dugway Proving Ground in Dugway, Utah. This is special coverage of America's first asteroid sample return mission, OSIRIS-REx, as it arrives back to Earth after more than 7 years traveling in deep space. I'm Lauren Ward, and joining me is Dr. Jim Garvin, Chief Scientist at NASA's Goddard Space Flight Center. He's a planetary geologist by training and also probably one of the most excited people around here today.
Lauren, literally, I'm over the asteroid.
Better than over the moon, over the asteroid. Well, I'm excited to share the stage with you today. We've got a lot to discuss and a huge adventure straight ahead. And for those joining at home, Jim and I will be taking your questions live throughout the show. You can send those our way by using the hashtag AskNASA. And if you want to follow along this final of the mission at home, check out NASA's Eyes on the Solar System, where you can view a complete 3D simulation and follow the OSIRIS-REx sample return capsule to the ground. And during the broadcast, you'll hear directly from the mission team, so listen very closely for those operational callouts. Before we get into the action, though, tell me, Jim, what are you most excited about?
Lauren, it's the masterpiece of engineering we have here. Just think about this. In 50 years, we've gone from bringing things on the moon back with crews to all robotic sample return for science that's literally beyond words. It's sublime. So we can't wait to see what we're going to do.
We cannot wait. So OSIRIS-REx is an acronym for Origins, Spectral Interpretation, Identification, Security, Regolithic Sphere. Yes, it's a mouthful, but the mission describes an audacious objective. Send a probe on a long journey to an asteroid, map it, grab a sample, then bring it back to Earth for analysis. Following launch on September 8th, 2016, the plucky probe took an extraordinary route through the solar system until it reached the asteroid Bennu. Then, after more than a year of mapping the surface in exquisite detail, OSIRIS-REx made a careful descent in October 2020 to collect a sample. 3 years later, we are here at Dugway Proving Ground in the deserts of northeast Utah, awaiting that capsule containing the sample, which experts tell us is essentially a time capsule of the ancient solar system. We've got a great team joining us this morning as we experience this thrilling conclusion of this grand adventure. Sophia Roberts is located near our landing zone, and she'll be speaking with some key players. We'll also hear from James Traley, who will be tracking mission operations and bringing us real-time updates, essentially our eyes and ears inside mission control, which sounds to me like a good place to jump into the story. James, good morning. How are we looking?
Yeah, good morning, Lauren and Jim. It's already been a very bright early morning for all of our team members involved in this mission. Just a little bit further north from us, about 4 hours ago in Waterton, Colorado, the team met to assess the readiness to release the SRC from the main OSIRIS-REx spacecraft. And I'm very happy to report that they gave the green light, they gave the go command officially to release the SRC from the OSIRIS-REx. Let's listen in on what that command sounded like. That command came after more than almost 4 billion miles of spaceflight and years of planning, plotting, and dreaming about this asteroid Bennu. The SRC has now been separated from the main OSIRIS-REx spacecraft and is coming in rain or shine today. So team members are keenly aware of the weather conditions out on the range. It's looking pretty great for today. We did have a bit of rain the other day, which softened up that landing spot just enough to make the SRC land perfectly smooth on that surface. The temperatures are going to be around the 50s, 50 degree Fahrenheit. Low winds out there, calm winds at the surface around 6 miles an hour, pretty light. Very clear skies this morning as well. As we were actually driving out, I saw a shooting star meteor, and in just a few moments, the SRC itself will be streaking across the skies as we begin to track it. Just a few moments ago, We heard the helicopters take off from here to head out to wait just at the edge of the landing ellipse. Our high-altitude plane is up in the sky, ready to take images in the infrared of our SRC, and we are here ready to go to cover all of today's mission events. I'm going to be right here with you all throughout the process as we get closer to that entry, descent, and landing. But for now, back to you, Lauren and Jim.
All right, thanks, James. We'll be back to you for mission status updates throughout the morning. For now, let's give you a quick geography lesson on where we are today. We are sitting about 85 miles southwest of Salt Lake City in the heart of the Dugway Proving Ground, a historic Army facility. In less than an hour, the sample will touch down in our landing ellipse at the Utah Test and Training Range, managed by the Air Force, about 13 miles north of where we're speaking right now. Mission teams have set up a clean room just 1 mile away from us, where the sample will end its journey today. Tomorrow morning, a C-17 aircraft will take off from the runway behind us and deliver the sample to NASA's Johnson Space Center in Houston.
Unbelievable. Can't wait.
Oh gosh, I can't wait to see that C-17. Oh, that's going to be breathtaking. We have a lot of ground to cover, and we'll be bringing you into the heart of the action. For all of NASA's many missions of the years, OSIRIS-REx lives in an extremely rare category. It not only ventured out into space with cameras and sensors, but it's bringing a physical sample of the ancient solar system back to Earth for detailed analysis. Mission planners selected a small asteroid called Bennu as their destination. Following a successful touch-and-go procedure to grab a sample on October 20th, 2020, OSIRIS-REx has been making its way back to Earth. It's been a thrilling ride, already packed with technical achievements and scientific discoveries. Today's historic landing continues that saga, promising exciting research ahead. Beside our main event this morning, we've got a ton of extremely cool stuff. We'll hear from a special guest astrophysicist whom you probably recognize more for his chart toppers. We'll speak with one of the helicopter pilots about his role in getting recovery teams out to the landing site and bringing the capsule back home. And we'll even hear from the cast of the film Asteroid City. And of course, we'll give you a front row seat to the mission itself, the science, the engineering, and why a mission to gather space rocks, well, rocks, right? NASA's first asteroid sample return happens in less than 35 minutes. Let's now take you to Wig Mountain, where our field reporter, Sophia Roberts, is standing at the forward edge of the vast landing zone, where she joins us live now. Sophia, give us a picture.
Lauren and Jim. Now, it is a bright and chilly morning, but the excitement certainly is rising. Now, let me give you a lay of the land of what is going to happen today. The sample return capsule is going to hit the top of the atmosphere at approximately 8:40. It will descend through our atmosphere for 13 minutes before touchdown. Once it does touch down, our team with the recovery team will go to the sample or the capsule and start that carefully rehearsed recovery process. Now, I am on the edge of the landing zone that we call the ellipse. It is a huge landing zone that is larger than the size of Rhode Island. And behind me are the helicopters that will be taking those recovery teams to the capsule once it lands. Now, these teams are prepped and ready to go. We're just waiting for that capsule to arrive. Back to you, Lauren.
Wow, Sophia, I think she has the best seat.
Oh my God, take me there.
I want to go there. All right, let's get some quick facts about the OSIRIS-REx spacecraft. Filled with fuel, the vehicle weighs more than 4,600 pounds. That's about the same size as 3 large cows. Did you know that, Jim?
I did not, and I'm afraid of those cows.
Let's stay away from the cows. With its solar arrays extended, the spacecraft is about 40 feet long, or the size of a short school bus. The solar arrays can power up to 3,000 watts, which is the same as a portable generator. Once on Bennu, the 11-foot robotic arm collected dust and pebble samples, while the cameras got up-close images of the asteroid. How about that? And then, of course, there's the SRC, or the Sample Return Capsule. The capsule that's separated from the main vehicle is currently on its way to our landing zone in the Utah desert. So, Jim, I think importantly, the team can't just open up the capsule right on the desert floor, right? What happens next?
So next, we have to safe it, we have to bag it, we have to contain it, and transport it to the clean room about a mile from here. And in that clean room, we will actually bring the sample return capsule in, take off the evac shell and the heat shield, and carefully arrange to nitrogen purge that special sample container inside, so it does not introduce any contamination from Earth, because we want asteroid, not Earth.
That's right. And I love missions like this because I find my own imagination just bursting with possibilities and questions. And so with about a little bit more than 30 minutes to go before the SRC hits the top of the atmosphere, we're going to take a few minutes to dive in the nuts and bolts of the mission itself. We've got a great mission overview to help explain. Take a look.
OSIRIS-REx is NASA's first asteroid sample return mission. It launched in September 2016 on a journey to explore a near-Earth asteroid called Bennu. After arriving in 2018, OSIRIS-REx spent nearly 2 years orbiting Bennu, mapping and studying its rugged terrain before carrying out its primary science objective. On October 20th, 2020, the spacecraft ventured to a small crater in the asteroid's northern hemisphere. It dodged jagged rocks and towering boulders and plunged its arm into the loose surface, excavating 6 tons of debris while collecting about 250 grams of material. OSIRIS-REx stowed its bounty and closed its sample return capsule. It bid farewell to Bennu in May 2021, embarking on a 1.2 billion-mile cruise back to Earth. Now, 2 years and 4 months after leaving Bennu, OSIRIS-REx is closing in on the place where its journey began. On September 24th, the spacecraft will approach to nearly 63,000 miles from Earth. It will power up and release its sample return capsule at 4:42 a.m. Mountain Time. The capsule must be jettisoned within a narrow time frame and at just the right angle to hit its target, an area of roughly 250 square miles in Utah's West Desert. Once the capsule is away, OSIRIS-REx will fire its thrusters to avoid colliding with Earth. At 8:42 a.m., the capsule will streak into the atmosphere at a blistering 27,000 miles per hour. It will race across the western U.S. and begin to glow with heat, allowing infrared trackers on the ground to chart its progress. As it pushes deeper into the atmosphere, the capsule will rapidly decelerate, subjecting the Bennu samples to a punishing 32 Gs. About 2 minutes after entry, it will slow to Mach 1.4 and deploy its drogue parachute, stabilizing its descent. The capsule will enter special use airspace at 8:46 a.m., almost 10 miles above the Department of Defense Utah Test and Training Range. Radar stations will lock on and track it to within 30 feet of its landing site. At 8:50 a.m., the capsule will extract and deploy its main parachute 1 mile above the ground. It will make its final descent at a leisurely 11 miles per hour, like a marathon runner savoring a victory lap, before touching down in the desert soil at 8:55.
Wow, I get chills every time I see that.
Me too.
Amazing. All right, so we know you have questions, so please continue to send them to us using the hashtag AskNASA. But before we go any further, I've got a question for you, Jim. Why is the mission called OSIRIS-REx? It sounds like a new hybrid kind of dinosaur or something.
It does, but it's actually the name of an Egyptian deity, a bird deity, but it means all the stuff the mission's going to be doing. So we're going to be searching for clues to the origins of our solar system chemically, looking at how we can ground truth all the data we have for asteroids from Earth, other spacecraft right up close with samples. We're going to look at the resource potential of asteroids, metals, hydrated water and hydrated minerals, and also consider security of our planet from these kinds of objects. It's a big name with a big mission with many things it has to do. It's multiple missions in one.
Yeah, 3 missions in one, in fact. We know we have a global audience for this event, and throughout the morning, we'll be taking questions submitted via social media. So let's take one now. All right, what do we have? At S4Mule_B asks, what's the significance of studying asteroids like Bennu for advancements in planetary science?
These are literally the time capsules of the early solar system with those bits and fragments we can never get here. So we go and bring them home to connect ourselves to the place we live, our solar system. So that's one of the big takeaways of this. We will read the clues of Mother Nature on how our world works in the context of all the rest of the planetary system.
Fantastic. All right, let's take another question. What do we have? All right, from at Ndanger817. Approximately how large is the sample size and what kind of analysis will be performed?
So it's about 8 or 9 ounces. It's about a size of a baseball and a half, and the kind of analyses are amazing. There are toolkits in instruments that can look at nanoscale characteristics that you wouldn't imagine. We can see the hairs on a foot of an ant, but we'll look at those in the context of another object in the solar system. So, wow.
Wow, indeed. All right, we'll be taking some more questions throughout the morning. Okay, so let us head back to the ellipse to talk to Sophia. I understand, Sophia, you've got a critical team member with you. Take it away.
Thanks, Lauren. Yes, I am joined right now by Stu Widley, who is the Oscar or on-scene commander of this recovery mission. Thank you for joining me, Stu.
Thanks for having me.
All right, so you are the person who kicks off this whole process before even the recovery team gets on the ground. Can you walk us through your process?
Yeah, so essentially what's going to happen is that once the capsule is undershoot, we'll have a better idea of where it's going to land on the range. And based on that, I'll know exactly what kind of weapon systems we used in that area, what kind of tests we've done in that area. So I'll know better what kind of hazards are in the area. Once I land on the ground, I'll do an initial sweep of the area and methodically move towards the capsule and mark any kind of hazards that I find, whether it be munition hazards, of course, and or the industrial hazards, and even in environmentally sensitive areas that we have out here. So.
All right, how did you prepare for this today?
So preparation has been in the process for a long time. Between myself and Jasmine Nakayama, we've got 40 years worth of explosive knowledge. Most of it is on this range here, so we know the ranges very well. The team and the UTR have been working together, both Lockheed and NASA, and we've been doing rehearsals so that we are more familiar with their capsule, and they're more familiar with our terrain here as well.
And this is an active proving ground here. So what are the other steps that we have to ensure that our teams are safe?
Yeah, so the Utah Test and Training Range, we do have a lot of different hazards out here. Like I said, the weapon systems that we test. We're going to keep them safe from that. We have, again, done many of the preparations with them already. They've taken safety briefings. They've been briefed on the actual items that we've dropped out here in their range safety brief. One of the hazards that we're going to be dealing with, though, is the helicopters that you see behind us. And they've been through practices getting on and off the helicopters and working in and around them. But I think the biggest hazard that we're going to have is slipping. We had some recent rain, so that I think is going to be our biggest hazard, but it could be fun too. So.
Well, wonderful. I know that you have your last preparations for the day, so I'm going to let you go, and thank you very much for joining us.
Thank you, Sophia.
Thanks, Sophia. Stu's got a big day today.
Oh, my goodness.
All right, Jim, we know we have space fans from all walks of life all over the world. One super fan in particular is a well-known astrophysicist with an atypical side hustle. But I'm guessing you know him probably more from his side thing than his science thing.
Well, that's right. He's literally space royalty and rock royalty. Perfect for a mission to bring back rocks.
Just our true rock star. Let's let him speak for himself.
Hello, NASA folks, space fans, asteroid aficionados. This is Brian May of Queen, as you know, probably, but also immensely proud to be a team member of OSIRIS-REx. I can't be with you today. I wish I could. I'm rehearsing for a Queen tour, but my heart's there with you as this precious sample is recovered. Happy sample return day, and congratulations to all who worked so incredibly hard on this mission, especially my dear friend Dante, with whom we already created this beautiful book. God bless you all.
Speaking of rock stars, joining us is NASA's Lori Glaze, Planetary Science Mission Director. Welcome, Lori.
Hey, good morning.
Great to have you here, Lori.
Great to have you. And you and Jim go back quite a ways, right?
Oh, yes. Jim and I actually go back several decades, but we've been working together closely for many, many years, and it's so good to see you here.
Congratulations.
It is a really exciting day. So OSIRIS-REx is part of a larger autumn for asteroid autumn, as we've been saying. Can you talk about some of the other missions that are happening this fall?
Happy to do that. It is really exciting. We have lots of asteroid missions, and actually 4 of them have major milestones coming up this autumn. Right on the heels of the sample return happening today. In 2 days, On September 26th is the 1-year anniversary of a little mission you may have heard of last year called the Double Asteroid Redirection Test, demonstrated for the first time humanity's ability to deflect the path of an asteroid. How cool is that? And then coming up on October 5th is the launch of a mission called Psyche, going to visit a special asteroid called Psyche also, which is one of only about 9 of asteroids that we think are made primarily of metal. They have a very high metal content, iron and nickel. And then about a month after that, on November 1st, is going to be the first asteroid flyby of our mission called Lucy, which will ultimately visit Trojan asteroids that lead and trail Jupiter in its orbit around the sun. But in November, we'll fly by a main belt asteroid called Guinness.
Wow, check that out.
It literally is an asteroid on it. But Lori, one other thing, OSIRIS-REx, is a multi-purpose mission, all this great stuff you mentioned. And one of its key jobs is to help us with planning defense. How does it do that? Way out there.
So actually, OSIRIS-REx gave us some really important new information about an effect, a force that occurs on asteroids called the Yarkovsky effect. And what that really is we know there's gravitational pulls on the asteroids, and we can predict that with our trajectories. But Yarkovsky effect says that the sun's radiation heats up one side of the asteroid, and then as the asteroid rotates, the radiation radiates off into the deep space. And that actually kind of acts as a force that kind of pushes back against the forward trajectory. And so it changes our predictions on where the asteroid might be. Over time, it really makes a difference. And OSIRIS-REx gave us some fantastic new measurements on that effect.
Unbelievable.
Wow, that is truly unbelievable. Nobody appreciates the planetary defense aspect more than me, Jim.
Yeah, we want to be safe.
Big fans. Really quickly here. This isn't the end for OSIRIS-REx. What's next?
Yeah, so really exciting. Now that the spacecraft has released the capsule successfully, about 20 minutes after that release, we are now repurposing the spacecraft for a new mission called OSIRIS-APEX, where APEX stands for Apophis Explorer, and it's off on its new mission to explore the asteroid Apophis, which is going to have a close flyby of Earth in 2029.
All right, stay tuned, everybody. That is fantastic. Well, thank you so much, Lori, for joining us. You're going to stick around for the show, right?
Oh, absolutely.
Absolutely. Okay. This will be the biggest U.S. sample return since the Apollo mission to the moon. But this is not the first time that anyone has captured a piece of an asteroid. On the arrival of the historic OSIRIS-REx sample, we celebrate that the Japanese Space Agency, or JAXA, has already visited 2 asteroids, Itokawa in 2005 and the asteroid Ryugu in 2019. The missions Hayabusa and Hayabusa 2 proved that it could be done and paved the way for today's ambitious goals of this daring enterprise. All right, let's send it back over to James for an update on mission operations. Go ahead, James.
Yeah, thanks, Lauren. So everything continues to be nominal. I've been tracking the mission status here. Everyone looks dialed in, ready to go. You saw a few moments ago, Sophia with Stu Wiley, our on-scene commander. He's ready to go. He understands the mission. They are ready to get out and recover that sample today. And as I mentioned earlier, just a few moments ago, actually, I guess a couple hours ago at this point now, the SRC was released from the main OSIRIS-REx spacecraft. When that release took place, it was given an initial spin, which kind of preserves its angular momentum and speed as it's coming in to Earth's atmosphere. It's similar to throwing the perfect spiral on a football, and teams are hoping for that perfect touchdown today. What you're about to see is basically the equivalent of throwing a touchdown pass over 10 football fields away and landing it perfectly in that end zone. So you can see on your screen now the mission operations team. They're just next door, dialed in, ready to go. They've been monitoring the vitals of the SRC all morning. They've been there in the room, prepared and ready to go. I'm sure they are absolutely thrilled for this moment. They might even see themselves on the screen there in a second, but they are hyped and ready to go. This is the Lockheed Martin team just a little bit north of us in Waterton, Colorado. They are also dialed in. They're the ones who gave that initial command this morning to release the SRC from the main OSIRIS-REx spacecraft. You just heard from Lori that OSIRIS-REx is now on its way to its extended mission. OSIRIS-APEX visiting that near-Earth asteroid Apophis. A lot coming up in just a few moments. We're going to hit that key milestone of entry, descent, and landing. 13 minutes of punishing descent through Earth's atmosphere to us here in the Utah Test and Training Range. A lot coming up in just a few moments, but for now, back to you, Lauren and Jim.
Thanks, James. Very soon, NASA's Artemis program will be bringing us more cosmic samples to study by visiting a familiar beacon in the sky. Give us 60 seconds, and we'll give you the moon. Artemis 3 will be the first sample return mission of NASA's Artemis program, sampling rocks and regolith from one of 13 candidate regions on the moon, all located near the lunar South Pole. The Apollo lunar landers returned a treasure chest of samples that taught us about the history of the solar system, dating back about 4 billion years ago. Artemis missions will explore areas near the South Pole on the rim of the moon's oldest basin, the enormous South Pole Aitken Basin. Artemis will explore areas nearly 1 billion years older than those explored by Apollo. Lunar samples from Artemis 3 and future missions will help scientists interpret the impact history of the moon and Earth, as well as increase our understanding of planetary processes. OSIRIS-REx, the first U.S. mission to collect a sample from an asteroid, will return samples from asteroid Bennu. The rocks and dust collected will offer generations of scientists a window into a time when the sun and planets were forming over 4.5 billion years ago. Samples from OSIRIS-REx and Artemis could rewrite our understanding of the evolution of the solar system. And that's a look at your Artemis Moon Minute. Boy, Jim, how can you not get excited about that?
Oh, my gosh.
Oh, boy, that's going to be so cool. All right, Sophia is standing at the forward edge of the recovery zone with an update. Take it away, Sophia.
All right, thank you, Lauren. We are under 20 minutes away from EDL. That is entry, descent, and landing. And I don't think there's anyone here on planet Earth who has anticipated this day more than the principal investigator of the mission, Dante Loretta. Thank you for giving us time here today.
My pleasure. It's great to be here.
All right, so you're here on Wig Mountain because you are on the recovery team.
That's right.
Can you walk us through what you're going to be doing today?
So I'm part of the environmental sampling group. From day one, this mission has paid attention to keeping that sample pristine. And we're going to come down. We had some rain on Thursday, and most likely we're going to be encountering mud out there. We're also interested in the air quality and any water that might be standing, just so in the very rare event that any of that material somehow comes into contact with the sample, we have a record of it, and it won't compromise our science.
Oh, wonderful. I think one of the really exciting things about a mission like this, especially with you working with the University of Arizona, is that you're part of educational institutions. So can you talk a little bit about the legacy that a mission like this has?
Yeah, thank you. I'm a professor at the University of Arizona in the Lunar and Planetary Laboratory, and our history goes all the way back to the Apollo missions. The founder of our lab, Gerard Kuiper, mapped the moon, helped pick the Apollo landing sites and the Surveyor landing sites, and we have been involved in every major NASA planetary mission since then. And really the best part of having a university lead a program like this is that it's a great training ground for the next generation. I've been on this program almost 20 years, and I've watched multiple generations of students grow up, become professionals, either join the team. We always take our team members on board when we need to fill roles, or off into other careers in aerospace engineering, science, and many other disciplines.
It's really great to foster those incredible questions about our universe.
Absolutely.
And I know that you need to get back to your team to go on that recovery process.
The moment's almost here.
Yeah, so thank you so much for joining us, and best of luck out there today.
Thank you.
All right. Back to you, Lauren.
Great, thanks, Sophia. Wow, I can't wait for Dante to get his moment in the sun.
Goes Dante.
That is amazing. All right, so Jim, the whole OSIRIS-REx spacecraft is not coming back today, right? It's just a part of it.
That's right. This is the whole spacecraft, 40 feet long, the size of a school bus. But this special little thing here, the sample return capsule, is bringing home the goodies. And that's what we've just released, and it will be entering the atmosphere, and you'll be hearing all about it. And the samples were collected at the asteroid back in October of 2020 from this taxam thing that inserted them in the capsule, and the capsule was released. So that's what comes home. The rest of this goes on to Apophis.
That's right. We just heard Lori talk about that. But let's move over and take a look at this replica SRC capsule. Now, this was an engineering model that was used in tests a couple weeks ago for a few weeks ago for a drop test. Can you talk a little bit about the engineering of this?
That's right. This is a very special spacecraft, just like a small version of what we use to bring crews back when they come back home to Earth from the space station. It has a heat shield. It's about 30 inches across, so it's pretty big, weighs over 100 pounds. It has a back shell, and inside it has the goodies, the sample return canister and the sample the small sample canister. So this is the vehicle that brings those samples protected from all those changes in environment from the top of the atmosphere, 13 minutes of descent to the touchdown point that we're waiting for today. This is a very special spacecraft.
It absolutely is. And it also was used in a drop test, as I mentioned. Let's take a look at some of that footage now.
Right. So just a couple weeks ago, we dropped this replica, this engineering test unit, from 5,000 feet with a parachute deployment and went through all the operations, the choreography we need to actually make sure we can do it today. And that's what's going to be coming up. And it worked wonderfully. We inflated the big 24-foot parachute. It floated down to the surface at 11 miles an hour. We went through all the recovery operations, the safing, the bagging, and the containment to come over to the clean room here, where we'll be doing that today to make sure those samples are from Bennu, so we can study them here on Earth and not contaminated by our wonderful Earth.
That's right. And you know it's the actual SRC that they use because it is covered in dirt, as you can see on here.
This is dirt, scratch marks.
All the scratch marks, yeah.
It's a rough ride,
the real deal.
But we need it to come home. This is a real sort of homecoming.
Right. So there's a lot of science in missions like this. Not only is the SRC a treasure chest with material from the ancient solar system, but the mission itself is a platform for vital research about a range of things that you might not have expected.
SciFly's mission is to collect visual, infrared, and spectral data on spaceflight vehicles, including the OSIRIS-REx sample return capsule on its return to Earth. This gives engineers and scientists unique insight into our most challenging questions about hypersonic fluid dynamics by providing data critical to flight safety systems. The scientifically calibrated in-flight imagery team uses ground-based sensors and instruments flying on various aircraft to image asteroid sample returns, launch abort systems, parachute tests, rocket launches, and capsule returns, including Artemis 1 on both launch and re-entry. The data we capture provides engineers with information on vehicle performance relative to what computational tools and wind tunnel tests think. It takes extensive planning to get it right. Upon its return from the asteroid belt, the OSIRIS-REx capsule will be traveling at 12 kilometers per second, or about 27,000 miles per hour. That's nearly twice as fast as objects coming back to low Earth orbit, and it will be among the 4 fastest human-made objects ever to fly in Earth's atmosphere. In partnership with the Japan Aerospace Exploration Agency, Rocket Technologies International, and universities in Australia and Germany, SciFly is coordinating 3 ground stations and 4 aircraft to collect data on the sample return capsule's trajectory, shield performance, and the plasma environment surrounding the capsule as it speeds to the surface. All of this will help NASA understand its performance and help future planetary entry missions succeed.
Joining us now is NASA's Kate Calvin, Chief Scientist and Climate Advisor. Kate, thank you so much for being here.
Thank you for having me.
It is wonderful to have you. All right, so as NASA's Chief Scientist, you're looking at the big picture. How much teamwork across the agency has made a day like today a possibility?
A mission like this takes a big team, both within NASA and without. So we outside of NASA. So the mission is managed by Goddard Space Flight Center in Maryland. The sample is going to be going to Johnson Space Center in Texas after it leaves here. The Marshall Space Flight Center in Alabama does the overall program management. Outside of NASA, we have collaborations both in industry, academia, and international. So Lockheed Martin is doing built the spacecraft and doing flight ops. Kinetics is doing navigation. We have a science team led by the University of Arizona. And then we have
operations. Helicopter one is deployed with group to station keep outside the landing units.
We got the confirmation that helicopters 1 and 2 have just taken off. Very exciting. All right.
So, Kate, one other thing, as an earth science, an expert on how our planet works in climate, can you tell us how this asteroid mission and the samples we return might impact how we understand life on Earth, how it evolved, and how climate issues now might be involved?
Yeah, so this asteroid Bennu may record some of the earliest history of our solar system. So scientists are looking at it to help us understand planet formation and the origins of water and carbon, which led to life here on Earth.
That's incredible.
That is incredible. And, Kate, I know you've been to several launches. That's our typical bread and butter here at NASA. But this is more of a homecoming. How does that feel to you?
It's great. The environment here is so nice, being with the team and thinking about, this spacecraft launched 7 years ago. And now there's all this amazing science just around the corner.
Can you believe it? The team has really been working hard. And are you going to stick around for the show? Fantastic. All right. Well, Kate, thank you so much for joining us. Thank you.
Thanks, Kate, for all you do.
Thank you so much. This seems like a perfect time to dig into some more information about Bennu. Bennu isn't part of the main asteroid belt. It's a NEO, a near-Earth asteroid with an orbit that occasionally brings it in close proximity with us here on Earth. Bennu is about 500 meters in diameter, which is taller than the Empire State Building. It rotates upside down on its axis compared to Earth, with a tilt of over 177 degrees. Scientists chose to study Bennu because All right, so you just heard that they have departed Wig. Excellent progress. Fantastic. All right. Moving on, it isn't as smooth a surface as we initially thought. It's actually covered in pebbles and marked by these large rocks and boulders nearly everywhere. One boulder in particular that OSIRIS-REx had to navigate around was nicknamed Mount Doom and was the size of a 2-story building. Bennu holds the Guinness World Record of the smallest object to be orbited by a spacecraft. Fun. Now let's get an update from Sophia, who is standing on the edge of the ellipse. Take it away, Sophia.
Okay, 2 of the helicopters have already just departed, so the team is already in the recovery process, or at least the beginning phases of it. But right now, we are waiting to hear precisely where the capsule is going to land before the rest of the teams head on over to that location. Now, we are about under 10 minutes away from the capsule hitting the top of our atmosphere, and we're eagerly anticipating this largest sample of ancient solar system material that we have received since the last Apollo mission in 1972. So that is 51 years since we've had such a pristine and large sample of ancient solar system material. It's a really big day for science, and we're just in the beginning phases of today, but we are certainly excited to hear about what will happen and see those parachutes finally descend through our atmosphere. So yes, we're certainly excited, but this is just one phase of this amazing mission. I'm going to send it back to you, Lauren.
See, the operational milestones we're expecting throughout the morning. SRC separation already happened, and the capsule is now heading for its rendezvous with Earth's atmosphere. Jim, it always appears like these operations are simply inevitable. We grabbed the sample, we flew back to Earth, we're headed in for landing, but it's never that simple, is it?
No, not at all. And so we have a lot of critical events that take masterful engineering. We have to hit the top of the atmosphere, transition through a high G, high heat environment, go from 27,000 miles an hour down to eventually 11 for that safe landing. All these things involve changes in environments, forces, things that could disrupt our sample and change them, which we want to document. And so we really want to understand this and finally bring it to rest, so we can then bag it and encapsulate it so we can eventually get the sample into our clean room here, so we're ready to transfer it tomorrow to Houston to the Johnson Space Center. So this is a big process, well rehearsed by a masterful team.
Absolutely, and contains, work from thousands of individuals who are making this happen. All right, so we know that you're submitting questions from all over. Let's take a few more social questions. All right, what do we have? At Dev Seren at 5342461. What are the preliminary steps to take to test a sample? The preliminary steps.
So first thing we do is, of course, bag it here and get it into the clean room and get that sample, that sample canister inside the sample return capsule, get it under nitrogen purge, meaning we flow nitrogen gas so no Earth atmosphere and microbes get involved. That'll happen today, period of a few hours, and then tomorrow we transfer it to the Johnson Space Center in Houston, Texas, where all the fun happens at the Astromaterials Curation Facility, where we've done moon rocks and samples of interplanetary dust and lots of things. Those colleagues in a special clean room, perfectly designed for this mission, will unpack those precious samples in the small sample canister, the small device that was used on the end of the TACSAM, and they will go through a process to get it checked out, to do do early reconnaissance, and to protect it very carefully.
That is incredible. And they built that whole clean room. No other asteroid samples before. This is the first one.
First ever.
First ever. As the SRC approaches the edge of Earth's atmosphere, we are just moments away from the world's largest ever asteroid sample return. Jim, what are you feeling right now?
I am literally tingling all over with exhilaration. This is a small step for a capsule and a giant leap for science.
It really is. And if that's one thing we can impart, that is it. This is a huge, huge milestone, a great achievement. So this is it. We are just 15 minutes away from the OSIRIS-REx sample return, a journey of 7 years and nearly 4 billion miles. The work of thousands culminates in this moment. Let's turn it over to our mission commentator, James Traley, to take us through the final moments. James, we're all yours.
Yeah, Lauren, buckle up and get ready for the ride of entry, descent, and landing. This is 13 minutes of crazy descent, punishing crazy deceleration of our spacecraft, starting at 27,000 miles per hour when it enters into Earth's atmosphere, and eventually slowing to a leisurely 11 miles per hour as it descends and lands on the Utah Test and Training Range.
Recovery operations, helicopters 1 and 2 have arrived at the holding location.
So good news, our helicopters are ready to go and begin those recovery operations just as soon as we have confirmation of touchdown here. And as the sun begins to rise in the west coast, the SRC is going to be streaking across the atmosphere above San Francisco, California, about 82 miles in altitude. It's going to be coming in hot, over 5,000 degrees Fahrenheit, almost a couple seconds after it hits that atmosphere. That's about half as warm as the surface of the sun, to give you some context. But don't worry, our sample will be safe and sound. Within, we have a heat shield, which is made of a phenolic impregnated carbon ablator. It's a very fancy term to describe what's going on with this heat shield. It basically ablates away or burns away any kind of heat flux that develops on that outer shell, making sure that our sample is safe and cool within. Similar technology that we use with astronauts coming back from the moon or any kind of other landers that we have going into planets and moons. So we're just a couple moments away from this key moment. It's going to be very exciting the next couple 13 minutes here. And you'll hear a couple call-outs come in from just next door in our mission operations team as they begin to get us ready for this key moment. It's a journey of 3.86 billion miles getting reduced to the scale of mere miles. 82 miles above the surface of the Earth in San Francisco. A couple key events are going to happen as soon as we get into the Earth's atmosphere. Very quickly we're going to deploy our drogue parachute. This is for stability, stabilizes our descent, and make sure that we are continuing to target that landing ellipse that is here in Utah Test and Training Range. It is a 36.5 by 8 mile landing ellipse that is here, marked out for that recovery operation. You see on your screen now the mission ops team eager at the edge of their seats for that first call out of Earth atmospheric entry. Very exciting moment coming up in just a few seconds here. We're about 20 seconds away. You see the team at Lockheed now, all standing ready on the edge of their seats. This team, I'll remind you, just a few hours ago, gave that command to release the SRC on this long journey. It's been on its own for 4 hours. There's nothing we can do at this point. It's coming in, rain or shine.
Milestone. The SRC has entered the Earth's atmosphere. TTTR tracking assets have acquired.
And here we go. Start your stopwatch right now. We are 13 minutes of entry, descent, and landing. We have that expected milestone of entering into the Earth's atmosphere. We can see the team at Lockheed. We actually have a visual now. This is from our infrared tracking camera on the WB-57, our high-altitude plane. At about 47,000 feet MSL, mean sea level, getting a great view of that SRC heating up as it enters into Earth's atmosphere. The punishing deceleration that spacecraft, that SRC is experiencing right now, as it comes in at about 27,650 miles an hour. You can see it glowing brightly in the sky. And in just a few moments, we're going to reach peak heating and peak deceleration. That's at 32 G-forces, punishing G-force on our SRC. A phenomenal view of that streaking SRC coming in across the sky. At this point, we've entered in over San Francisco, California, and are very quickly going to be approaching the Utah Test and Training Range just a little bit further to the east. Entry was at
milestone. SRC is experiencing maximum heating and maximum deceleration.
So you just heard right there, we're experiencing that 5,000 degree Fahrenheit maximum heating, burning, scalding hot on that heat shield that is protecting our sample within, and maximum deceleration that is at 32 G-force, punishing deceleration from Earth's atmosphere, the drag forces that are acting on that SRC. Once again, as I mentioned, that sample is safe and sound within that SRC, that sample return capsule, as it comes in, burning through Earth's atmosphere. You can see our high-altitude plane searching for that SRC. You can see it faintly on your screen there. Our next milestone, we'll be expecting that drogue parachute deployment. That'll be at about 102,300 feet altitude. And as I mentioned before, that will stabilize our descent and slow us from hypersonic to subsonic speeds as we continue to target the Utah Test and Training Range.
Expected EDM milestone, SRC commands drogue parachute deploy.
So we heard that command to deploy the drogue parachute. Waiting to see that visual confirmation, but that is at 102,300 feet. And a side note, at this time, 8:44 a.m. Mountain Time, the OSIRIS Apex spacecraft is at its closest approach to Earth. That will be on to its extended mission, visiting the asteroid Apophis in the year 2029, continuing this incredible mission at another world. In just a few moments, we should enter into special use airspace at approximately 8:46 a.m. That's going to be at 10 miles off the deck here at Utah Test and Training Range. You can still see that SRC on your screen very faintly in the distance. Still quite warm, that fireball that literally was a ball of plasma just a few moments ago when it first entered into the Earth's atmosphere. That SRC is nearly 3 feet wide, 1.6 feet tall. It's a small object, so quite a challenge to track this as it comes searing into Earth's atmosphere. And in just a few moments, we should be entering into special use airspace. This area was specifically chosen for this mission. It's a wide open, vast desert space, relatively flat, perfect to land this sample today. We did, as I mentioned, have a couple days of rain here leading up to this event, so the ground is a little bit soft. You can see our SRC. Streaking in. This is from our high altitude cam. Our next milestone, we should be expecting main parachute deployment at around 8:49 a.m. Mountain Time. That will be at around 5,000 feet elevation. You continue to track with our high altitude camera here. As I mentioned, that sample is thermally isolated within that SRC, a very complex labyrinth network of piping and tubing leading into that sample canister within, that just a few years ago was on the other side of the solar system from us sampling an asteroid Bennu. The team has incredible precision on this mission as well. Just a few days ago, on the 17th of September, they did their final trajectory correction maneuver, TCM-12. This corrected our velocity by 3 millimeters per second. And we see
EDL milestone, we have confirmed parachute deployment.
Wow, and after an exhilarating streak across Earth's atmosphere, we have parachute deployment. You can see just a sigh of relief from the team. I can hear some applause here. There is that orange creamsicle colored parachute, just a delight, a sweet delight to see in our sky here over the Utah Test and Training Range. A phenomenal view, just wonderful to see that deployment. That is at around 5,000 feet elevation above the Utah Test and Training Range. And now this is like a marathon runner savoring that last lap here as we approach the finish, that landing in the Utah Test and Training Range. Wonderful to see that. We continue to track. This is with our high altitude camera still, that WB-57. And we should have a great view from here on the ground. We've got a variety of different tracking assets. We saw Sophia out at the edge of that ellipse watching from Wig Mountain. The team there could potentially have a wonderful view momentarily as well. We'll continue to descend. Our next altitude descent will be at about 4,000 feet. just a few minutes away from getting that sample from the other side of the solar system, from the surface of asteroid Bennu, sample site Nightingale, to the rugged terrain of the Utah Test and Training Range. It looks like winds are relatively low. Not a lot of rocking back and forth. Those parachutes seem to be perfectly smooth coming down that parachute there. Continuing to descend, a slight little bit of tilt back and forth of our SRC as it comes to its resting velocity of 11 miles per hour as it makes that final descent. That parachute deployment was given internally by the spacecraft. All of what you're seeing now is autonomous on board that SRC. And once that successfully lands, the teams will begin the next crucial phase of this mission, the sample recovery operations. They've been rehearsing for this moment for months, literally years, really, leading up to this key moment, and are ready to begin those operations to get that SRC into our portable clean room here and extract that sample canister within. According to my watch, we're about 5 minutes away from landing with our SRC. And as we heard a few moments ago, helicopters 1 and 2 are already staged and ready to begin those recovery operations just as soon as we have confirmation of touchdown. This is a variable clock, so this could be a little bit faster, a little bit slower as we get closer in. This wind speed here is a variable that is quite hard to predict, especially once you're high up in the atmosphere. We did release a weather balloon earlier on this morning, to get a profile of our atmospheric conditions. Team puts those into various models as they prepare for this key moment. But once again, they are a little bit hard to predict, a little bit of variability, so we may kind of bounce around a little bit on that predicted OSIRIS-REx sample return capsule touchdown time. The ground really closing in now on that SRC.
Milestone. Helo 1 has visual on the SRC below the chute.
That is phenomenal. Let's see that view here from that first helicopter. They've got visual on the sample return capsule under parachute, that orange creamsicle colored parachute, really bright in the morning light over the Utah Test and Training Range. A great view of the SRC we can have now from our helicopter as it continues to make its final descent to the terrain below. And once again, just setting the context for this, when we first hit the top of the atmosphere, we were at 27,650 miles per hour. We are now leisurely decelerating under our orange parachute to 11 miles per hour. Incredible amount of deceleration there, as Earth's atmosphere really helped us out quite a bit, getting that initial deceleration. Our drogue parachute initially stabilizing our descent, and then ultimately that main parachute bringing us home. You can see right in the center of that crosshair, that is the parachute with the SRC dangling beneath. The team on the WB-57 doing
milestone. Touchdown. I repeat, SRC has touchdown.
And touchdown of the OSIRIS-REx sample return capsule. A journey of 1 billion miles to asteroid Bennu and back has come to an end, marking America's first sample return mission of its kind and opening a time capsule to our ancient solar system. Unofficial touchdown time, 8:52 a.m. Mountain. And the team can now breathe an immense sigh of relief. We now have the sample return capsule, the SRC, containing pieces of the asteroid Bennu. You see the reaction there just moments ago as they got that sample back on the ground. This is the team at Lockheed celebrating that momentous achievement of getting that sample from the other side of the solar system at asteroid Bennu. When we took that sample, we were over 200 million miles away from us here on Earth. The long journey back, 1.2 billion miles from asteroid Bennu back to here with that sample, has just come to a dramatic close. And a little bit ahead of schedule, too. The SRC landing about 3 minutes ahead of when we had originally predicted. It was in a rush to get back here, carrying an amazing amount of scientific information within. The team is eager to crack that SRC open, get the sample canister within, and begin the process of understanding the origins of our solar system and potentially the origins of life. We're not in the clear just yet. A key piece of the mission is about to get underway. This is the recovery operation phase. Once the team has officially confirmed the exact touchdown location, they'll be flying out in 4 separate helicopters and will operate much like a Formula One pit crew, if you will, to recover the SRC, take environmental samples at the landing zone, the LZ. Everyone has a role to play. It's going to be simultaneous action as they get that SRC recovered and begin to do an environmental safety sweep, collecting samples along the way. You see our mission ops team just next door. I once again remind you that the sample canister itself is not actually going to be opened here at Dugway. The next phase of the operation is simply to get that SRC into the portable clean room that has been specifically set up for this recovery operation. The team will then remove the heat shield, protecting the SRC and its precious cargo within the entire descent through the entry, descent, and landing. Remove the back shell, and then extract the sample canister within the tag sim that just a few years ago collected pieces from the asteroid Bennu. Today, the goal is to get the sample.
Recovery operations, helicopters 2 and 4 are leaving the rig for the landing ellipse.
You see some big smiles from the team there. They are getting those helicopters out to the landing ellipse now to begin those recovery operations. The first person to approach the SRC is Stu Wiley, our on-scene commander. You see the helicopter, the last of them, taking off from the Wig Mountain just at the edge of that landing ellipse. These helicopters will have a trip out to find that exact touchdown location of the SRC. To begin those recovery operations, Stu Wiley, our on-scene commander, will be the first person to approach that SRC. He'll do an environmental safety sweep, checking for unexploded ordnances. As he mentioned in his interview earlier with Sophia, he understands this range. He's worked here for a number of years. He will brief the team on any possible dangers that would be presented to them as they begin those recovery operations. And then a team member from Lockheed Martin will begin to take gas and thermal readings once the area is safe of that SRC to determine whether or not it is at safe operational levels for the rest of the team to begin the recovery operations. As I mentioned, this is going to be simultaneous action. The team has prepared. They're all going to be wearing these bright white UV shirts, sample recovery shirts. You'll see them walking out to that sample in just a few moments here once those helicopters land. A great view once again from our high altitude plane. You can see the parachute there next to our SRC. There is a possibility that there could be unexploded ordnances from that parachute. There is a mortar inside that is to fire to disconnect the parachute from the main SRC to help it come to a final rest. It's a bit challenging to see from this perspective, but there could be some potential roll marks or skid marks as that SRC came to a rest on the rugged desert surface below. As I mentioned, we did have a bit of precipitation here the other day, so that should make for a nice soft surface for that SRC, so it probably had a nice clean landing there. The team will assess as they get out there and check exactly how our conditions are for the SRC and the surrounding area. You heard Stu mentioning the team might need to wear some boots. The operations could get a little bit slippery as they begin to recover that sample. And this is a pristine sample from the ancient solar system. It could hold the clues to how everything around us came to be, from the formation of the planets to the origins of life here on Earth. Needless to say, this is precious cargo, and the recovery team is fully aware of the gravity of the situation and the importance of what they're about to do today with these recovery operations. You can see it looks like our parachute has come to a stable rest. The winds were pretty low today, so it looks like it is not billowing at all. It is almost perfectly flat, at least from this perspective, on that desert terrain. And throughout all these operations, the crew member safety is paramount. So you'll see the team probably huddle up a couple times as they begin these recovery operations to make sure that everything is safe and continues to be nominal as they make their initial safety sweep. All of this recovery should be a very quick process. Usually they've rehearsed for this again for months. They've been out here all summer really rehearsing for this moment. They did a drop test last month. They've also had numerous rehearsals actually practicing containing that SRC, getting it on a sample carrying fixture.
Recovery operations, WB has located the parachute on the ground.
You just heard that confirmation from that high-altitude plane locating that parachute on the ground. This location info will be relayed to our team members aboard those helicopters as they begin their approach out to the landing zone. We do have the confirmation from the high-altitude planes you just heard. We're still working to get confirmation from our NASA helicopter. It is on its way out to that landing zone as we speak, so we should hopefully have that view up in just a few moments. We continue to see our team just next door, the mission operations team, all looking at that high-altitude view. Right in the middle there, just pointing around with the UV white shirt, is Rich Witherspoon from Lockheed Martin. He has been leading a lot of these operations for the past couple months. He's been preparing the team for this exact moment and really has been a great leader helping us get ready for these recovery operations. Yeah, so this ellipse here, this landing zone, is a quite large setup here, and this was chosen intentionally for this mission. It's about 37 miles by 9 miles total, this landing ellipse, out in the Utah Test and Training Range here in Dugway, Utah. This is an enormous facility. As you heard earlier, it's about the size of Rhode Island, all in all, this whole facility. It's relatively flat, very smooth terrain, this desert surface. So it's perfect for bringing something back and having that nice, safe landing on the desert surface. Just a few years ago, the OSIRIS-REx spacecraft back in 2020 made its tag attempt, the touch and go attempt to actually collect the sample that is now landed in this desert. When it did that, it was only at the surface for just a couple seconds, descending at a speed about 11 centimeters per second, just a little bit faster than a baby that is crawling. It's a very slow pace, but they're able to successfully get that sample and bring it from the edge of our solar system back to us here at the Utah Test and Training Range. You can see our full screen view here of that high altitude view, looking at the parachute at rest on the surface of the desert. This is at the Utah Test and Training Range. It's a wide open expanse here, and the team has this positional info, and they'll be relaying that to our helicopter teams to begin those recovery operations. And what you'll see in a couple seconds here, the recovery team, the recovery crews are responsible for securing the sample return capsule, the landing site around it, and helicoptering the SRC to a portable clean room that's located just next door here on the range. And just a little bit later on, it's going to be attached to a 100-foot long line beneath one of the helicopters, and it will actually be flown to the clean room. This was determined to be the best possible way to transport that SRC safely and efficiently, to get it on a nitrogen purge and maintain the pristine nature of the sample within. As I mentioned, this is an enormous ellipse, 37 by 9 miles. It's a large expanse to cover by car. It's a very bumpy ride out there as you kind of start to make your approach across this rugged terrain. With the helicopters, it will be approximately a 20-minute flight back with that SRC. They take it at a nice slow pace, effectively parading the SRC around, just giving it its last big moment as it is served its purpose officially at this point of getting that sample canister safely here to Earth. Once we actually land and begin those recovery operations, you'll see a lot of team members out beginning to take samples, both air and also soil samples from around the area. These are places of interest for the sample curation team that will actually open up the sample canister in the coming days down at the Johnson Space Center in Houston, Texas. They have a phenomenal sample curation facility there, and these samples from asteroid Bennu will join a historic collection of other asteroid materials, including samples from the Apollo mission, samples from both the Stardust and Genesis missions, as well as Antarctic meteorites that were collected by our scientists. In the coming days, we'll actually know exactly how much sample we got back from Bennu. The original mission requirement was 60 grams of pristine sample from the asteroid surface. Based on some very clever engineering, the team believes that they have potentially 250 grams, or 6 times that mission requirement, inside. As So we just heard that unofficial touchdown time was at 8:52 a.m. Mountain Time here at the Utah Test and Training Range in Dugway, Utah. If you're just joining us, you see that view right now from one of our high-altitude planes observing our touchdown location. On your screen just above that crosshair is the orange creamsicle-colored parachute that brought us the last part of our journey down to the surface of the Earth. You heard from Jim earlier that main parachute is about 24 feet across. Fairly large parachute that helped us decelerate on our last leg of the journey. And so we just heard a confirmation actually that the main parachute deployed much higher than was originally anticipated. It was originally supposed to deploy at about 5,000 feet elevation, but it actually deployed at around 20,000 feet, so much higher up. So that would explain our kind of earlier touchdown time than expected here. Still has touchdown on the Utah Test and Training Range. Team members continue to fly out to this location aboard helicopters. As I mentioned, there are 4 recovery helicopters in total. The mission operations team is continuing to monitor the situation. They're the ones who are relaying us that info about that high parachute deployment, that 20,000 foot parachute deployment. They're going to be assessing the situation from their end here, relaying any possible info over to our recovery teams as they begin to make their trip out to our SRC. One of the first goals once the team gets out there is to safe and stow the parachute. I begin to mark places of interest, as I mentioned, for that curation team to begin sampling. This is all a very well-coordinated machine, very well-oiled machine that operates in tandem. They rehearsed extensively for this moment. So we just heard from the team in that mission operations room that they had visual of the parachute, that orange parachute that you saw on your screen moments ago. But we do not yet have visual confirmation of the SRC itself. The team is continuing to survey the region, looking for that sample return capsule.
Recovery operations. Kilos 1 and 2 are in the area of the landing site and are in a search operation.
So you just heard that call from Tim Prizer, who you see on your screen there from the mission operations room. He just announced that Kilos 1 and 2 are now at that landing site. They're pointing out something on the screen. I see some smiles. It seems like we might have potentially some more information on that SRC in the coming moments. Kilos 1 and 2 will be surveying this region, looking for both that SRC and also eyeing up the region, looking at that parachute that was deployed.
Recovery operations. All of the ground supporting vehicles have left the rig and are in pursuit of the landing zone.
So some more team members are going to be heading out to that landing zone as well in support of those 4 helicopters that will be the main group recovering that sample. The main helicopter will be actually attaching that sample return capsule once the team has it located and ready to prepare for recovery operations. They will load that on long line. You can see once again, some team members pointing at items on the screen here. We'll hopefully get confirmation in the coming minutes of that SRC location. Tim Preiser pointing at the screen now, wondering if he has any more information for us on where that sample return capsule location would be. We do have visual confirmation of that parachute, as I mentioned. Rich Witherspoon rating that to the team. Now we have a view from our helicopter of the landing location. You can see the sample return capsule dead center of your screen, that kind of dark gray black object right there. And then just to the right of it, a little bit below, is our parachute. It appears to be resting on the surface. We're getting a zoom in now from our NASA helicopter. And you can see now the SRC. At last, we have a visual of it on the surface of the Utah Test and Training Range. I'm sure that is a pleasant sight for the team to see.
Recovery operations. Kilo 2 has visual on the SRC. I repeat, SRC has been located.
And we have visual on that SRC. It appears that the parachute has also disconnected. It's a little bit off from that SRC, disconnecting from the back shell. The SRC appears to be resting on its nose, that heat shield that protected it the whole way down through that entry, descent, and landing. Lockheed is celebrating that moment. I'm sure they are breathing another sigh of relief here. It's been a wild morning for everyone involved. They've been up since the crack of dawn, just a little bit further north from us in Waterton, Colorado. They gave the go command to actually release that SRC that you see on your screen right there from the OSIRIS-REx spacecraft about 4 hours ago. It then ventured entirely on its own and now sits on its own for us here in the Utah Test and Training Range. So now that we have visual, the teams should be able to begin the recovery operations in just a few moments. As I mentioned, that first person on scene will be the on-scene commander, Stu Wiley. He'll be doing an environmental sweep. We're getting a nice close-up view. You can see the parachute disconnected. You can see some of the wiring of it there, just a little bit off the edge of our SRC. The SRC looks quite charred up from that entry in. That was expected, as we heated up to temperatures over 5,000 degrees Fahrenheit upon entering into Earth's atmosphere. You can see a great visual of some of that rugged terrain out there. Just a sweeping expanse, very panoramic terrain at the Utah Test and Training Range. It's a great location for us to land this sample. The team looking a lot more relieved now that we actually have visual. And we should be able to begin those recovery operations shortly. Inside that sample return capsule are pieces of the asteroid Bennu. We'll be getting access to those samples in just a few days, actually seeing exactly what we got from the asteroid regolith. This mission continues to amaze me and everyone involved here. The engineering is ingenious for this mission, getting us with a robotic explorer to the edge of the solar system, collecting that sample, safely stowing it, and then actually transporting it back here to Earth for us to open up and analyze. The surface today was probably a little bit soft, so it looks like it's resting a little bit far off the actual desert. It doesn't appear to have dug in too much with that nose cone from the heat shield. You are here with us as we witness this historic moment. It's the first time the United States has delivered samples from an asteroid to Earth. And these samples will be analyzed for decades to come in laboratories around the world. And there is landing of our first helicopter at the site. Appears to have a nice soft landing. We're just probably a couple hundred feet
over the operations. Kilo 1 has landed at the recovery site.
So our first helicopter, you just heard confirmation, and you can see visual confirmation of that landing. We're maybe about 100, 200 feet away, landing away from that sample. So a little bit of a hike for our team members to get out to that sample return capsule and begin our environmental safety sweep. As I mentioned, our on-scene commander, Stu Wiley, will be the first person of the team to actually approach the sample, check the area for any unexploded ordnances, UXOs, that could possibly be out there on the range, and then also make sure that the SRC is safe for our operations team to approach and begin recovery. You can see where that parachute disconnected from the top of that SRC. That is the back shield that you see right there at the very top with that little bit of white wiring still coming out of the top. Our SRC perfectly landed there on the Utah Test and Training Range. So what you're about to see happening next is the process of recovery operations. This is a key moment of today's events to actually get that SRC from out in the desert into our portable clean room here at Dugway. It is crucial that we maintain the pristine nature of this sample that we got back from asteroid Bennu. It could hold the clues to how everything around us came to be, from the formation of the planets to origins of life here, so the team understands just how crucial the contents of that SRC is, and they're going to work as efficiently and as safely as possible to get that SRC contained, wrapped up in thermal blanketing, placed in a sample carrying fixture, and then attached with long line to our first helicopter there. It'll then be transported the long journey back here, a much more relaxing flight, I'm sure, for our SRC, to our portable clean room at Dugway. At which point the team members will extract the back shell and remove the heat shield from the SRC. It served its purpose. We're mainly now concerned with getting the contents within that sample canister containing pieces of the asteroid regolith out of that SRC. We won't actually, as I mentioned, be opening that sample canister just yet here at Dugway. The team is simply focused on getting that SRC, or the sample canister rather, on a nitrogen purge, and this is to maintain that pristine nature and prevent any kind of contaminants from the atmosphere from getting into our sample within.
Recovery operations. Kilos 3 and 4 cleared to land at the recovery site.
And the rest of the team is closely behind, ready to land at the recovery site to begin operations. This will be simultaneous action that you'll see here once we have the clearance from Stu Wiley to begin our recovery operations. At least from this perspective, I'm not noticing really any drag marks or any kind of roll marks, but the team, once they approach, will mark any possible areas of interest where the SRC possibly came in contact with the rough desert terrain. All of these regions will be sampled by our recovery team and will be passed off to the sample curation team at the Johnson Space Center as they begin to unload and actually open up the sample canister there, exploring the contents within and making sure that no possible contaminants from the surrounding landing location got into our sample. Getting a wider view now, we should have the helicopters that have landed nearby coming into view potentially. The team really taking extra precaution as they approach the SRC. As I mentioned, team member safety is paramount during these operations. There are possible potential areas of concern as the team begin these operations, including the temperature of that SRC. You see it looks quite charred there. It could still be a little bit warm. As I mentioned, it heated up to over 5,000 degrees Fahrenheit. So as the cool desert air begins to cool down that SRC, we want to make sure that it is cool enough for a team to actually begin those recovery operations. We'll also be checking the gas levels of that SRC to make sure that it is not outgassing from the batteries within, heating up during that reentry. We'll also be making sure that there is no live voltage present. And we see a view now from our high altitude plane that has visual of those helicopters landed nearby, just at the northern part of your screen. You can see one of them on screen now. The top of your screen there, it is centered up. There is our helicopter, and it appears that we have our on-scene commander potentially walking over. This is once again our high altitude WB-57 shot of our helicopters landed at the LZ, our landing zone. You can see some movement on the screen. It appears some team members might be approaching our SRC at this point to begin those recovery operations, the initial safety sweep. We'll just be observing from this high altitude for the next coming minutes as the team actually will be setting up a camera on the ground for us to observe the recovery operations close up. And a note from one of the team members about the SRC itself. So they have approximately 40 hours. That is the amount of time it would take for any air to get into the sample As I mentioned before, that sample return capsule is a complex network of piping and tubing inside of it, sort of like a labyrinth-like design, and that is intentional to make it incredibly difficult for any possible contaminants from the atmosphere to get into our sample canister. It's also sort of like a nesting doll, if you will, where it has multiple layers of protection that keep that sample safe within. All of that protective layering, once we get that sample into the clean room, will be shed, and we'll be able to actually access that sample canister within. The main goal, as I said, for today is to get that sample canister on a nitrogen purge. That is to maintain its pristine nature. And we have visual once again from one of our helicopters here orbiting around the landing location. You can see our SRC at the bottom left of your screen, and its parachute that helped us get the last leg of the journey down. It deployed a little bit higher than we expected, 20,000 feet elevation. Original expectation was at about 5,000 feet. And this brought us down the last leg of the journey. After a punishing initial entry into Earth's atmosphere over San Francisco, about 82 miles in altitude, to now resting on the rugged Utah Test and Training Range desert floor.
Recovery operations. The recovery team is in the vicinity, beginning their initial assessments.
So you just heard confirmation from Tim Preiser that the team is beginning to actually approach the SRC for that initial environmental and safety sweep. You'll soon see our on-scene commander, Oscar Stu Wiley, approaching that sample return capsule. As I mentioned before, he'll be checking for any possible unexploded ordnances. You can see our mission operations team. They have been overseeing all of this morning's events, and they're going to continue. There we go on screen. You can see front and center there, Stu Wiley, our on-scene commander, and right behind him is Victoria team. They're both wearing personal protective equipment, gas masks. That's for their own safety as they approach, as there could be potential outgassing from that sample return capsule's batteries heating up during re-entry. You can see him scanning the region. He's checking for any possible unexploded ordnances, UXOs.
Recovery operations. Oscar's performing the unexploded ordnance survey.
And you just heard that he is, in fact, doing that survey right now. You can see him walking around the SRC. This is the first person to come in contact with this SRC since it was on the other side of the solar system. We had sent this on a long journey. It was Cyrus Rex spacecraft. Finally delivering the sample, he is motioning over to Victoria team, who is shortly going to approach and begin taking some gas and thermal readings. You can see her walking over and must have given the clear for her to proceed. A little bit closer. Stu continues to pace around the surrounding area. All over here, the team will collect samples. He'll begin to place flags. You can see in his backpack, he's got a couple flags waving in the breeze. Those will be placed at areas of interest for our team members to sample once they arrive and begin those recovery operations. Victoria is now appearing to take out her thermal and gas reading devices. She's taking an initial thermal reading of that SRC as we speak, looking for it to be at an operational temperature of around 100
Recovery
degrees
operations. Lockheed Martin Safety is performing hazardous environment assessments.
You just heard that confirmation. So she is performing that hazardous environment assessment, checking the thermal temperature of that SRC, as well as taking any kind of gas readings to make sure that we are at safe operational levels. She is also leading over. This is Victoria team from Lockheed Martin. Stu continues to sweep the area around her for the safe operation of our recovery crew members. There are several nozzles of valves around the SRC, and so once Victoria has the clear to approach, she'll actually open up some of those valves and insert a gas reading device within to actually take some temperatures. And you can see off to the left of your screen, Stu Wiley is actually safing and stowing away that parachute that helped take us the last leg of the journey. It's great news that disconnected from the SRC has allowed our SRC to rest as it is now here on the surface of the Utah Test and Training Range. It appears with minimal dragging.
Recovery operations. Oscar is saving and storing the main parachute.
So Stu is going to get that parachute stowed, placed away, as Victoria is front center on your screen, beginning to take some of those gas readings to make sure that we are not outgassing any kind of noxious chemicals that could be present from that battery heating up within the SRC. And Stu is walking back to the team with that parachute. So the SRC battery is comprised of lithium disulfide, and as such, the possibility of toxic vapors exists if the battery packaging has been damaged during entry or landing. Discharging could cause a potential presence of hydrogen sulfide from those batteries heating up, or carbon monoxide. And so that is why Victoria initially had her gas mask on. It appears she has now actually taken it off, so it appears that the gas readings indicate nominal conditions.
Recovery operations, Lockheed Martin safety has confirmed no hazardous gas.
And you just heard that confirmation, so the safety assessment is successful. Victoria has confirmed that with her gas readings and thermal measurements of the SRC. They'll then go back over, Stu and Victoria, for a team huddle to prepare the rest of the team to begin the recovery operations and actually get this SRC into our clean room here at Dugway and continue the operations. You can see the Lockheed Martin team, the bottom left of your screen, just overjoyed with this moment. This is years of careful planning and preparation leading to this final phase of getting that sample back here to our clean rooms. I'm sure they've been holding their breath all morning, so they're getting closer to finally being able to take another breath and relax as we actually will begin our recovery operations, a key part of today's events. And you might see Victoria approach over and over once again to that SRC to continue to take gas readings. At this point, she appears to be covering up the back shell of that SRC, placing a Teflon cover over. This is where the parachute actually deployed at the top of the SRC capsule, the sample return capsule rather. She'll also be checking for any possible live voltage. We'll wrap Kapton tape around the two cut cable ends protruding from the back of the SRC where that parachute deployed. You can see her with that covering as we speak, placing it on the back shell. She has successfully placed that shielding on the back, that Teflon cover. Stu walking around behind, checking the rest of the scene, walking back with the parachute that he now has safely stowed away. And you'll see Victoria opening up a couple gas valves on the SRC, taking those gas readings, continue to do this throughout the whole process. She's also placing covers on those gas vents too to prevent any kind of contamination from atmospheric particles, particulates entering into that SRC. She's photographing the scene as well too. This is to keep careful note of exactly the procedures that she's going through for her team. So the recovery operations will be getting underway shortly now that the team has conducted their initial environmental and safety sweep. Everything appears to be nominal, which is fantastic. We do, in fact, have that SRC on the ground. The rest of the team will be approaching shortly. But for now, back to you, Lauren and Jim.
Wow. Thank you, James.
Oh,
can you believe it?
OMG. Touchdown for science. What a great day.
For the folks at home, this is a huge deal, and they did it.
For the first time in history, we brought goodies back home from this kind of object in the history of humanity. So this is big.
This is so huge, and we're all breathing a big sigh of relief. Obviously, we're not completely out of the woods here, and we'll be monitoring what's going on and keeping you abreast of everything that's happening. But for now, wow, we made it all.
A great job by that Lockheed Martin team saving that craft.
Fantastic.
What a spacecraft. We have to name her specially.
Yes, absolutely. And that capsule, everything perfect. So while the capsule was making its way to the ground, mission teams...
Recovery operations, all event numbers are in place.
All right. So we're making progress. Very good. All right. So while the capsule was making its way to the ground, mission teams in the Colorado control room and the mission ops area here in Utah were, of course, riveted by the live images. These teams have watched and nurtured this mission for more than 7 years of spaceflight, and even longer in terms of construction and design. Gosh, wow. Amazing.
11 years since it was selected to fly. What a job, folks.
Just fantastic. Lots happened in 7 years. All right, so let's get an update from where the action started this morning. Sophia, tell us everything.
Okay, firstly, I want to say we're so grateful that the capsule is on the ground and in good hands now. Now, from here, from Wig Mountain, I am overlooking the vast landing zone, which, again, is larger than the state of Rhode Island. So, during that time, listening to James's commentary of the capsule coming through our atmosphere, we're all standing on the edge here, looking and scanning through the sky. But just to give you some context again of where I am, I'm about 4,000 feet up, overlooking a vast ancient seabed. So the mountains that are peppering along the edges over here, they are very muted colors. It's a beautiful pastel out there. And as we're looking over through the sky, it's hard to see because there's alkaline dust from this ancient seabed. And considering that the capsule has landed on the edge of the landing zone, even though I'm as close as I could possibly be, I didn't see anything over here. I will say I'm a little disappointed, but grateful that that capsule is in the most capable hands it can be, and that is the most important thing out here. So while I didn't see with my eyes myself, we saw it on the screen, and it's still a great day. So back to you, Lauren.
Wow, thank you, Sophia. And thankfully, we got that great image from the NASA helicopter. Just well done to that team. Thank you for that. So while we're keeping an eye on ongoing operations to prep for the SRC transport, we have a special message from someone who keeps a close eye on the entire manifest of the space agency's travels around the solar system.
Hey, everybody, congratulations to the OSIRIS-REx team. You did it. You designed it, you built it, and you carried out the first mission to collect a sample from an asteroid. And after a 2-year journey, it has touched down at the Utah desert. It brought something extraordinary, the largest asteroid sample ever received on Earth. It's going to help scientists investigate planet formation. It's going to improve our understanding of asteroids that could possibly impact the Earth, and it'll deepen our understanding of the origin of our solar system and its formation. This mission proves that NASA does big things, things that inspire us, things that unite us.
Recovery operations, we can confirm that the SRC is not breached.
And the mission continues with incredible science and analysis going to come. But I want to thank you all for everybody that made this OSIRIS-REx mission possible. It wasn't mission impossible. It was the impossible became possible. Thank you all.
And just as a reminder, we are keeping those operational milestones going, so you will continue to hear that throughout the broadcast. Thankfully, the SRC was not breached. Fantastic news. All right, as anyone who pays just even a little attention to modern spaceflight knows, there has been more activity about the planet in recent years than ever before in human history. There are probes like OSIRIS-REx moving around the solar system, observatories looking out into deep space, and satellites closely examining the health and future of our own planet. There are also human explorers, and we are so fortunate to have 2 of them with us here today. Joining us now are NASA's astronauts Butch Wilmore and Sonny Williams, scheduled to launch on Boeing's crew flight test aboard Starliner to the International Space Station. Butch and Sonny, thank you for joining us today.
Super exciting day. Congratulations.
Absolutely historic. How are you feeling?
Pretty amazing. It's like, wow, this is what, dreams and imagination is fueled with. This is just amazing. So, it can go from the movies, but this is reality. And we're doing things that people couldn't even believe could happen. It's amazing.
Yeah. And also, we both landed under capsule, under parachutes. There's not much better feeling when that parachute opens. I'm telling you. And it was maybe not equal, pretty close to exciting and intense. And that parachute opened. Oh, it was thrilled. Absolutely thrilled. Yeah, it's fantastic. fantastic.
Well, that is fantastic. One of the things that I think will be really interesting is this, of course, this site is being considered as one of the candidates for the Boeing Starliner crew flight.
Right, that's actually why we're here. It just worked out in our timing for our training and as we're working on Starliner, that we could come and actually view one of our prime landing sites, which is here at Dugway. And so that's actually what brought us to the area, so we could be here and share the experience with you today.
And we see this has gone so well, we are ready to land.
Recovery operations.
That's the place that our flight
Recovery team is performing their
It's
safety
a
audit.
beautiful place. It's a beautiful day. This morning, no wind. I think the capsule just came right down under the chute, and hopefully we'll have a nice soft ride just like this capsule too. Absolutely. And we just got a call out that the recovery team is performing their safety operations. Everything nominal.
Sounds good. You guys will be coming back and maybe someday with samples yourself, brought back by humans.
Indeed.
What do you think about that?
Again, we're in that era of going beyond low Earth orbit now with humans, headed back to Moon and potentially one day to Mars, with the Artemis program. And it is a thrilling time, as you mentioned earlier. So much taking place within the solar system, the near solar system now, and it's fascinating. Great time to be in human space.
Awesome.
I think I'd be a little bit nervous to go to an asteroid, so I'm super glad the spacecraft did it, and we'll set the pace and show us how to do it. But I think maybe you'll practice a little bit more before we go, because it's a dangerous environment learning about it. So, Sonny and Butch, thank you so much for joining us today. Hopefully you'll stick around for more of the show. All right, congratulations, guys. Everybody out there.
Thanks, guys. Good luck with your flight.
If you've just joined us, this is special live coverage of NASA's OSIRIS-REx asteroid sample return mission. You might be thinking, this doesn't look like a typical NASA facility. And it's not. In fact, it's because of the extraordinary capabilities that we find here, that we find ourselves in the Utah desert in the first place. We're coming to you live from Army's Dugway Proving Ground. We've got a video postcard to share that will give you a better sense of the glorious desert environment all around us. Take a look. Wow, absolutely gorgeous. The spaces here are vast, rugged, beautiful. I mean, you get to see a little bit from the NASA helicopter, but that was a close-up and personal look.
And look at this. We're in this place. It almost looks like Mars, but on Earth, as we're recovering a capsule with the pieces of our universe that will tell us about the early time of our solar system that we can't get anywhere else. And there's the crew out there approaching that beautiful capsule that did the joyful ride from that top of the atmosphere down. 13 minutes of roller coaster riding, and they're getting it safe and ready to start bagging her to come over to the clean room here.
Wow. And explain, why do we do a land landing, as opposed to an ocean landing?
So many of our crews land in the ocean, as you know from Apollo. But for this one, we need to bring it back to a place where we can contain the contamination. By landing in the desert here, we can keep the Earth's ocean, all those absolutely wonderful waters out. This is the best place to bring home this kind of capsule. And look at her. She landed perfectly. It's like a top sitting there.
Absolutely gorgeous. Well, this isn't the first time that NASA has visited Dugway, and it certainly won't be the last. Take a look. When bringing a sample of the cosmos back to Earth, it's important to find a good landing zone that won't compromise the sample. That's why NASA partnered with the Army's Dugway Proving Ground. Its vast open space makes it a task. The first Moon-class mission to land here. In 2004, the Genesis mission landed here at Dugway, delivering our first ever samples of solar wind. In 2006, NASA landed at Dugway again, this time with a mission called Stardust, which gathered samples of interstellar dust. Both of these missions helped fuel our understanding of the universe and wouldn't have been possible without a safe landing zone, just like OSIRIS-REx. After today, NASA and Dugway are looking towards the future to the Mars Sample Return mission that will once again be bringing a unique sample of our universe right here to Dugway Proving Ground. The U.S. Army and Air Force have been excellent hosts to us for months as we've been preparing for today's landing. That's one of many reasons I'm so pleased to welcome Colonel James Harwell, Army Commander here at Dugway Proving Ground.
Recovery operations. Nominal SRC recovery operations have begun.
Okay. All right, nominal SRC recovery operations have begun. Okay. All right. Okay, so today could not have gone any better. How did it, I mean, in large part due to our amazing partners here with the military, how did it look from your end?
Oh, it looked amazing. So when you talk about partnerships, this isn't just a Dugway Proving Ground effort. Though you're sitting here on Dugway Proving Ground, the capsule actually landed on the Air Force's Utah Test and Training Range. And so it's going to be brought here to Dugway before it goes to the clean room. So this is a larger effort than just the Army's Dugway Proving Ground and NASA.
And it looks like it might have landed right.
So I got a note just before this from the commander of the Utah Test and Training Range that it did land on Uter. And so there was a little bit of rivalry there. We were hoping, but it looks like it was on Uter.
Right on the boundary, though. Yeah. So close.
So we have a big collaboration at NASA with members of from the Army and Navy, from the military services that have given us the opportunity to go to these great places in space ourselves as people. And can you tell us a little bit about the training and other fantastic things you do prepares these people to be crew for flight into space?
Yeah, so if you look at it, the Army is the greatest leadership lab in the world. The types of problems that we have to solve on a day-to-day basis. And we have some of the best workforce that is available. So here at Dugway Proving Ground, we do chemical and biological defense testing. We're part of the Army's Test and Evaluation Command. And so anytime a piece of equipment is going to go into a service member's hands, it's tested by one of our amazing members of our workforce. But we also do training here. And so it gives a chance for folks to come and do things in a realistic environment. And that really allows them to hone those problem-solving skills.
So that's why the crews are so good who come from the Army and the Navy and everything.
Yeah, we'd like to point out it was an Army astronaut this week who went over who set the record.
Oh, well, there you go. Well, we couldn't let you go without wishing you a very happy birthday today. Happy birthday today's birthday, and you got a piece of the solar system. How about that?
I don't think I could have gotten a better present from NASA.
No. This is the rarest stuff we've ever had on Earth.
It is. And I mean, when we're talking about the origins of life, and that's one of the I have the coolest job in the world. A couple months ago, I was here and out on the Utah Test and Training Range, we got to go out to an archaeological site and see 12,000-year-old footprints. And now we're going to get to see the material from the origins of the solar system. I think we've set the bar pretty high. And so my kids think I'm cool today. I don't know what we're going to do to top this.
Well, we think you're pretty cool.
Yes. Yes, sir.
Thank you so much for joining us. We've really loved having you.
Thank you so much.
We have a saying at NASA that the only way to reach the stars is if we all go together. The OSIRIS-REx team represents pros at the top of their game, but future explorers are just now finding inspiration in today's events. Here at the Dugway Proving Ground, students attending public school can literally say that a sample of an asteroid landed in their backyard. We visited the school to hear their thoughts about the mission and how their teachers hope it might influence their dreams of future exploration.
My name is Deborah Rockmore, and I am the librarian here at Dugway Elementary through High School. I love that Dugway is part of this. We have a very strong feeling about Dugway. It's a wonderful base. To have it be a prominent area where this is coming down is really amazing to us.
Well, I'm just glad that this little town is getting noticed. It's a big rock that has kind of like holes in it. It's been flying to the sky with fire. Because it goes really fast.
Honestly, I find it really cool because you don't really expect this stuff to happen, in your backyard. But I really wish I could see it, but I don't know. I'm going to try my hardest.
I became interested in the mission because I have the NASA app,
and I get daily updates on photos. And one day I saw a photo that had that Dugway, Utah titled on it, and I was like, I live there. You hear about exciting things all over the world, and it's cool to hear about, but you kind of never think that you'll be, I guess, directly or indirectly involved with it. But to know that it's just happening here within eyesight is pretty cool.
Let's go, Osiris Rex.
Go, Osiris Rex.
Let's go, Osiris Rex.
Let's go, Osiris Rex.
Let's go, Osiris Rex.
All right, let's go, Osiris Rex. I love that energy. All right, Jim, you're a planetary geologist. How did you get into this? I mean, these kids are just at the beginning of thinking about what their career might be. I mean, how did you do this?
I think all kids are intrinsically curious at birth. My mother said I was interested in space at birth. Don't know how she knew. But in any event, I think we all are, and we follow different pathways. If you see things as beautiful as we have here in Dugway, here in Utah, you'll be inspired by the rocks and the things in space, like these special samples we brought back, which are unique being from Bennu, but not unique in the kinds of materials we have here on Earth, thanks to other asteroid returns. These are the biggest we've ever done, and so we're excited. But I think curiosity is in all of us, and so that's really what it's all about. And these kids are ready to pick up on this energy.
Yeah, we need that future generation. All right, let's get an update from James. James, go ahead.
Yeah, Lauren, so the mission operations team has confirmed that we are able to begin those recovery operations. You've been seeing on your screen in the bottom corner for the past couple minutes, team members beginning to head out and put flags of areas of interest where we want to sample for our sample curation team. And also, just a note on our parachute deployment, the parachute was set to deploy based on capsule deceleration, and we actually reached that threshold earlier than predicted, and the parachute deployed appropriately, so everything was right there, working perfectly fine. We got that SRC, as you can see, successfully on the ground. It is perfectly resting on the desert terrain, and you see 3 of our team members around that capsule beginning to place flags to begin to collect samples. The team members here you see on screen are Scott Sanford, Dante Loretta, the principal investigator at the right of your screen there, and Francis McCubbin. These are key curation team members who will help us actually get a lot of these samples of the region there, environmental samples, collected and ready to be passed along to our team at the Johnson Space Center for curation efforts there. This is, again, a very key part of the mission. We want to make sure that there is no contamination of that sample return capsule from any possible atmospheric or environmental conditions out at that landing zone, that landing site. And so we're going to continue these operations and actually begin to scoop up some of the samples. And this will work like a well-oiled machine you'll see in a few moments. Dante, who was just on your screen a few moments ago, is wearing an armband, much like a football quarterback, if you will. He'll actually be kind of reading off the play calls as they go out and go step by step to actually scoop into the terrain about an inch down into the surface of the desert, scooping out a little bit of the rock and dust that's there, placing it into a bag, photographing the whole process along the way, making note of exactly where they collected that sample from. All this information will then be passed along to our sample curation team at the Johnson Space Center as they begin to actually open up that sample canister and see exactly what we got within. This has been a long journey. It's been an incredible morning to witness this live. Just such a stunning feat of engineering to get that capsule back here to Earth with samples of the asteroid Bennu. This is why we do science, right? To get these kinds of samples, every piece of dust and grain inside that sample return capsule is a PhD thesis waiting to be written. It's a new discovery waiting for us about the origins of the solar system and our place in it. And the vast majority of that sample, more than 70% of that sample, is actually going to be stowed away for future analysis. We did the same exact thing with the Apollo missions when we brought back rocks from the moon. A large quantity of those rocks and dust from the moon our astronauts brought back were stowed away for future generations with the expectation that our technology will continue to improve and improve and improve, and then we'd be able to ask questions that we couldn't even begin to fathom. And now the same thing we'll be doing with the Osiris Rex samples that we brought back from the asteroid Bennu. A lot of these will be opened up 50 years from now with scientists who are yet to be born asking questions we can't even begin to imagine. So our team is just huddling off screen now, and our recovery operations will begin. You'll see a number of team members come out here. They'll be carrying with them a carrying fixture. It's a large metal fixture that has been perfectly designed to have our SRC resting within. They'll be bringing out a lot of thermal blanketing that will be used to protect our SRC during its flight back to the clean room here. Again, we want to make sure that that SRC is safe from any kind of possible contamination from the atmosphere. So they're going to do an excellent job of actually wrapping this SRC up and getting it prepared to transport to our portable clean room. That actual operation of getting that SRC bagged and stowed and ready to go on our long line operations for the helicopter will be a rather quick operation. As you see some team members from Lockheed Martin, their role is largely finished for today. They were operating a lot of the flight dynamics of that SRC, getting it to the ground. And now they can really just take a step back and relax, catch their breath after all the chaos of the morning. Very exciting moment for all of them, I'm sure, to actually see their creation sitting on the surface of the Utah Test and Training Range. Just a massive, massive sigh of relief. So as I mentioned, that actual recovery of the SRC will be a relatively quick process, but a number of our team members, including Dante Loretta, our principal investigator, might remain out on the site where you see that SRC on your screen now. They're going to continue to collect samples. You can see a number of flags placed around. There's some pink flags placed there. There are 4 placed in front of the SRC where the team believes the SRC is potentially dragged along the surface as it came to a rest on the Utah Test and Training Range desert surface. On the back side of that SRC are 4 additional pink flags, and those are our regions for control sampling. We'll actually go and sample all of these regions and compare back to areas we believe the SRC did not contact. You can see additionally, it's a little bit hard to make out with the bright color of the desert, but there are a couple white flags present at the SRC. And these are areas of operation for the team to actually be able to walk up to the SRC with the carrying fixture, place it next to the SRC, and actually begin to bag and stow our sample return capsule for transport to the Dugway clean room. So it's been already just an incredible morning. We're now about an hour past landing of the OSIRIS-REx sample return capsule. Just a few years ago, our spacecraft, our intrepid robotic explorer, was 200 million miles away from us on the other side of the solar system. It successfully captured a sample of the asteroid Bennu, stowed it away, and transported it on the long 1.2 billion mile journey to us here on Earth. We experienced an incredible entry, descent, and landing as this team that you see on screen here, the Lockheed Martin team, a couple hours before our broadcast started, gave the green light, the go command to actually release the sample return capsule containing pieces of the asteroid Bennu. It then floated on its own through the vacuum of space for about 4 hours before coming in contact with the atmosphere over the San Francisco, California Bay Area, traveling at just over 27,000 miles per hour and heating up to over 5,000 degrees Fahrenheit as it encountered the incredible drag forces our Earth's atmosphere presents. We then slowed down under our drogue parachute initially, which kept us stable during our descent down to the Utah Test and Training Range. And then ultimately, at about 20,000 feet off the deck, we gave the command to deploy our main parachute, that orange creamsicle colored parachute that has now actually already been stowed away by our team members here at the Utah Test and Training Range. It's been a really wild journey. Very excited to have our SRC on the ground. And you see a view of our mission operations team observing our recovery team that is already out on the landing zone, taking samples, beginning to actually prepare the thermal blanketing, the protective layers for our SRC. And you can see we're documenting this whole process along the way. And so these operations will continue for the next couple minutes, as long as it takes to safely store the SRC and prepare it for long line operations to get it to the clean room here. We'll continue to take samples, and I will continue to monitor the situation as we proceed here. But for now, back to you, Lauren and Jim.
Thanks, James. And just a reminder to those watching, we are in an extremely remote location. And so if our signal is breaking up, it's because we're out in the middle of nowhere. So we're doing a great job, all things considered. One other thing that I wanted to address really quickly is that parachute ended up deploying really quickly. Did it not, Jim?
It did. It deployed high. And this is a smart spacecraft. That sample return capsule detected the deceleration rate, and it decided that it was important to get that parachute out to slow her down so we could make this beautiful, safe landing. And that's the way this magical autonomous spaceflight works these days. We adjust to the dynamics of the environment. Again, hats off to the engineers that built those systems in so we could be home safe, doing what you can see on your screen now.
With a beautiful landing. All right, Jim, let's actually take some social media questions now. Let's get our first one. All right. At CCSV wants to know, will the sample be quarantined like moon rocks are?
Well, in this case, based on the classification of what we call the planetary protection, these samples will not be quarantined in that way. The first moon rocks came back, they were quarantined for a week, out on the carrier and all that kind of good stuff, came back to Houston again very carefully. In this case, we understand the asteroid, the environment, we measured it with OSIRIS-REx, other asteroid samples from our colleagues in Japan, and so we don't have to quarantine them the same way. We do have to protect them though from contamination, and there's all kinds of systems in place by our team to allow us to understand the level of contamination. So what we study in science is the pristine asteroid.
That was a great question.
Excellent question.
Excellent question.
Good job, the operations. SRC is bagged and secured in the handling fixture.
All right, you just heard that the SRC has been bagged, and we are well on our way to getting that to our clean room here at Dugway. Wow, fantastic news. Missions like OSIRIS-REx transform scientific pursuits into engineering challenges. Smart, curious people with pursue answers with creative verve and perseverance. This year, Hollywood also had a story about a crowd of people situated around the touchdown point of an asteroid. And, well, we couldn't help ourselves. We asked the cast of Asteroid City to say a few words. All right. Well, it looks like we are having some technical difficulties, but that's okay. We'll definitely get you that video. It's a really fun one.
It is.
Scarlett Johansson, A-lister, yes. Can you imagine? All right. So let's get an update from our field correspondent, Sophia. Sophia, do you have an update for us?
Okay, Lauren, turns out the landing site really is just over my shoulder. It is just so hard to see through the alkaline particulate out here on the landing zone. But you know what? This is all in great hands, and we are just very thrilled that the capsule is doing well today. So I'm able to see one of the helicopters just circling over there. But for those of you who have just tuned in, I am on Wig Mountain, which is overlooking the ellipse, which is the vast landing zone. And earlier today, the helicopters, which were shuttling our teams of experts and our scientists, departed from here via helicopter once they found out exactly where the capsule landed. And now they're off on their recovery process and are doing what they do within a carefully rehearsed process. So, Lauren, I'm going to send it back to you.
Great. Thank you so much, Sophia. All right. Well, let's get back to that awesome video of Asteroid City. You don't want to miss this. Take a look.
Hi, I'm Jason Schwartzman.
I'm Kate Ryan.
And I'm Scarlett Johansson.
Where are you?
Asteroid City, Farmer 6 Mile 75.
Hey everyone, I'm Jeffrey Wright, Junior Stargazers and Space Cadets. Each year we celebrate Asteroid Day.
Hey everyone, I'm Maya Hope.
And I'm Rupert Pratt.
And we star in Wes Anderson's new movie, Asteroid City.
In the movie, families from across the country gather in a fictional American desert town for a Junior Stargazer convention.
I heard there's a real-life reason people will be gathering in the Utah desert this September.
The world will never be the same.
What is happening there on September 24th?
September 24th is going to be a historic day. This is NASA's first asteroid sample return mission, and the biggest sample return beyond the moon. Shortly before 9 a.m. local time, the OSIRIS-REx spacecraft, carrying precious samples of asteroid Bennu, will release the capsule into the atmosphere to lower the samples down to the Utah desert, where scientists are anxiously awaiting the return of these materials.
Wow, that sounds like the plot of a science fiction film.
It's incredible that a spacecraft can go to an asteroid,
Grab some pieces of it and then bring them to Earth.
So what will NASA look for within the asteroid sample?
These pristine asteroid materials will be studied by scientists from around the world. We're going to be looking at the minerals. We're going to be dissecting the rocks, looking at mineral grain by mineral grain to learn more about how the solar system formed and evolved. We're also going to be looking for water to try to understand how our Earth's oceans came to be. And then finally, we're going to be looking at organic compounds, including some of the basic chemical building blocks of life, to try to understand whether asteroids like Bennu could have delivered the building blocks to Earth, leading to the origin of life on Earth and potentially elsewhere. With the data we obtained from these materials, we're going to be rewriting the textbooks on solar system formation.
Fascinating stuff. But don't fragments of asteroids land on Earth all the time? Why can't we study those pieces instead of a mission to bring this sample to the Earth?
Yeah, that's a great question. And in fact, the Earth is constantly being bombarded by fragments of asteroids in the form of meteorites. But one of the big problems with studying meteorites is you don't always know where they came from. And it also can be contaminated.
Fair enough. It makes sense that we want to study something more pristine.
So how will NASA protect the sample once it's on Earth? And can I have some?
Oh, I wish we could have some of these samples. I wish I could bring one home with me and put on my dresser at home. But the reality is these samples will only be for educational purposes and scientific research. The samples will be transported to the NASA's Johnson Space Center, where they built a special curation facility just for keeping these samples safe and pristine.
This is also incredible. I'm so glad that NASA has teams of people that are searching for the answers to some of the biggest questions, like where did life and water come from? Where are solar systems?
I can't wait to see what we learn from the asteroid sample OSIRIS-REx is bringing to Earth. Thank you for all that you do.
This is also incredible.
Thank you so much for all you do.
Well, you just said that name. You just said OSIRIS-REx. That was
kick-ass.
How did you do that? I was like, what is this phrase?
I was like,
OSIRIS-REx. OSIRIS-REx.
Yeah, OSIRIS-REx. Wow. Talk about that wanted Starlet. Oh my gosh. It takes a huge, talented team with profoundly diverse skills to design and execute something as audacious as OSIRIS-REx. It takes years of planning and perseverance to see it through from that initial notepad doodle to a moment when the world tunes in to celebrate a huge success. It also takes leadership. And I'm pleased to say that we are now joined by the director of NASA Goddard Space Flight Center, Dr. Mackenzie Lystrup. Welcome.
Thank you so much. I'm delighted to be here and very happy about the results coming out today.
It is a great day indeed, and congratulations. This is a huge day for Goddard. I must go without saying that you're very proud.
Absolutely. This team is amazing. They've been through so much for so long. Goddard Space Flight Center, the special thing about NASA's Science Center, Goddard, is that we have scientists and engineers working side by side. And so that doodle on a napkin can turn into something like OSIRIS-REx. And scientists like Dr. Garvin here, who's joined us, really help us create a vision with other scientists of how you're going to do the engineering that gets you to this moment that we have today.
And Mackenzie, we have leadership across all domains on this mission, from system engineering to science to accounting to everything. How did your team in Maryland pull this thing off?
Yeah, we have people who have managed multiple parts of missions over the decades. Systems engineering is critical, and it's one of the things that Goddard really brings to the table. And systems engineering means that we take into account everything about the mission, from the science ideas to the launch to orchestrating the landing here on Earth, but making sure that all of the instruments are working together, making sure that the spacecraft successfully interfaces with the instruments and can carry out its job once it was at Bennu. All of that requires really understanding the entire system. So when we say systems engineering, we're really talking about that overarching, holistic perspective that our scientists and our engineers bring to the table. But it's true that we have some of the greatest scientists and engineers working on space missions, and they pull it off every time.
Well, really quickly here, Goddard will be one of the centers that will receive a sample, but who else will receive a sample of the asteroid?
Samples are really traveling all around the world. What I think is very exciting about this mission is that we're saving about 75%, and we're not sending that out yet. We're keeping that in storage for future generations to be able to use more advanced methods and instruments to be able to analyze. So about 25% of that material is going to be headed to scientific organizations all around the globe.
Fantastic.
Unbelievable.
Well, thank you so much for joining us this evening.
Yeah, thank you.
Thank you so much.
Congratulations.
Yes. There's a big team of scientists, engineers, and so many others here in Utah working to make OREX a success. It should go without saying, everyone here is mission critical, from bus drivers to planetary geologists, helicopter pilots to logistics experts. With all of the natural excitement about the mission itself, let's stop for a few minutes and highlight those in OSIRIS-REx who made it live and breathe. Take a look. Boy, it's really hard not to get all emotional when you see all those faces. These are a lot of the people that we've been seeing over the last few days.
I'm trying to. Rabbi, you're in my channel, right? Rabbi, you are watching. Oh, there he is. Okay, cool. Beautiful. Let me pause my music. Rabbi.
One of those fascinating aspects of early rabbinic work is a method of interpreting the Torah which is known as midrash or midrash. This is a fascinating approach to the text of the Torah, specifically the first 5 books of Moses itself, but there are midrashim on the rest of the Bible as well. Let us understand what exactly is this midrash and how it is understood today. So the golden era of rabbinic hermeneutics, meaning the way in which rabbis understood the Torah, was towards the end of the period we're discussing today. That is between the years 100 before the Common Era and let's say up to about 200 of the Common Era when the Mishnah was redacted. That does not mean to say, however, that all of the texts that are described in Midrash are from that period. They are really quoting much older statements which had been handed down as part of the oral tradition and then eventually become recorded by a class, a historical period known as the Tanaim, and the later class known as the Amoraim. More on that in a few lectures. So the texts that we're describing today, many of them can be dated with accuracy no earlier than, say, about the year 100 before the Common Era, but they are quoting much earlier traditions. And we see this, by the way, in other groups as well. Homer, for example, the Odyssey and the Iliad, the great classics of Greek early literature, were also handed down as oral traditions until they were finally recorded in text. Now, the term midrash is a way of approaching the text of the Torah, of interpreting the text of the Torah. It comes from the word drash, which means to seek out, to request, or to examine. And it is a fascinating and often quite disruptive means of understanding the meaning of the Torah text itself. It's really quite creative. In many ways, it's not dissimilar from a lot of modern literary techniques such as deconstructionism and so on. Fascinating ways of reading the text, often reading it with multiple valences in contradictory directions. Absolutely fascinating. I should point out, it's very important to understand, that according to Jewish theology, midrash also comes from Sinai, that it is an oral tradition that goes all the way back to the roots of the written text itself, and as such has tremendous importance. However, when you have midrashim that move in different directions, or midrashim that seem to be, highly hyperbolic in nature, it can be very difficult to understand what exactly they mean. Many approaches, particularly in the modern era, understand the midrash to be, very poetic in nature rather than hard and fast and meant to be taken on a literal level. But I will leave that to the rabbis to figure out. I'm just a regular historian, not a rabbinic authority. So there is halachic midrash and there is agadic midrash. Halachic is an adjective, an English form of an adjective, based on the word halacha, which means to walk or to travel. And this is the word used for Jewish law. We'll have much more to say about this as halacha is developed, and especially when it's codified in the medieval period. At any rate, halachic midrash are midrashic readings of the text by the rabbis that inform how Jews should behave, hence halachic. So, for example, you'll see on the left here is a photograph of an IDF soldier who is wearing phylacteries, or in Hebrew, tefillin. These are leather boxes that are commonly worn during weekday prayer. The box on the top contains several scriptural passages, and the box on the left arm also contains scriptural passages, and there is a ritual for wrapping them around the arm and so on, and then prayers are read while these are worn. Now, a question might arise, where does all this come from? Right? If you read the Bible itself, it says in Deuteronomy that you shall bind them, which appears to be a reference to the words of the Torah, as a sign upon your hands and as frontlets upon your eyes. Now, what exactly is a sign in your hand? What does that look like? And frontlets between your eyes, what does that mean also? So the Midrash steps in to give us some explanation. Let's have a quick look at one example. You'll note in the picture here that the box of tefillin on the arm is worn on the left arm, on the bicep, slightly tilted inwards towards the heart and is worn correctly. Let's have a look at how we get to that from the Midrash. So this is from the Midrash Halacha called Sifrei, which is written on the book of Devarim, or Deuteronomy, and I've taken these citations from the amazing website Sefaria, which is a fantastic place to get Hebrew texts. It's huge and free and wide open, and I love it. So here it is. I'll read in Hebrew. Rabbi Eliezer Omer, al yadcha, the gova shel yad. The Torah says that you should wear the tefillin on your hand, and that means the high part of your hand. So what would that be? Well, you figure that's up towards the top, maybe perhaps on the bulge of the bicep. But you said it should be on the high part of the hand, but maybe it should be on the hand itself. I mean, the text only says on your hand. Talmud Lomar, and it will be for you as a sign upon your hands, for you as a sign, and not as a sign for others. Right? So you read what's happening here. The Midrash is kind of looking with a microscope at the text itself, and you're trying to figure out, well, where do you put this box? Do you put it on the back of your hand? Do you put it on your forearm? Where does it go? It says, well, the rest of the text says it shall be for you as a sign, something that's closer to you. So that would mean up here, which is close to the center of my body, myself, my heart, and so on. Okay, interesting. Like the Midrash is investigating and asking. It's not written like, a series of rules. It's written like a give and take. We'll have more to see about that in the Mishnah. Talmud Lomar, these words shall be on your heart. Davar shekeneged libcha be'ezeh zeh gova shebiyad. It means that it should be something close to your heart. Where is closest to your heart on your hand? Well, that would clearly be your bicep, right? So here's an example of the Midrash really picking apart the text, finding a couple of words. One is for you, and another one is your heart. Those are one words each in Hebrew because they have prefixes and so on. So that's how you know where the tefillin should be worn. It doesn't exist in the text itself. You have to unpack the text to get to the meaning of it. Now let's just go a little further. And Midrash, by the way, goes deep and deep and further like you wouldn't believe. Davar acher, another interpretation. That itself is fascinating. The Midrash will allow multiple interpretations. Al yadcha zeh smol. When it says on your hand, it means your left hand. Why? Ata omer zeh smol o en el yamin. You say it's the left hand, maybe it's the right hand. Says, okay, I can't prove it to you for sure, but I can give you kind of an illusion. If you look in the book of Judges, it says, Yada liated tishalchena v'yamina malos amalim. So then the Midrash goes on, I'll paraphrase in English, that in the reference there where Yael kills Sisera by driving a tent peg through his temple, yikes, her hand reaches out to the peg, and her right hand is holding the hammer. So there you go. Whenever it says hand on its own, without specifying right hand, it must mean it's the left hand. Okay, nice. That's not a proof, but it's at least one example. In number 9, then Rabbi Natan says the same thing, that it combines binding with writing, so that means that the hand that you do the binding with is the same hand that you do writing with, and for most people that is the right hand. And the Midrash will go on and on. I'm not going to do the last part here. There's so much of it. What about if you're naturally left-handed? What about if a person is an amputee? All kinds of things like this the Midrash will explore, and of course this is just the beginning of a long exploration which you'll also find in the Talmud. So Midrash is such a clear example of how the rabbis now, as information workers, are teasing out the meaning of the text and providing direct, clear instruction on halakha, how to behave. The other major area of Midrash, and I would argue that especially since the Talmud, the Agadic Midrash is even more important. Unlike halakha, which deals primarily with what Jews should do, how they should act. Agada, on the other hand, which is related to the word Haggadah, like in the Passover Seder, means the telling. refers to how Jews might want to think, refers to lessons of the text, philosophy, history, biography, metaphysics, all kinds of things about the text that reveals to us, that doesn't necessarily specifically mandate a particular course of action, but does mandate some kind of thought process. So just to give you one example, the binding of Isaac, which is described in Genesis 22. So in that passage, when God first approaches Abraham and says, I want you to sacrifice Isaac, the actual text of God's request is a little more specific. It says, take now your son, your only son, whom you love, even Isaac. Now the Midrash asks, why all this detail? Why not just say, take Isaac? What is this business of all these other phrases? So let's look at Bereshit Rabbah. Bereshit is the Hebrew word for Genesis, once again from the amazing Sefaria website. And the phrase says, V'yomer kachna es bincha, etc. Take your son, and so on. Amar lo, and by the way, you'll notice that in the printed text, they don't even bother quoting the rest of the verse, because you really should know it. What are you doing this, studying Midrash, if you haven't studied the Torah properly? You got to know your verses very well. Amar lo, b'vakasha mimcha kachna es bincha. So God says to him, please take your son. Amar le, train benin isli, ezeh ben. So Abraham says back to God, this is not in the biblical text. This is the Midrash interpolating a dialogue that is not reproduced in the biblical text. How to approach that interpolation? Is it imaginary? Is it a thought experiment? Is it actual? What exactly does it mean? And you got to ask a rabbi. But God's, and note, by the way, if you're sensitive to language, that this is written in Aramaic rather than Hebrew, which indicates a sense of that it would have been written down in text form, even though it could have been repeated over in Hebrew much longer. Further back in history, it was recorded certainly in the period when Jews spoke Aramaic more than they spoke Hebrew. At any rate, Abraham says to God, what do you mean? I've got two sons. Which son are you referring to? Right? Don't forget, Abraham has Yishmael, the older son, and Yitzchak, the younger son, Isaac. Amar lo, so God says to him, Es yechidcha, your only son. Right? Remember that the text in the Bible said, take now your son, your only son, whom you love, even Isaac. So God says to Abraham, I mean your only son. So Abraham doesn't leave it alone. Amar lo, ze yachid le'imo, v'ze yachid le'imo. God, I don't understand. This one, Yishmael, is the only son of his mother, and this one, Isaac, is also the only son of his mother. Yishmael is the only son of Hagar. Isaac is the only son of Sarah. Which one do you mean? Amar lo, asher ahavta. God says, okay, Abraham, the one that you love. Right, so listen to what Abraham says. Amar lo, istechumen b'maya. He says, are there limits to emotions? Meaning, is it possible for me to measure which one I love more? You know, if there's a limit to this, I don't know. So, and finally, God says to him, Amar lo es Yitzchak. He says to him, okay, Isaac, that's who I'm talking about. I'm going to keep talking, and meanwhile, I'm going to put the English up here so you can review my translation. But basically, what's going on in this Midrash is God is stretching out the conversation with Abraham, or perhaps we can say that Abraham is stretching out the conversation. The conclusion of the Midrash is that God stretches this out in order that every aspect of this commandment should be cherished, meaning it's a long, detailed description of what Abraham is supposed to do in order that Abraham should take it very seriously and perform it with great precision. Now, I would like to suggest as well that there are other readings of this Midrash as well, and that's one of the amazing things about Aggadic Midrash, is that it's so rich and powerfully deep in meaning that you can really think so many profound thoughts as you try to work through the Midrash. Also, note, please, that the Midrash seems to be intrinsically opaque. It's not transparent. It doesn't give it to you on a platter. Everything the Midrash is trying to say requires you to respond to it. Perhaps this is another way of understanding the word Midrash itself. It's a search. It's a journey for meaning. It's an attempt to discover something. And in that sense, Midrash is absolutely fascinating and beautiful to study. Okay, let us go on in the next lecture to talk about the Mishnah, another incredibly important achievement of this particular period of Jewish history. Let us now discuss the Mishnah. And as you can see from this photograph here, the Mishnah was, for the vast majority of Jewish history, the preserve exclusively of men. This is a highly androcentric activity. The yeshiva is, for most of Jewish history, a men's club where guys get together, typically in uniform like this, with black kippahs and white shirts, and they struggle to understand the meaning of the text. In the 20th century in particular, we see a lot of change. God willing, we'll speak about that change later on in this series, but for the time being, this is essentially a man's activity, but that's not where I'm going right now. Let's go to the text itself. Now, one of the major things that happens towards the end of the period that we're discussing right now, right around the year 200 of the Common Era, is a fateful decision by Rabbi Yehuda HaNasi, who is a Jew charged with the political leadership of the Jewish population in Israel. And remember, this is a good 130 years after the destruction of the temple, after tremendous devastation, persecution of the Jews, expansion of the diaspora, Jews taken into slavery, phenomenal economic pressures, all kinds of things are threatening to tear apart the Jewish people. And Rabbi Yehuda HaNasi decided to take a fairly dramatic step, which was heavily criticized in its time, of taking all this body of information, which we have called the Oral Torah, and recording it in writing. That is, taking something which has been for centuries handed down from rabbi to student, debated orally in study halls, such as the one I showed you earlier, and suddenly say, you know what, now we are going to capture it in specific words on a page. They're going to be reified, there's going to be a text, it's going to be like the written Torah, which has more or less been canonized since the first century at any rate, and now we're going to take this intentionally flexible document and body of teachings, and we are going to freeze it in stone, canonize it much like the Bible has been canonized, and that's going to change the way Jews learn their Torah forever. It's also after the disastrous Bar Kokhba rebellion that results in even more devastation, particularly in the region of Jerusalem and the Judean mountains. And so the Jews had a very, very difficult time in their history, politically, socially, economically, and especially religiously. So what Rabbi Yehuda HaNasi did, and we'll speak more about this, God willing, when we get to the 2nd century in our discussions, he took the teachings that would become the Mishnah, but he specifically did not list it as a law code. He did not list all of the conclusions. He rather listed a series of debates. He listed a series when Rabbi X says this and Rabbi Y says that. And like if you're looking to the Mishnah to try to find the answer, how can I cook this chicken? Is it kosher or not? You won't find that answer there. You have to enter into the debate because you see that Rabbi X says it is kosher, Rabbi Y says it isn't kosher. And the only way to know it is to actually engage in the debate, see how that debate eventually ends. Rabbi Yehuda HaNasi does not offer that to you because he intentionally retained this open-ended dialogue necessary document. It's absolutely fascinating. Let me give you a look at a couple of examples. So this is a passage from the Mishnah in Peah. That's a tractate that describes how when you are harvesting your field, you have to leave a corner of the field behind for the poor people. The word peah means corner. The peah, which is the corner of the field, the first fruits that you would bring to Jerusalem as a sacrificial offering, the appearance in Jerusalem, like showing up, and the acts of kindness. And finally, the study of Torah. These, on the other hand, are the things which one enjoys the interest thereof in this world, but the principal value is in the next world. And notice here, by the way, the rabbis make an explicit reference to Olam Haba, the world to come, heaven as it were, which is not something you find in the Bible in the same way. Kibud Av V'Em, honoring father and mother, right? You enjoy kind of like an ancillary benefit of that particular commandment in this world, but the principal value, the reward of it, is in the next world. Gumul Chasodim, and kindness to others. V'hava Shalom bein adam v'chaviro, bringing about peace between people. V'samud Torah k'neged kulam, and learning Torah. Well, that's the best of everything. Okay, very nice. So that's the Mishnah. It's kind of an open-ended statement in terms of you want to know what more about these things, but there's no internal contradiction until you get to the very next passage, which says, "Ein pochasin lapeah mishishin." You can't leave less than 1 part in 60 as the sacrificial offering of peah. What? You just told me that there's no shiur, there's no size to peah. Now in the very next Mishnah, you're saying there's a size. The Mishnah continues, even though I know, I just said that there's no measure to it. It has to do with the greatness of the field, the size of the field, and according to the needs of the poor, and according to how much of yield the field gives. So it just throws out the first Mishnah out the window, and now we're going with the second Mishnah. And we also don't have a clear large size. We have 1 in 60 that the rabbis give us, but we don't have a larger size. And then if you look in the third part of this Mishnah, which I'm not going to go into, then there's not only size in terms of how much area you have to divide, but when you have to divide it, where in the field you divide it, and so on. And so the Mishnah offers right away different approaches to the same question, and the only way you can really understand what you're supposed to do is by engaging it, and hopefully engaging it with a study partner, and especially engaging it with a master, a rabbi, who will then give you the course of the debate and bring you to a conclusion. That's how the Mishnah works. It is intrinsically dialectical in nature. You must engage it. You must ideally engage it with other human beings as well. What's in the Mishnah? So the 6 orders of the Mishnah form the acronym Zman Nakat, which means takes time, or if you like, time flies. And they are as follows. The first 3, making up the acronym Zman, or time, are seeds, which are primarily dealing with the agricultural law. We saw that in the Mishnah on Peah that we just looked at. That's referring to agricultural laws in Israel. How do you take the Peah from your field? The second section is times, which primarily deals with holidays. The Sabbath, Rosh Hashanah, Yom Kippur, Sukkot, things like that. Third section, which is the largest section, is women, Nashim. And this also gives us a sense of how androcentric the document is. It's primarily written by men for men, and so it is about women. And so the section on women deals with how does one marry a woman, how does one divorce a woman, how does one pay the divorce settlement and ketubot, all kinds of things like this that deal primarily with relations with women. Then the fourth section is damages. And yes, there's a lot of yeshiva jokes about the sequence here, but damages are kind of like the classic section of the Mishnah. By the way, all of this forms the core of what would become later the Talmud. So the Talmud is essentially an extensive discussion of the Mishnah. More on that in a later class. And then holy things, which deals primarily with the temple, sacrificial laws, and finally purities, which deal with the complex laws of personal purity, such as with bathing and ritual immersions and so on. So those are the areas that are of concern to the Mishnah, divided into these 6 sections. The 6 sections are known in Hebrew as the Shisha Sidrei Mishnah, the 6 orders of the Mishnah, and abbreviated that is known as Shas. And that's also an abbreviation for the Talmud because it follows the same order. So when someone learns Shas, they're typically saying they've learned the entire Talmud, usually the Babylonian Talmud, although the root of that term comes from the Mishnah. Let's just reflect for a moment now on the implications of this document, the Mishnah. It's hugely important, immeasurably important in terms of the survival of the Jewish people. Because Rabbi Yehuda Nasi's achievement was to take a text which was rooted in revelation as a source of authority, first the revelation to Moses at Sinai, then the revelation to the prophets and so on, and firmly transform the chain of tradition, the Hebrew term is Masorah, into a text which is theoretically far more accessible to anyone. Now, he retained a lot of the features of the transmission that required human engagement, such that, it's not appropriate for a Jew to simply pick up the Mishnah and say, well, I'm going to learn the Mishnah, and I'm not going to ask anyone else what it means. I'm not going to engage with a rabbi or with a study partner and so on. I'm just going to approach the text on my own, and I will hope for the best. That is not the traditional form of Jewish learning, certainly not what Rabbi Yehuda Nasi intended by keeping the arcane and open-ended nature of the Mishnah available. Rather, what Rabbi Yehuda Nasi did was he cemented the need for